just trying to get feels of different personnel groupings.
Right.
It has nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, throughout everything, my advice is not to gather too many conclusions too early in the process, right? But speaking of too early in the process, there was so much excitement that Jaden Daniels was getting first-team reps that we didn't even get to say good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Hello, Landfill. Hello, Jeff. How's everybody doing?
I'm good, man. What's up, fellas?
What's up, man? The people say that you two need to get out of that damn studio and get out here.
Yeah. What the hell?
I'll be down there probably Thursday.
I was thinking you'd come Wednesday, Jeff.
What's Wednesday?
I just thought that'd be a good day for you.
No.
He'll start Wednesday. He'll get it Thursday.
Landfill, will we see you in Ashburn at all?
No.
You live the closest.
That is correct.
How long would it take you to get here versus how long it takes you to drive downtown?
It would take me like 10 minutes to get there.
Versus an hour?
Yeah.
And that 50-minute time saving is not enough to get you out here?
Hell no.
I'll tell you, today is hot. We've had some decent weather. Today seems all the way back to summertime.
Not necessarily.
It's pretty warm, B.
When you're just standing in the sun, yes. But once you move a little bit, it's not as bad as it was those weeks when we were out here and it was 105, stuff like that. It ain't nowhere close to that.
When was that stretch? Late June, early July?
Like 3 weeks ago. Like
mini camp?
Yesterday was 84 degrees until later in the day.
Yesterday was a nice
day. The day before was 84 degrees until later in the day. Then it got to like 91.
I'm saying, I bet today, what do you think it is right now? I bet it's already 90.
I say 88.
I bet it's
88,
already
89. But when you're just sitting in the sun, you're gonna sweat. I thought about not using lotion at all because the lotion is what makes you sweat too.
My phone says it's 82.
It could be, but
I take the over.
Yeah, your phone is sitting right here underneath this tent too.
Feels like 88. We got 66% humidity.
Woo, wow, that's a lot.
I don't really know what this means. Get camera on the phone, but the dew point is 69 right now.
I don't think that makes much.
Hey Jeff,
sense.
can you explain the dew point to me?
Not at all. Not at all.
You got a dew point explanation, B?
Nah.
Landfill?
That's why I listen to the people on the radio.
We are the people on the radio.
Well, on the TV, I mean. Well, we're not the people on the radio that are going to tell you about weather.
That's true.
I promise you that.
My guess is dew point is like the point in which dew evaporates or something, right? Because there's dew on the grass in the morning, and then eventually it goes away.
You think about confusing these people about who's going to start, and now we really don't confuse the hell out of them.
Plenty for us to discuss. We got NFL trade deadline MLB trade deadline kind of breaking down today, and we're all kind of waiting to see what, if any, Nats movements are going to come down. Plenty going on in training camp. I want to talk about some guys that are starting to impress, starting to kind of catch eyes and ears of coaches. We're going to hear from Zach Ertz and Bobby Wagner today. In those two players, you've got 2 Super Bowl rings, 1 surefire Hall of Famer. And if you start looking at Ertz's career numbers, it's an interesting conversation. Those are big names. We'll get to hear from them today. Mitch is going to join us. Barry Sverluga is going to join us from Paris. Packed show coming your way. But you know what's been a ton of fun, B, is just all the people that say what's up and say they listen to the show. I always enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see me or particularly Brian, make sure you yell at him as loud as possible.
No, you don't do that.
Get his attention.
Because if you be yelling and I'm trying to do something, I'm going to ignore you.
Well, I think you should yell. Honestly, if you see B-Mitch anywhere, whether he's out to dinner with his wife or with his grandchildren.
You're trying to get people kind of treated the wrong way, right?
I do need to shout out B-Mitch. Landfill, do you know how my morning started here in the tent?
You spilled Diet Dr. Pepper on yourself.
I did not. Fair guess, but that's not how it started. Jeff, do you know how the morning started in the tent?
You left the cord somewhere and you had to go find something.
Also incorrect, but again, a fair guess. No, boys, and you're going to be jealous. You ready? My day started with B-Mitch bringing in Chick-fil-A breakfast sandwiches, and I had a spicy chicken biscuit for breakfast.
I told you, you got to stop messing up my street cred.
It was banging.
Stop messing up my street cred.
Now,
I'm
Landville,
not a nice guy.
I believe there's one sandwich left, Landfill. Do you want it?
Oh, I'm like an hour away from you. What are you doing?
I'm just trying to give you an option, dude. Just trying to give you an option. When we come back, we're going to talk about training camp players that have impressed us. Nobody go anywhere. because yesterday was the first day with fans, and it's always just a cool vibe when you get to see all the players signing autographs, interacting with fans, because they haven't done it since the last home game of the year, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody was down there. Deron Payne got to come up here. I imagine Payne talked to maybe a person.
Hey, man, listen. The players that have been around a while, they're just as clever as the media.
Oh, yeah.
The media know that I can ask certain people certain things, and that player know if that person isn't in here, I don't have to get asked that.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's how it works sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Payne's availability now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He got asked 6 questions yesterday.
Smart man. I talk to him all the time. I didn't care, though.
Deron's the best, dude.
Because, like, if I answer your questions.
He's an easygoing, just nice guy.
But what I always try to do is I'm going to try to answer as many questions as I can early. Now, if you keep coming back with the same questions every day, then I'm going to tell you, get better at your job. Or I'm not talking to you anymore. Because I didn't like being asked the same question by the same person every damn day. I just got to that point. But I think if you answer early, people see that you're working with them. They stop bothering you sometimes. But if you don't answer any questions, they're going to ask you something every time they see you.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I think a lot of life is just about trying to kind of do the right thing, right? Like, you just,
some of us, JP, for some of us.
Right, but I think most of the time, like, it's almost like politics. I feel the fringe people on the far edges that are about 5% of the people on one side, 5% of the people on the other dictate the discourse, right? Same in the NFL, dude. Like, 90% of the guys are awesome and easygoing.
Yeah.
And there's never any issues, dude. And then there's like a couple random spots, and then you get into these high leverage, high pressure situations, and it changes conversations.
True.
But most of the time, man, it's all pretty easygoing and chill. And most of these guys, Wagner's almost quiet. Like, in my interaction with him, like, he's not the dude you see on the field that is every bit
kind of like me.
No,
I'm quiet off the field. Unless if I know you, I talk to you. But if I don't know you, I'm not trying to talk to you.
You are not. You hold on. You're not quiet, B. Like,
I'm quiet. You just used to hear me on the radio with you every day.
I hang out with you enough in all sorts of situations.
But it's me and you. I mean, you know me.
You are not a guy that, like, goes out of his way to meet people.
No.
Yeah. That I agree with. But I don't think you can call yourself quiet, dude.
I'm quiet until other stuff gets involved.
Jeff, you want to weigh in on it? If B could call himself quiet?
Nah, I'm good.
Damn, Jeff's playing it scared back there. I think I don't know why we can't stream this Wagner thing, but we'll make an effort to
Bro, we can stream it. They're just not streaming it.
Right.
The Commanders aren't streaming it at this point.
Right. That's
because Bobby didn't wait for the people that could stream it for them to get in place. He started doing his interview before.
Smart man. Kind of in that vein, I think Wagner and Ertz and Eckler have all been impressive this camp.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were brought here to be impressive. I think we're going to really see them, whether it starts now or takes a little more time. But I think those guys are really going to manage their bodies and kind of the times, like how often they practice. Like tomorrow, coming out of the first padded practice, I think we'll see some guys.
I thought when they stopped going in pads all the time and going as hard as they used to, that was managing their bodies right there, Jay. That's what I thought.
The league has changed.
I understand it changed,
that's just
but ultimately, they don't really practice a lot. And then you don't practice when you're doing that. That scares me. I'm listening. Anybody can keep telling me what science say and what analytics say. I can tell you, Brian Mitchell analytics tell you if you don't practice football, you're gonna probably get hurt playing football.
You know what's interesting? I listened to the Sean McVay podcast this morning. And McVay, if you go back to when he took over the Rams, really kind of pushed the needle towards less practice, no preseason, all of that stuff. he said today that he has kind of gone back and forth on that. That like he's like, man, guys do need to play football. Like it's a physical game, and you got to be physical out there.
I never wavered. I understand it had to adjust a little bit from where it was, but it's gone too far to the other side now. You know, it's gone so far to where the layman walking around saying, well, I can play that game. They don't do no work. Probably died there trying to play. But, you know, but the ultimate thing is you have to play football to get ready for football.
Yeah.
And a lot of times guys don't play football till the first game of the season.
I think you're probably right, honestly. I think it's going to be pretty fascinating to see what they do with Jaden, because I think they're gung-ho about these practices to not have to play him much in the preseason. I think he'll play in that Miami game, but that might be it.
That's the point when I think the coach's scheming situation, his qualifications began to show. You can scheme a game plan up to get to see stuff you want to see from your guy without putting him in harm's way. But to think I'm not going to play him at all and then he's going to be completely ready week one. I mean, a lot of veteran guys are capable of doing it, but a lot of them not even ready when it comes to week one if they don't go through it.
So let's talk about guys that have impressed us, right? We've talked a lot about Jaden. I've mentioned the kid a bunch. I think he's a practice squad candidate. Like, you can't say that somebody has impressed you and then people like run with it and they're like, oh, well, he's starting. The kid Yankoff, though, is just tough and makes good catches. I think he's a practice squatter. I thought Cosme's looked really good to open things up.
If he can catch the ball like he's been catching and he can block, he might force his way onto a roster.
Anybody standing out to you?
I like the little kid number. I can't get his name right now. 40.
The safety?
Yeah.
Owens.
Bruh.
Yeah. Texas Tech, big kid.
Listen, man. I know they like the bigger safeties and things of that nature. He fits the bill.
So what's interesting, I find this really interesting. So the kid they drafted, the 6th rounder out of Washington, Dominique Hampton.
Big boy, too.
6'3", 220. The kid Owens, undrafted guy out of Texas Tech, 6'2", 215. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they got a type. We know that Quinn has a type when you get to the secondary. Owens has stood out and continues to. And then you wonder.
But he did have Earl on his team.
Sure. Out there.
Yeah. And Earl was a little dude, but he was very, very heady.
Well, think about.
Smart as hell. He kind of like a Quan Martin.
Well, I was going to say Sanders still.
Yeah, but he's a
corner.
He's a corner. He's not a safety.
But he's a small guy.
Yeah.
And, I mean, today you could see the physicality he's willing to bring.
Yeah. I think with Quinn, I pick up, he likes the bigger guy, but if a small guy's there, that guy's going to be smart as hell.
And if he's tough.
Yeah.
Like he needs, I mean, these guys play a significantly attacking style, and that's what he wants. And that's how you see these guys emerge, I would say.
Yeah.
I'll say I've been impressed with Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah, I have been.
He runs clean routes. Good feet. And it seems like, I'm curious if you've noticed this.
He was letting you know Ertz is at the podium.
Ertz is at the podium. Okay. Maybe
the stream is not at the podium. So it doesn't make a difference to us.
All right. We'll try to figure all this out if the Commanders are going to throw these streams up or not. But, dude, have you noticed Terry? Terry seems very intentional with Luke. Like, advice, encouragement. Like, it seems like whether it's just the two of them have become buddies or Terry's like, all right, this is a rookie, and I got to take it upon myself to get him ready to rock here.
I think Luke is a guy who asks questions and wants to learn, and Terry is willing to help him out. Luke is the guy who's here early. He's a student of the game, and I think Terry McLaurin is that same type of guy.
Sure.
And will be willing to help somebody out like that, but he's not going to force you to accept his help.
Yeah, well, and, you know, McCaffrey's only played wideout for 2 years. Like, it makes sense to ask questions and try to figure something out, especially when you've got a top 100 player in your locker room and a guy that has proven an ability to perform, even though the circumstances have not always been, exactly.
A guy that everyone thought was going to be a special teamer.
Right.
Who has become a number one receiver on the football team.
Right.
A top 100 player in the league. If I'm Luke, I am going to be attached at the hips to him.
Right.
And I think a lot of players can do that too. But we get so many guys coming in here thinking they know more than everybody. I can remember walking in the first time. I looked around and I saw how many guys had been here for 7, 8 years or more. And you know what I did? I found ways to just follow closely. So when they dropped the crumb, I was able to pick it up. And I think that still works today. But too many guys want to be led by those outside of the game that don't have a damn clue how to be successful at this game.
Sure. You know who has a clue of how to be successful?
Who?
Good folks at Crop Metcalf. I mean, listen, you don't need me to tell you how hot it is. The DC steamy summer temperatures that we all know, we all love and or hate are here. It is hot. If you're already sweating, whether or not your residential or commercial cooling system can beat this heat, call the 5-star cooling experts at Crop Metcalf. Whether it's maintenance, service, replacement, or service agreements, the 5-star technicians at Crop Metcalf will ensure your comfort all season long. Give them a call at 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Always, 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 Crop Metcalf, home of the 5-star technician and proud partner of the Washington Nationals.
All right, be Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Want you all to know training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We're coming to you live out here from training camp, and we've been doing for like the last week and a half or so. We'll be probably doing that rest of this week, most of training camp. We'll get you Zach Ertz and probably some Bobby Wagner later on. Probably run Zach Ertz at 11 o'clock. But we have our Washington Nationals, and right now they got the trade deadline coming up tomorrow. Well, I'm a little early on that, am I? Let's go back. Training camp. Landfill, I was reading a little too quick. But now we are here at training camp, and first day of pass today. Had a lot of energy out there. For me, I just love to see when you get in the pass the first time. It's a filling out process. You hadn't been in them since last year. I understand people think you play football and then it's just easy, but it takes some getting used to. And once you step on the football field, things begin to feel a little different. They didn't have that long of a practice today, and I guess that's putting on the pass for the first time. And the way football is today, they don't really go as long as people go back in the day, 2-3 hours and things like that in practice. It's an hour and a half, hour 20 sometimes. May go to hour 45.
Hour 15.
It's quick.
Yeah.
But the ultimate thing is, like, back in pads now, starting to put this thing together. And I know people want to know, they want to see a finished product right now. But that is why they practice, to make sure you get to that point right around when the season is starting where they're going to be kicking off.
I mean, it's July 29th.
Yes.
If there's any consternation, it's July 29th.
Oh, it's consternation. Everybody has consternation all the time. But I think we need to just allow a new staff to put their stuff together, find their flow, find out what works for their team. This team is nothing like it was last year. When you look at the amount of new people here, the new coaches, all the new front office people, all the new ownership and things of that nature, you now have to start allow this thing to happen, and then they'll figure their way out. But it may sound mean, may sound rude, but don't think that these people really caring about every opinion that we all give. They know how to get this thing done. They hired football people to do a football job, and I think we got to allow that to happen.
I'm with you. I think it was great. Zach Ertz just talked. I don't know why they're not streaming them. Maybe they'll stream them later. Ertz just talked, and one person I've been particularly excited about, and I think he's the right person for this job, is Cliff Kingsbury. And Ertz knows Kingsbury well. They go back to the Arizona days together. And I've heard this kind of off record from people around the league, just how energized Kingsbury seems. Look, he's getting paid a ton of money from Arizona still. Now he gets the opportunity to work with a kid like Jaden Daniels, to develop him as a passer. Kingsbury was a quarterback. The amount of quarterbacks they have on this staff to help this kid, like it's all setting up for the development of Jaden Daniels. And Zach Ertz was just talking. He's like, yeah, man, I've known Cliff a long time. He seems rejuvenated. He seems younger than he did in Arizona. And I don't know Kyler Murray at all, but Kyler seems like a challenging guy to coach, maybe, or to maybe push and get the most out of. And then everything went sideways. He got hurt. Football, things generally end bad in football. Like, that's just how it is. Like, if things weren't going bad, they wouldn't end. So generally, when it ends, it's because things went bad. It obviously went bad for him.
He was working for an organization that wasn't very smart either.
Sure.
And the pressure, that outside pressure coming in, and if you don't have the people in the right place doing the right things, or allowing you to just be able to just focus on your job, then you can always have a problem as well.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the Kingsbury thing is really interesting. If he can build this offense out the right way, I think they can really excel.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of think it'll happen, man. I love the idea of Jaden in a Kingsbury offense tailored for him.
Yeah, but I think one thing you can't, I know Kingsbury's still getting paid from Arizona. Somebody come calling to give him that right bag and full control. He'll be moving.
Sure, but that's a future problem, right?
Yeah.
Like, That ain't right now.
Yeah.
That's not this season. And if it happens, it's because they have a bunch of success. Like, you know what happens to good coaches? You know how many coordinators McVay and Shanahan have lost? They seem to be okay.
Yeah.
Like,
that's why
success brings.
That's the reason I don't have an issue with how Dan is doing things now, the way things are being worked, because they're trying to establish a situation to where as people come in, you fit what we have. And if Dan Quinn, let's say if one of the coordinators were to leave, you still got Dan Quinn here who established the mindset.
Right.
And I think that's the way you have to begin to do it. And we in this town have complained about so damn much, but we've never seen it happen, and we never waited for somebody to be able to establish something that could be repeated. And let that happen one time and then see how it goes. Instead of soon as someone starts, it seems like in this town, soon as someone starts something, no matter what it is, we always want them to do it the other way.
Right.
Instead of allowing something to be established and see it repeated over and over again. I just look at the teams that do it like that, and they win most times.
There are some questions kind of starting to emerge here. I think the safety group has some questions. Kind of this DN linebacker situation. There are two players that have played big roles. Derek Forrest, Jamin Davis, former first rounder, that I'm not entirely sure I see what their path is right now. I don't think you're seeing Jamin's getting more work as a rusher than he is as a backer, and neither of it looks – it's not making a particular impression. Defoe's kind of running with the 2s and the 3s way more than with the 1s. And it's too early, but there are some things you can't help but notice. We're going to try to track down these press conferences if they ever go up. Plus, I got to sit down and talk to Sam Cosmi and Austin Eckler over the last few days. I want to play those interviews because I think people will really enjoy them. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm here from training camp. First day of practice, second day of having the fans out. A lot of excitement going on out here. JP had a chance to sit down and talk to Austin Eckler. Let's take a listen.
Austin Eckler, you come to town with a serious experience and a really big name. I mean, the amount of touchdowns you scored in LA. How are you taking this new role here in DC?
Yeah, it's been welcoming to first start off, so I really appreciate the love that the DMV area has been sharing with me. And I'm learning the terms like DMV.
Yeah, there you go.
See, I've been on the West Coast this whole time, so I'm getting acclimated. But nothing really changes for me and my mentality. It's been the same since I was a rookie, since I was sixth string on the depth chart and trying to make a spot on the team. It's the same mentality, continue to build, continue to carve out something for yourself. And you do that by showing up to practice and creating trust within your teammates and the coaches.
I mean, because of the success you had with the Chargers before you got here, Commanders fans might not realize how tough your journey was to that point. I mean, going back to college, undrafted, like, can you give us the Cliff Notes version?
Yeah, absolutely. So really didn't have a lot of stock. The Chargers didn't have a lot of stock in me. I was an undrafted guy. Like I said, sixth string on the depth chart. They had a first round pick. They had a bunch of other guys in front of me. And for
was it Western Colorado?
I went to Western Colorado. So I went to Division II school.
Okay.
So my coach used to call it college. You went to college, because it was just like, where is that place at?
Right.
And for me, it was a chance to immerse myself into a new opportunity that I had. And I took it with the utmost seriousness. For me, I made it a life or death situation to my mental. Like you have to get this done. And I was able to tap in, and I still am there, where I tap into my survival instincts to make sure that I'm putting everything in my power to go forward and get this job done. Because at the end of the day, if I do that, I know regardless of the result, I can live with myself and the effort that I put in. And I've been continuing to build myself up, started at special teams, and then about my third, fourth year starting, and then continued to build on my role, make an impact on that team, and looking to do the same thing here.
With all you've accomplished, I mean, a lot of accomplishments, you still have that mindset? Do you allow yourself to get comfortable?
I even just thinking that just actually makes me mad.
Really?
What do you mean get comfortable? Like for me, it's like I have a relentless pursuit to continue to build. Like I want to build stuff, build myself, build the people around me, and build in my community. And I've been doing that since I started out in LA as well, because for me, I have this opportunity to go out and put myself into a situation where I get to compete at the highest level. And me just as an individual want to be in a scenario where I have stress to go and build that can also be better for myself in the future. And so I have a relentless, like I said, mindset to continue to build myself and the people around me.
Well, does last season, the injuries on both ankles, I mean, you called it down year, you still went over 1,000 yards from scrimmage, but last year and then Chargers letting you walk in free agency, does that refuel the fire, re-engage those feelings?
The fire's never been dimmed down. I'm continuing to stay where I am. In this league, you are definitely judged on your last season. And yeah, my last season was not up to the standard that I've set for myself.
It was still good.
It was still good from a sense of, yeah, you look at numbers and paper, but
sure.
From, when we're actually looking at, wins in the win column, we won 5 games. For myself and the standard that I've set for myself, it wasn't good enough. And that's my expectation, is to get back to that, because that's where the standard is set, and that's what I need to be playing at, because that's what I've built my capabilities to be able to do and show. So for me, that's exactly where I'm trying to get back to, if not even push that bar even higher.
So what does this team have then? What do you see here? What brought you here?
Yeah, absolutely. So first off is the opportunity. What does that opportunity look like? Well, we got B-Rob here. We have a coach that is familiar with me and used me in the past that I've had a lot of success under. So that combination alone has been great. Yep, Anthony Lynn. And then really now just learning more about DQ, it's even more of a fit as far as how I think about things, as far as building culture, building brotherhood, working on yourself, working on your fundamentals. You want to go and win the Super Bowl, but that's not even a conversation you really have, because to do that will be a result of the work that you put in together, of the team that you build, of the camaraderie, of the chemistry. He talked about it yesterday. All teams have great players. And all teams are going through training camp right now. But what separates teams? Well, how close are they, right? How well can they mesh with the coaches and the players? And that's the stuff in between the meetings, in between, right, the practice field. That's going to continue to put us in a position where we're continuing to edge ourselves and get better.
DQ is all about competition. Hearing you talk about the life and death situation, the inner fire, it seems like you guys would mesh. But for this season of work, a lot of it will hinge on Jaden Daniels. You worked with a stud young quarterback in LA. What do you think of Jaden so far?
Yeah, Jaden's been a stud, just as Herbert was. I'm super proud of this kid so far coming in. I say kid now because I'm like the old guy in the room. You know,
How weird is that?
It's crazy to think, man. You know, I'm 29, still in my 20s, and I'm the old guy. But anyway, super proud of him and how he's been handling himself, working with Marcus. And I know we went out, you know, this summer and we were throwing together out in Oregon together. And so, like, spending time with him, he's taken initiative to go out there and bring us together and step into that leadership role, showing early signs of that. It's always hard for rookies to come in, I think, lead right away just because they're trying to gain the respect of the team and trying to find their way. But he's been showing signs of getting that. For example, we've been running a lot of choice routes, moving me around. He's talking to me after the play. Hey, what do you see on this? And I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I want to hear from the quarterback. And let's talk through the routes of, hey, I want you flatter here. I want you to, you know, stop here. So it's a process. You don't just come out and be a stud, but he's on the right path to go out there and show the world what he can do. And I'm excited for him.
It's an exciting time. You've made some comments about working with Brian Robinson, and you're excited for that comment.
Yeah.
What does that mean for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing. Like, as I look across the league, even in my career, when you have a good tandem back system, like, you can go out and you guys are both balling, and when they're balling, there's a pressure in the room because you got to meet the standard, and you either setting the standard or you're trying to match, you know, depending on how the day is going. You're always trying to set it, but sometimes, you know, that someone's having a better day, I think. So it's that iron sharpened iron that you hear. And for us, that's exactly what you want to have in the room, because we talk about the fire. Well, when you have that, the fire can get enraged, right? We all have a fire in us out here on this field, but when you have people that are pushing you, you compete, then it really is just flourishing. And especially with Coach Lynn too, the way he coaches, he's very particular on getting details right and understanding your assignment, and putting players in the right places to make those plays. And so when you put that environment together, like when you're in this running back room that we have right now, the cream's going to rise to the top, and you have to stay there. Like, you got to be competing at this level, or it's going to be hard for you to get playing time. So
every day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's amazing to be in this type of environment.
That's great to hear. A couple other things I want to hit here. You have embraced fantasy football in a way a lot of players don't. I'm a fantasy geek. I'm old enough. In high school, we played fantasy football, and we had to go steal the USA Today from this deli so we could get the box scores from the whole league, right? What made you like fantasy, and what has been kind of your favorite moment in that world?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. So for me, as I mentioned, I am in relentless pursuit to build myself, but also then, you know, share that with the people around me in my community. And as a part of that, I've continued to have success on the field, which has flowed over into the fantasy world.
You've been a fantasy stud.
Oh, so exactly. And so, you know, you ask about my favorite moments, I'll just knock that one out. Definitely the 2 years where I led the league in touchdowns.
40 touchdowns, 2 seasons?
40 touchdowns, 2 seasons.
Pretty good, dude.
Those are some pretty good highlight years from the fantasy standpoint. But why I love fantasy is because of that community. It's another opportunity, right, for people to come together, for people to be around each other, for people to embrace and forget everything else and really embrace each other, whether it's through some friendly competition and stuff like that.
Speaking of engagement.
Right, exactly. And so for me, I love that. I love that about it. Like, don't get me wrong, it definitely has its you know, its dark side.
Everything does.
Exactly, like everything does, but I embrace all of the good, and there's more good in that community than bad. So that's why I tap into it.
So it's interesting. I totally agree with you on, regardless of what you're doing, trying to build the community. I don't come to this chair from like a natural path. I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, I was an insurance salesman out of college, but I started a podcast and built a community, and things just kept growing. Yeah. And one of the things you're doing now, which I think is so smart, is you started your own app to kind of keep that fan engagement going. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So just like the fantasy world, well, there's a world of fans out there that are just fans of just the guys, the fans of the team. And for me, like, I want to engage with them like I do with fantasy. In the fantasy world, I can just go play fantasy football. Right. Well, what if you want to step outside of that world? How do you engage with people? Well, you can come out to training camp, but then after training camp, it's no show. You have no access.
Yeah, like there's a half hour of autographs, but then it's over.
And so I was like, how could I make this efficient for players around not only the NFL, but the other sports as well? And so I started my own fan engagement app called Experience. And what you can do.
ECK, right?
EK.
Okay.
S.
EKS. Got it.
EKSPER. Yeah. Experience.
Got it. Like
so you can do like one-on-one engagements if you want to talk to me about what's going on this season, you know, training camp.
How often will you be on there?
Every once in a while, I get an order. It just depends on when I get an order. And
Okay.
That's how I've set it up. So if you have a request for me, you can put a request in.
We get other guys on there.
Oh yeah, we have like 70 guys on right now.
Okay.
So from pretty much all 32 teams, so you can check it out. My favorite one right now is that we're building is called Fan Mail. So if you want to get something signed, you can send it in through the app. We'll get it signed and send it back to you.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So
And I know people
game
love
changer.
that stuff.
Game
Like,
changer. So check it out. Experience. It's in the App Store.
there you go. Google and Apple.
Google and
everywhere
Apple.
you need
all
to
of
be.
it. All of it.
All right. My last one, probably. How much has your life changed this year? Getting married, leaving the West Coast, like it's been a lot of change.
Yeah, and from the outside looking in, I think it looks like a lot of change. But from my standpoint and where I am and me going down this journey, it was just the next step.
Sure.
And it was just the next step that I was about to take. In my football career, I just finished two seasons, 2 contracts with the Chargers. All right, we were kind of coming to this conflict of interest. They wanted to do this thing, I wanted to do something else. Hey, the next step was, all right, going out into the world, into the open market. Now I'm here in the DMV area. Same with my marriage. I had been together with Melanie for 3 years. Absolutely love this woman. And it was the next step was to get married. You know, even with the app, right? We've been building this for the last 3 years. The next step was to bring it out into the public. And so from the outside in, it looks like I'm doing a lot, but I've been working on all of these things for, the past decade.
Right.
And so it's just now getting exposure in some places where it hasn't necessarily before. So you kind of see a finished result and it seems like a lot. But as I mentioned, for me, and just like anyone out there, like you continue to push and progress in things. And it seems natural to go in that direction.
It's life. Life's about growth. Everything you want is on the other side of hard work, right?
No doubt. And my perfect example that I love to bring up is like in the weight room. Like people see me like, oh, I do a lot of weights. I have like this reputation for being really strong. And it's like, from the outside, looking in, it looks like, whoa, he's doing a ton. But like I said, for me, I built up to this. So for me, it just is natural that I'm doing, 350-pound bench reps. It's like that's natural for me, or 200-pound pull-ups, things like that. But from the outside looking in, you guys got to remember, everyone has to remember there's a journey and there's a path. And if you're trying to get somewhere, you got to continue to push down the path. And then eventually that'll seem like the next step for you.
You brought it up. I wasn't going to bring it up.
What's that?
And I don't know how to get here without sounding weird. So just
oh boy, here we go.
I've covered football for a long time.
Yeah,
I've been in a lot of locker rooms.
Yeah.
Your abs are bananas. What exactly are you doing in the ab workout?
Did you not just hear me?
The 200-pound pull-ups?
Well, I mean, it's just a combination of I've been working out for the last 15 years straight.
Is that part of the fire?
That is the original fire. The original fire within me was get in the weight room. And when you get in the weight room, it's an opportunity where you get to push yourself relentlessly and you get to better yourself mentally, mainly mentally. The best things that you get from being in the weight room is not even the physical part. The physical part is absolutely a good part, but it's the capacity that you'll build mentally, that you'll show up every day, that you'll push yourself every day, and hopefully maybe even bring a friend along with you. So you get the social aspect as well. And those are all transferable skills to other things in life.
Totally.
And then the abs start to come as well, right?
Right.
And then the rest of the body and the fitness as well. So if you're on the journey out there, keep pushing, because eventually the abs, will be the next step for you. But if you never start the journey, you'll never get there.
I try to lift. The abs are not anywhere close to coming. I may have missed my window.
Look, there's diet that plays a role into it.
Beer?
That doesn't play a role.
Right.
Well, that plays the opposite.
Right.
You either compound up or you compound down.
Yeah. I think I could guess my trajectory.
So like we gotta write the seed right here.
Right.
Like look, you got one life, right? It's like, hey, let's put a little part of this to take care of the vessel that you're in this life with.
All right, maybe I'll hit you up on experience.
There you go.
We'll work out
you
a
can grab
plan.
some tips, man.
Yeah.
I'll give you some motivation. If you want to hit me up daily, I'll give you some motivation. Go get in the gym.
Dude, thank you for the time.
Next time I see you, I want to see the abs. We're gonna do a comparison. So
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't think we can put that on TV, man.
Okay, all good.
Thank you, man. This has been great.
It's been awesome, man.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back.
What do you think of my abs, B?
Well, I don't think your abs are worth nothing, but I think that interview right there was way better than you even know. That dude just sat there and relatively told everyone out there, like, stop looking at athletes and thinking that they just started right here. It's a hell of a job to get where they're going. So don't think it just because you're the same size, you weigh the same, you can do what they do. He talks about how to take those things into his life. Everything he said, I was in awe. Because
You were locked into that interview.
I love those type of things because people that cover it they cover it as if, oh, this just happens. Nah, it's a lot of BS. A lot of BS you deal with, and a lot of stuff you put into it to get where you got to go. And the mere fact that he looks at it in that way, where it's just another step. You know, it's easy for him. It's difficult for everybody else to see it. Just like when you watching that little duck on top of the water look calm as hell. Look underneath the water. He's working his ass off.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And he's done that. You watch him, man. That's why when you look at all the stuff that his weightlifting, he brought that up.
Right.
I've followed that. That dude puts it in. You know, he doesn't just talk about it. Like a lot of these guys out here, they got the natural size, they're an athlete, they just, oh, God bless them. They can take that a little farther than what it is, believe me.
Sure. I mean, I totally think you're right. And I think sometimes when a guy has to earn it the way Eckler did by, undrafted, he talked about being 6th on the depth chart, came up as a special teams player, eventually gets a little crack at playing. Like, I think the journey, I mean, Dan Quinn has talked about that the other day, where he likes guys that have gone through some journey. I think Zach Ertz just talked about that. Like, there's a mindset on a lot of these veteran players that are here. There's no guarantee that it'll work, right? Like, there's no guarantees with anything except death and taxes. But, like, they've put together guys with a mindset that, the phrase I love, and I'm a McVay mark, and I recognize that, but they attack success, but it's all intentional. And so I'm sitting there with Eckler as we're getting ready to do that interview. And if you want to watch it, it's on my YouTube page at JP Finley DC. But I'm sitting there with Eckler to get ready for that interview, and we're kind of just BSing. And I didn't know, like, Eckler has a pretty high profile because he's been such a devastating running back. Like, he's been really good. And then I know that he does the fantasy stuff, and I know he's really good on television, and he has a podcast and all these things, right? And sometimes when a guy has all that stuff, when you get to sit down and talk to him, you recognize, like, okay, this dude's kind of planning for life after football, or what happens next.
He's going through life.
Or maybe his focus is in different spots. That dude, it's just not the case. That dude is so locked in on football.
Yeah.
And then when he talked about his inner fire and that it's life or death for him, like, any question about does Eckler still have it, to me was gone.
I think
Gone.
What he does, like, people live for a reason, like, to get to a point. Like, most people go on a diet. He's not doing that. He's living his life, getting to where he's going to go. He understands that if you do what you need to do to get to a certain point, you're going to get there. But if you don't do what you need to do, and, like, we all have this New Year's resolution. Everybody do it, right?
Right.
How many people get past January 31st still following it? Not many. But Eckler wouldn't even think about January. He wouldn't think about a New Year's resolution. He just say, okay, that's who I want to be, and this is the plan I have to do it. And he begins to follow his journey. And then he may get to, like, my plan on Friday, ride a bike from D.C. to Dewey Beach. I'm not necessarily thinking about Dewey Beach. I'm going to get there because I've done the work up to now, so I know I can get to the 30-something miles, get across that damn bridge, and then let's go for it. And when I get there, it'll be another one. I'll find something else to go do from Pittsburgh back to D.C. It's mine. It's 3 days. We'll figure it out. But it's like people – I that interview, I think more. We got to play that again because people got to hear that some more. Stop thinking that guys were born somewhere. People work to get where they're going, just like you need to work to get where you want to go in whatever field you're trying to do.
Love that. I love that you liked the interview. Yeah, that makes me happy. Here's what we're gonna do. We got a busy day. We got to zoom out from just the Skins a little bit, talk about what's going on around the league. This NFL Sunday ticket thing isn't going away. That's another CBA potential type issue that the league is trying to juggle as they're trying to add an 18th game. Like, there's a lot of moving parts league-wide. I want to kind of take a look around the NFC where there's a lot happening. You got Jordan Love getting paid, Tua Tagovailoa getting paid. A previous Burgundy and gold quarterback, may or may not be performing that well out on the West Coast. Toby Aldheiser is going to join us. He watched practice. I see the Rooster walking around somewhere. I might try to drag his ass in here. We are locked, loaded from Ashburn. It's B. Mitchell Fiddle.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
This update brought to you by the Virginia DMV. Slow down, drive sober, and buckle up, Virginia. 2024 Summer Olympics from Paris, France, USA with 12 medals in the first 2 days of competition. The big highlight yesterday, individually, Yorktown High School's Tori Husk beat UVA's Gretchen Walsh in the 100-meter butterfly. Women's soccer beat Germany 4-1. Men's basketball beat Serbia 110-84. Steve Kerr says Jason Tatum will play in Game 2 against South Sudan. Novak Djokovic defeated Rafael Nadal 6-1, 6-4. Women's volleyball against China at 5. Nationals Arizona tonight, 9:40 p.m. on The Fan. Commanders training camp is open to the public today, but all tickets are sold. Brought to you by the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles. Before a crash happens, before the first responders arrive at the scene, before it all, there are decisions to be made. Make the right ones. Slow down, drive sober, and buckle up, Virginia. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Listen, this song is kind of morbid, but it's a great song. Shout out to Axel. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We are in the tent in Ashburn at training camp. We called in our goal line package ourselves. We got me and B and Kerwin, but we brought in some beef. We got Mitch is here,
Left
Tischler.
tackle.
Tischler's here in advance of his noon hit. We have a celebrity in the tent.
Left guard.
Chris Russell is in the building. Hello, Roos. And I think Toby's a center.
Center.
Now, Toby has been one of our.
JP playing quarterback. Be careful.
I'll let someone through.
I'm going to
Tell
do.
me all shotgun. No one in the center. Can't trust him.
Here's my plan in the backfield. I'm going to hand the ball to 30. That's
I'll block for B. Mitch.
all
I'll
I
block for
plan on
B-Mitch.
doing. Toby has been kind of our Commanders correspondent through camp. He's been here damn near every day. And I was saying this, and I mean this sincerely. We are used to this. We do this grind every summer, and we've been doing it for a long time in various cities and various locations. A lot of guys from the station have access to come out here, but it kind of sucks. It's hot. It's like, there's a lot of reasons not to come.
Where are you trying to get to?
I appreciate that Toby's been coming out here.
If you're trying to get somewhere, you got to deal with that every once in a while. Toby, you saw I was sweating
I
earlier,
appreciate it.
Toby. How was I sweating earlier? Like I was
Oh
running
my
gas.
gosh. Yeah.
So
That
now,
was just signing damn autographs.
All day.
that's why I went the back way out. Because I saw you were about to make that walk. Good luck. Good luck, Mr. Mitchell.
I didn't sign him from over there
Where'd you sign him from?
when I first walked out.
Hey, man, it's good to be B. Mitch. So, Toby, while I applaud you being out here, what you need to tell us is what the hell you're watching. What is standing out to you?
Yeah, I mean, Jaden has been solid in what I saw today. He was getting the ball out quick, and he's putting the ball where it needs to be. They were rotating reps at ones. I think that's notable. People have been talking about that, but I think Jaden got the majority of work with the ones today on the 11-on-11 period. So I thought the offense looked better than it did the other day. The last day I was out here, I wasn't out here yesterday, but I think Brandon Coleman getting work at left tackle is notable. I'm interested to see how he continues to do. He had some good reps. He had some where he'd get beat pretty quickly. I thought Ertz looked pretty good and was impressive for his age. I think he's going to play a bigger role than maybe I expected.
I think Ertz has looked great throughout, and I think he's the clear starter.
Yeah,
And
no
I
doubt.
think they're going to run a lot of 12.
No doubt. And I'm excited to see how Sinnott continues to do. He had some ups and downs. He dropped a football in the red zone, but he also made a nice block on the outside to spring someone on a run play. So, I think it's been, up and down for the offense at times. I was interested to see the first defense I saw, the DBs, was Forbes was out there with Davis, Chin, and Quan. There were some other variations, but yeah, I thought it was a good day of practice today. It was very short. They were done by 10:10 or whatever. So
First
very
day in
short.
pads, they're going to – honestly, they haven't – the longest they've gone is probably 90 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a weekend. Some of that stuff's regulated by the CBA. Some of it is just kind of how it breaks
This
down.
is how it goes these days, man.
I do love this, B. Mitch. Kerwin just got the king of throne. Rooster is now getting a chair where he gets to be elevated above all of us.
Is his feet going to be able to touch the floor?
Hold on. Let's see if we can get old Roos Dizzle.
Can his feet touch the floor?
Roos, can your feet touch the
It's
floor?
dangling. His chair's too big.
Here, let's see if that'll reach, and then you plug that one in. Roos, there you go, pal. Let the people know you're here.
Hello, boys. Can you hear me? I assume you can.
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Kerwin to the rescue here.
Kerwin always to the rescue.
I mean, got me a Gatorade Zero and got me a king-size chair.
You were doing AWOD's show.
I was.
In the other tent.
Yeah, down in Richmond.
And, well, I mean, they're right there. The show airs in Richmond.
Yeah, the show airs in Richmond.
Yes.
That's of course what I meant.
Now,
Sorry about that.
You were complaining about his tent. What do you think of our tent?
Well, I was saying, it's very small, very little ventilation, and there was a lot of bugs flying around. You guys have a bigger tent. Of course, you know, you can flex your muscles and say, damn it, I'm JP Finley. And they just give you the king size tent.
If I may pause on a number of levels. There's one person in this tent that can flex their muscles and say, I'm so-and-so.
Kerwin.
And it's Brian, not me.
Kerwin.
Oh, I mean, Brian's got his own tent. Like, he's got his VIP tent.
How is the VIP
Right over
tent
there.
life? B?
Huh?
How's the VIP tent?
I'll find out tomorrow.
I'll find out tomorrow.
It's a good tent here.
Yeah. No, you got a good setup.
I want to talk to Mitch about this because I think he had the right answer. Tisler's going to join us at noon. He's here now for those wondering. But there was a lot of consternation about Jaden not getting starter reps 3 days into camp. I thought it was premature. I thought everybody just needed to kind of chill and relax with those takes. The takes were hot, right? Mm-hmm. Not all, but there were some hot takes on that topic. Is that over now that Jaden's getting the reps? We'll start with Mr. Altizer. Did you care? Is it over?
It doesn't bother me.
All right, Toby. For God's sakes, you work in radio. Talk into the microphone and turn this thing up.
Tell him, Toby, he gave it to you and didn't turn it on. That's on JP.
I don't work on a conference.
We can't hear you. Chris, you answer those.
He don't work on the Comrex.
I'm going to answer the question because I assume you all can hear me. I didn't think, to me, what happened last week and what has continued to a lesser degree into this week did not necessarily surprise me because Dan Quinn gave us an indication last Tuesday that they were going to do this without spelling it out. I guess what was interesting to me was everybody came into this camp saying, no doubt about it, surefire, no questions asked, Jaden Daniels is the number one guy. And I agree that well, I should say, everybody, a lot of people in the media, a lot of fans, what have you, that Jaden was clearly the number one guy and the starter. And that's not the way we've started out camp and a lot of the practices. So it was interesting that Dan and Cliff Kingsbury mixed it up. And I would just say this, we've all been bitching about a lack of competition for 4 years, right? Ron never had one. He always talked about it, never truly had one. And here we're having one, and now we're all bitching about that.
Well, I just think people don't listen.
I don't think that was ever a real competition. I think that was hierarchy. We're going to show the rookie. He's going to come in. And if this was a competition, going back to OTAs since we've been out here, if this is an actual competition, Jaden has been significantly better.
I would agree.
But see, I think the problem is this. We're sitting up here worrying about the word competition.
Right.
And everybody else know that the second pick in the damn draft is going to be the starter.
Right.
Okay. The man says competition because what he wants to do, he wants him to have to work a little bit for it. Just like what Eckler just said to you about going through the journey. Jaden Daniels is telling you straight up, I don't give a damn from the start or not. I am not going to stop competing. So I think this thing, to me, Cliff never said he was going to start. Dan never said he was going to start. This is a media thing right here because nobody else is even discussing that. Fans are always going to be out there in left field. We have to learn to stop talking about stuff that doesn't make a damn bit of difference because no one said he was going to start. And they throw out there, it's going to be a competition. We know there are certain levels of competition. Some of them where it's a real one. Some of them is just we want him to just work for it a little bit more. We don't want to hand it to him because we've seen people handed it. And then people complain about the media. We complain about it later and all that stuff. This is something that we gotta ignore those who want to keep talking about it every day.
Well, I'm fine with what they've done. I just want to make that
I
clear. And you're
never
right.
was
Nobody from the
concerned.
organization ever said Jaden is the starter, Mariota's the starter. It's going to be a 50-50. Nobody said anything. It was just a lot of speculation and a lot of fodder, and everybody just assumed outside of the building
Dan
that
said,
Jaden
though,
was clearly the number one.
DQ said, maybe it was OTAs, but he said kind of the process is like nobody should be surprised. This is basically the same thing they did in OTAs in minicamp, that it started with Mariota and then eventually it became Jaden. I think the timeline was always right. The thing Tischler said that I agreed with was we can't have any of the song and dance of this. To me, what is just kind of like performance theater in the competition name, because if it's a competition, Jaden's been blowing him away.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with the performance theater of it. This is the NFL, and there's a dogma to it, and there's like this hierarchy, and you want to show the veteran, and then the rookie comes in. Like, I'm good with all of it. I wouldn't have cared unless we got to next week in the Jets, and they were still like, by the time they go to New York, it's the Jaden show.
It seems like there's an evolution.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, like, because being out here, I haven't been able to listen to you guys as much. So
It's messed up. I assume you just download the podcast on the Odyssey app.
That's true. I mean, I stay up at night listening to the show. But I don't think I think the first 2 days Jaden outplayed Mariota. I think Friday and yesterday it was more maybe Jaden regressing to the means a little bit more than Mariota elevating.
I was surprised yesterday's practice was kind of as sleepy as it was, considering it was the first day with fans, and that usually gives you a pop.
Yeah, but after
yesterday
a day
was
off,
a sleepy session.
But after a day off, sometimes that kind of happens. I guess where I'm just getting at is, I don't have any problem with them not naming him the starter, with them not giving him all the number one reps. I know there are people on our stations that believe he should get 100% of the one team reps. I don't have a problem with what they're doing. And maybe that's just coming off of 4 weird years with Ron. I don't know, but I don't have a problem with what they're doing.
Why are we so concerned about them naming him the starter when nobody wants him to play in preseason?
That's a really good point.
It sounds so damn
That's
stupid
a really
to me.
good point.
I think this is people that have their own personal reasons to think something they want to make it into. If the coach and the GM and nobody's saying nothing, why are we discussing it?
Well, and to JP's
we got a
point,
break. Toby comes back. We're going to continue this conversation. Tischler joins at noon, or maybe we find another microphone. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. don't really care if they say
Jamin.
you know.
B. Mitch and Finley live training camp. Commanders, Ashburn, Virginia. All the training camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Check them out. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I say this all the time, and I mean it sincerely. There's nothing better than sitting around and talking football with the boys. It's like my favorite hobby. And we got the beef right now. Toby's here. Rooster's here. Mitch is here. Having this debate about when or if it matters that Jaden didn't get a couple of the reps with the ones. One other aspect of this that I think gets lost is that, like, they're also people are like, well, he needs to work with Terry McLaurin. Okay, but they also rotate the receivers all the time, and they throw all the time in the individual drills leading up to everything. So, like, I think there is a little bit of misnomer when it gets presented as, oh, Mariota's getting to work with the ones. I think there are people that probably decipher that information to mean Jaden's on the bench not doing anything, whereas 75% of practice is not the 11-on-11 work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I watch every time they run a play and like the 7-on-7 stuff and all that. Every receiver catches the ball,
Right.
which means everybody's throwing the ball at the same time. It's just I don't think it's that important,
Well, I mean, you brought
especially
it up-
on
You brought it up earlier. It's the
June-
first
July
pad of
29th.
practice.
Right.
First pad is practice today, so the first real practice of camp, and Jaden got the majority of the one reps. Probably, 60-40 split, like something like that. So he got the overwhelming majority of the one reps today. We'll see how it goes going forward, but it's not as if he's not getting to work with these guys. And to your point, like, they're rotating through receivers. So if he's working with the twos, he's throwing to Luke McCaffrey. Like, you want him to gain a rapport with him as well. So, I think if you're worried about it, now's not the time for it. If we're in a couple weeks down, maybe then, but right now, no.
Because like what happens is at this point, he may not have a complete grasp on the whole offense. So you let some run it in front of him so he can start to grab it a little bit. But what I saw today, when he rolls the play, and like you say, he threw the ball in the right spots, he is now going straight to the receiver, having a conversation with him, letting him know what do you want
said that
from
when he went over to
what do you
Hurts,
want from
right.
me, and this is what I expect. Austin Eckler said the exact same thing to you when he was doing an interview with you. So they are getting way more work, and this dude is doing something that rookies don't ordinarily do. So for those that wondering that he's not getting all the reps wrong, it's just like getting 50% of them right. You get what I'm saying? If I do 50% and I have a great grasp on it, that's a lot better than getting all the reps and just completely screwing them up all day.
And I'll just say
Because it
this:
screws up practice.
you keep talking about Miami, right? So maybe we get to, and again, as Toby pointed out, there is definitely a noticeable change this week, yesterday and today, versus I think last Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in terms of how they're doing and splitting the one reps and whatever. But maybe by the time we get to Miami and that joint practice, or maybe right before that, or even right after that, before the New England game, we will see a clear delineation, and we will see Jaden Daniels 95% of the first, and maybe the announcement still hasn't come. We have to remember this.
The announcement is far less relevant than what we see.
Right, but this is a process. Brian, you played this game at the highest level, obviously. Training camp used to be very different, obviously, but it's still a long process. It's still a long journey between the preseason games, all the practices, and don't forget, when we get kicked out of here, which is after the Miami game?
I think technically camp ends. Might be after the Jets.
Right. Things will, like, there'll be a boogie down, right? Like, at that point to, like, get serious about.
That's what B keeps saying. He's like, it's a new staff. They sure as hell seem to know what they're doing. Their track record suggests they know what they're doing. Let them do what they're doing.
And Dan Quinn, a couple of days ago, basically had said, like, we got to remember this is early on in camp. They've got a plan. They probably already understand when he's going to transition and get those reps. It's not as if all of a sudden they're like, oh, he looks good, now we're going to give him more reps. Like, they've got a plan in place. They just don't want to get ahead of themselves.
I think they maybe wait until they get us kicked out of here, start doing whatever they need to do.
Right.
Then they don't have to worry about saying, oh, don't film this, don't film that.
Yeah.
You won't be out here to film any damn way.
And, dude, fans aren't supposed to do this. Like, you can bring a camera, but fans are bringing in outrageous photography equipment.
Yeah.
That
they were telling the fans
security
today.
was coming
They were
through.
telling the fans today, you can take a picture, but don't video.
Right.
Don't video.
Right.
And I watch it. And look, listen, you got someone gonna always try to sneak it, and they're gonna get it. They put it on social media. They do it all the time, but they are doing this thing because you think they don't know what has happened prior to them coming, they are
Totally.
overhauling a whole SF.
Think about how much
A
construction
poop
is
fest,
going on. Right,
Okay,
right.
They are they're overhauling that, so they're trying to make sure they do the right things and how they doing stuff. That's all it is.
When do you have to leave?
I can stick around.
Okay, 12:30. Toby Altizer is going to give us a baseball trade deadline report because we're getting to the finish line of this thing. The trade deadline is going to be very relevant for the Nets. Now, I mean, let's be real. The 5-6 of us will sit here and just talk football all damn day, but I need some big trade deadline report because I want Riz to sell everything. Bruce, you have to leave. You have a show at 2:00. Is that accurate?
Yeah, 2:00. Right. I'm just going to go and take a nap.
Are you headed downtown or are you going home?
No. I'm heading back to the homestead today.
Must be nice to be the Rooster.
Yeah. Well, no, tomorrow I've got to go from here. I got to go back downtown to DC because I got to hold Doc's hand for a couple of hours. So.
How is Doc?
I
I
called
haven't
into
seen
his
Doc
show.
out here.
No, because he's been doing all the shows because
right.
Kevin Sheehan's off a lot. So he was doing Kevin's show.
Kevin
all
Sheehan's
last
doing
week.
a JP50.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't even compare.
But now he's not doing Sheehan this week, I think. But he was doing. I called into his show yesterday on the way home, and he thought that I was you.
Wow.
Calling. And because
That's
he
not
was
something
like,
I ever
because he
really
always
hoped would happen.
Well, he always accuses me of not working on the weekends and this, that, and the other thing. So anyway, tomorrow I got to hold his hand, so I got to be back in DC. So today I'm going to work from home because I wanted to come hang out with you guys.
Landfill, did you hear that? That was a masterclass in Chris Russell making it about himself. Did you catch all that?
Yep, that's Roost for you.
High noon, Mitch Tischler joins the boys in the tent. 12:30. We got Toby's baseball report, and then it's going to be all football. Barry's from Luga calling it from Paris. Nobody go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Sadly, Mitch Tischler doesn't have headphones to hear the Backstreet being all the way back. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We are in a tent in Ashburn at Commanders Training Camp. Joining us in the tent, Toby Altizer, radio legend, Mitch Tischler, podcast legend from Monumental Sports, Beltway Football. And Mitch, I got one damn question for you.
Everybody.
Why the hell aren't you posting bad video of players? Because that's apparently what Matt Valdez wants to do.
I mean, we need to. It's unfortunate that we're not allowed to shoot video during the 11-on-11 and 7-on-7 drills
when
there might have
they
been.
don't post them of Lamar Jackson.
Like, people got to understand, we're not allowed to take videos.
Wait,
of
is
a lot
Lamar
of
even
stuff.
practicing yet?
I mean, listen.
That guy's been sick more than JP's been on vacation.
Boy, hate comes at
You
different
see-
levels, boy.
Saquon didn't practice today?
Yeah.
I want to start. There's been a lot of discussion about a rookie for this team, that people want him to start, and people want to know that he's starting, and they want a parade, an announcement of starterdom. Okay?
Is that a word?
Nope. Of course, I'm talking about Brandon Coleman.
Of
That's
course.
right tackle.
Who else would we be talking about?
He was there today. Take me through it.
Yeah, I think today was the first kind of significant step for Brandon Coleman. He was taking all of the reps at starting left tackle. And I think more importantly, you saw Cornelius Lucas taking some starting reps at right tackle. So you're seeing a progression for both Cornelius, Brandon Coleman, and Andrew Wiley about how they want to kind of test out this tackle situation. And listen, I think Brandon Coleman's looked quite good in camp so far. Of course, a lot of that in shorts and a t-shirt, so you can only take so much from it. Today in the full pads, he looked good taking on any sort of power rush or rush at him. He struggled a little bit with some of the speed to the outside, but he's a rookie. He's getting used to what that speed looks like in the NFL. And Dante Fowler is one of those guys that's super quick off the ball and has given him a couple of issues along the way. But he's a third round rookie, and it's going to take a little time for him to get settled in and learn how to play that position and deal with the different kind of rushers that the NFL gives you.
How realistic is it that he's left tackle week 1 against Tampa? We can go around the room on that, because I'll start, and for this hypothetical conversation, we're assuming no injuries, right? Like,
of course.
That's just kind of the conversation here. They drafted him to be the left tackle. They now got him at left tackle. Day 1 in pads. I think it's 75, 80% that's your left tackle week 1.
Yeah, maybe I'm not going to go percentage-wise, but I think it's very realistic that he is. And as we get to more padded practices, and just like you guys were talking about with Jaden and getting starting reps against the Jets and the Dolphins, I think it's going to be important for Brandon Coleman to do the same thing. I think it's realistic with the lean towards likely.
I think they want him to be it, but it's going to come down to how he handles it and picks it up. If it goes based off of the plan, he's starting. But we know football doesn't go based off of plan.
Sure.
I think they want him to be. So I think they're going to give him every opportunity. If he earns it, he'll get it.
I like his footwork a lot, and I think that is sometimes the hardest thing for rookies to adjust, is how quick they got to move their feet. And then B, I know what drove you nuts with Leno was that he would hinge at his hips. Coleman seems really fluid in his hips already, and that's probably some of the athletic stuff that drew them to him. And I think that stuff can translate and get better.
He squats well. Like he bends his knees and not his hip, not his waist, which is super important for any O-lineman, hell, any football player really. And what I like most about it is that he just swallows up rushers. When guys try to rush through him or even to the inside of him, he just swallows them up and doesn't give them a chance. And there were a couple that when they were doing the run period plays where he was cracking down or blocking down on a D tackle, and he would just clear out the entire left side of that, or right side of the defense, left side of the offense, and give those running backs just a massive hole. And he's able to both crash down on that D end or D tackle, and also make his way to the second level, which speaks to his speed and his footwork, and that high RAS score. That these things all look good in shorts and a t-shirt, but it's a different game once you put pads on it,
Yeah.
you have to kind of match the punch to the athleticism, to the feet, and keep it going. And today he did a very good job with it, and it gave him a good base to build off of.
Yeah, I think like he is sometimes guys may not step exactly how the coach wants them to step, but they're just athletic enough to get there and to be strong enough. Strength normally bothers young guys here more than it does anything because they can get bull rushed all the time. And if a defensive end can bull rush you, he can do whatever he wants to you because he'll start the bull rush and then go right past you. The fact that he can hold up on the bull rush will enable him to be able to set a little bit, but he has to be understanding that he got to push the guy past. If he gets that down, he's okay to go.
I agree with you. I think it's a pretty interesting track there at left tackle for Coleman. It's his job to lose, I would almost say. And maybe that's too much of a statement on July 29th, the first day of pads with a rookie left tackle. But like similar to Jaden, I think whether they want to force it to be Jaden or not, like you drafted him, it's going to be him. I think Jaden's the best quarterback here already. I think Coleman might be the best tackle. Like, and I don't
know if I can go there yet.
I'm not saying
it's too early to say that yet. But
I think Jaden,
it's trending in that direction.
Jaden in a position to where you can force it to be him.
Right.
Listen, we talked on the
Third round pick was
podcast.
drafted like that.
We talked on the podcast last night or yesterday about the quarterback competition being a competition charade, which largely I think it is. I don't know there are many people out there that expect Mariota is going to be your week one starter.
Right.
I think there is real competition at left tackle, left guard,
so the left
and
guard
right
was the one I
tackle.
wanted to bring up.
And that was Michael Dieter has. I don't want to say he's taken over for Nick Allegretti at left guard, but certainly most of the practice on what day is today? Monday. It's on Friday, Saturday, whatever.
Today's Monday.
Yeah,
Sunday.
the past two practices, Michael Dieter's taken most of those first reps at left guard. And yesterday, when Andrew Wiley was sitting out and Dieter was in there, I thought it might have just been a little bit of the coaches getting some different views and see kind of where guys are. But today being the first day in pads, which is the first real big day for O&D line.
And Wiley was back.
And Big Luke was starting on the right side. I just think there are three positions that are up for grabs on this O-line. And I think it's fair for fans to have some consternation about what this group is going to look like at the end of the day. But at the end, an offensive line isn't the individual parts. It's the sum of the parts. And
Totally.
it's how the five guys work together. And even if they do have a weakness in one of the two tackle spots, part of the problem last year was that they had weaknesses across the board and you couldn't send help to everybody. So they had to pick and choose where they were going to allow themselves to be weak at. If you know that either at right or at left you have an issue, you can send a chipping running back. You can have a tight end stay in. You can do different things to help that guy out. And I just think between some of the parts this year, the improvements with having Tyler Biotish at center and bringing in some more experienced guys to play guard, I just think the sum of the parts is going to be better this year than it was last year.
I mean, you certainly hope so, right? What do you think of the possible? I think it could be a legitimate competition at right tackle with Wiley and Big Luke.
Yeah, I love it.
Or just kind of the overall competition between those three: Coleman, Lucas, Wiley, and two starting spots. Anyway.
Right, and I think that's an interesting place because if you have a guy,
But isn't that what the coach said? Competition.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Like you should.
I mean, I'm happy to be saying it.
It's funny because almost similar to the quarterback situation, fans don't want a competition because they want it declared who your guy is. But it's not always easiest to know who's going to be best in what system until you start seeing them play in it.
Yeah, when he was talking earlier, he said how we may try something and then we may basically trash it because it didn't work. But what if it does work? You know, and I think that's what you find out right now in this whole competition thing because, you know, in all my life, when you make people compete against each other, you find out who's the damn best. And as an offense, we talk about the quarterback. I think the offensive line probably is as important as the damn quarterback because if that quarterback can't get protection, he can't perform.
Well, and I don't think we've talked almost at all about Trent Scott, who is the fourth tackle in camp.
Big dude.
He's a big dude. And listen, if Big Luke beats out Wiley on the right for right tackle, is there a chance that they try Wiley out at left guard, which has been one of the things that JP has brought up for a while? I think there's different machinations of what this offensive line is going to look like. And to sit here today and say, who the starting five are going to be, or that they're going to be good or bad is just way too premature because we just don't know who's going to end up playing where.
I agree with all that. Mitch Tischler joining us here on, I guess you're not really on the BetQL guest line because you're sitting here in the tent, but
I can step outside and make a phone call.
everybody should check out BetQL anyway. Brian and I talked about him a little bit earlier this morning. The kid Owens, the safety from Texas Tech, the undrafted kid. I know you really like him. What has caught your eye there?
Yeah, he's a guy who has really good ball skills, I would say. The coaches have the refs out here, and before today, I didn't see much from him today in the padded stuff, but before today, they're throwing a lot of go balls, especially with the opportunity with the refs to kind of let the guy see what kind of handsiness the DBs are going to be able to get away with. And he was just a safety he was playing free safety, and did a really good job all week of kind of getting over the top and meeting balls at the high point and breaking up passes. And he was able to do that without drawing the PI penalties that are so rampant in the NFL now. And he's a big body, and we know what Dan Quinn has done with big body safeties before. And everyone wanted to talk about the kid they drafted out of Oregon, Dominica, Washington. Sorry. But Tyler Owens is another big body safety who's been looking pretty good.
I agree with that. I think it's been pretty fun watching this thing develop, and I'm really looking forward to getting up to Jersey. I think that Jets team is pretty darn good. D-line, has anybody stood out to you today kind of as the first real time to watch those guys? I said it, and this is not breaking news, but that first rep was a reminder that Allen and Payne can be pretty significant badasses when they want to be.
I don't think if we get that, we'll see a damn defense that can play great.
Right.
It's a daily rite of camp that the first day in pads, Allen and Payne go out and just kick everybody's ass up and down the field. To me,
now it's important. You pointed it out earlier.
It's important that it happens during the season.
Right.
Yes, and consistently as well.
Yes.
Well, and after practice, Johnny Newton, who hasn't done any 11-on-11 or done much physical stuff yet, Dan Quinn actually took him over there with a couple of with Mason Brooks and a couple of the other guards and tackles, and had him working through double teams on the side field after practice. And so they're clearly starting to ramp Johnny Newton up a little bit, which I think will help out a bunch. But D-line, I think you're going to see Dorrance Armstrong and Cleveland Farrell be kind of your starting ends. And Dante Fowler just brings a rush to the table that other players in this camp don't. His speed and ability to get around the edge and get low and turn a corner is just really impressive to watch, especially when he ends up going against some of the second and third team tackles who he's able to just, embarrass getting around the edge. And there are a couple times today that he would have gotten, and that we've seen a couple other days in practice, he would have just gotten clear shot at the ball with the quarterback still holding it.
And Luvu rushes from all positions.
Luvu's so impressive.
He's instant. He reminds me a lot of Mikey. When you watch him, those guys play, it's no hesitation. It's like when they decide to go, they get going. The drag race cars where they just take off, they go. That's how they are. And you like that. They have no wasted movement.
Dan Quinn.
I thought Chin too. Now he's playing a level back, right? But Chin gets moving downhill. He's going to thump you.
Mm-hmm.
He's when he's running, it sounds like a damn
thundering herd of buffalo.
Yeah, dude. Like just the physical movement. When
that's not real good to be doing with all that damn dust down there.
Yeah.
But you would think the D lineman and O lineman would be like a herd of buffalo or whatever it may be, but they're not like running outright during a play. But Jeremy Chin, when he's back at safety and attacking the line, you can hear him coming from a mile away.
Oh, he's a big fella.
Bring the thump.
Dan Quinn talked about Jordan McGee yesterday and kind of his speed in small places and in tight windows. And I think when you bring up Frankie Luvu, that's something that kind of that sticks out because he's just he's in a spot and then he's gone, and you see him around the football constantly, and he's able to bring bull rushes to these interior O linemen and push them back.
See, sometimes you get drafted from a certain school, you automatically get chances. Other guys got to get into the equipment and then show the coach, hey, you need to look over here too, and that's what McGee's doing.
Why would you ever give anyone a chance from Louisiana Lafayette?
I'm just saying, bro. That's all they do.
It was Southeastern Louisiana.
Yeah, but you know,
Yeah, back then.
a lot of people get drafted because of their school. They don't stay there because of their school too, because they were complacent.
What do they tell you? Don't scout the helmet, right?
Yeah, you do. Scout the heart. Scout the heart, brother.
I think McGee. I don't think they have much depth at linebacker, right? You got Wack. Think about what they did since they got here. They signed 3, drafted 1, right?
It's the most improved individual position in the NFL.
That may be 4 people.
Right.
And you get 1 or 2 more, they're good.
So if you look at the linebacker position, it's premature for this. And for whatever reason, he's a lightning rod, even though he's played fairly well the last 2 seasons. The rookie year was bad. I don't know that he got a ton of coaching. But you look at the linebacker room, Luvu, Wagner, McGee are locks. They just signed 2 of them. They just drafted the other one, right? The kid Pittman, they signed. This front office signed from Detroit. And he's a special teams guy. And you got this new kickoff rule, so you want guys you can trust, right? That's 4. Then you've got Keandre Jones, the Terp, who just keeps making plays. You got the kid Bauer from Notre Dame.
You're starting to scout the helmet.
I'm not. He's an undrafted big kid that runs downhill. I don't know what he's got, but like, if Jamin's a backer, he needs to be ahead of Pittman on that depth chart. If Jamin's a DN, when we talk about these pass rushers, we never really bring him into that equation. We talk about Armstrong, Fowler, Farrell, Jones, Henry.
Hold on. Have you seen Jamin Davis take a rep at linebacker?
No.
He's not a linebacker. He's a defensive end.
But what's the path to a roster spot?
I think you said it. I think you
That's what
made
I'm
the
saying.
point.
Like, it's
We'll see, brother.
they have no. But my point is, because of the lack of depth at linebacker, like, injuries occur. We got 3 preseason.
How many
games,
linebackers they normally keep?
4-ish.
You
They only played 1 or 2 at a time last
you
year.
name 4 people. Okay. How much depth do they need at linebacker? And who said they can't find it with someone here?
I think some of these guys are prime practice squad candidates too.
I understand that, but I'm saying, like, you name Wagner, Luvu, McGee,
Pittman.
and Pittman. That's 4.
Yeah.
All right. And you may be able to find somebody else in there.
Sure.
And I mean, a lot of people have written off Jamin. We don't know for sure what their plans are with him.
I don't know what their plans are for him, but if it revolves around him being a defensive end, I don't think that there's a real path to the roster for him unless they keep him as a flyer and hope that he improves dramatically.
And if he doesn't make the roster, whoop de damn do. If he ain't good enough, he ain't good enough. I don't care if he makes it. But
it's just a further.
What are the 4 people that we think can play linebacker? We name those.
Right.
They need to have two others that are legitimate that could probably play. Remember, there are going to be other people getting cut off of other teams that they probably are looking at right now.
It's just a further condemnation of everything that Ron did. Ron did in the draft.
Let's forget about it. Ron. Let's just move on, move forward.
But you have a really athletic, size, speed freak here. You'd like to think there's a place, and as you project this out and start doing the math, it gets harder and harder to find a space. Speaking of spaces and people trading places, MLB trade deadline, hot, heavy. I think the actual deadline's tomorrow or Wednesday. We're all wanting to see what the Nats are going to do. They did make a move in the division. Kind of interesting. Toby Altizer joins us next. Trade deadline special right here on B. Mitch Finley. on the stream.
Uh-huh.
Commander Tequila proposed a trade. He wants to trade me for Pam Oliver.
Nah, I'm gonna keep you.
I don't know why I'm getting traded. That feels weird. T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use the savings calculator. Check them out at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Yep.
I'd struggle saying that. Hello, Toby.
You struggle with S's.
Get us up to speed. Nats have made some moves. Are there more coming? Where are we?
Yeah, so Jesse Winker got traded over the weekend. He got traded to the Mets for Tyler Stewart, who is a right-handed pitcher, 6'9", 250. A big dude, throws mid-90s on the fastball. We'll see. Maybe he could end up at the big league club at some point this season. He's been in Double-A most of this year, and he's played decently well, so we'll see what he can do. But the big name to keep an eye on that we were talking about in the break before, JP, is Kyle Finnegan.
Yeah, dude.
What happens with Finnegan? Where does he end up going, or does he stick around? And when you look around baseball and what some of these guys are getting traded for, so, for example, the Angels closer was traded to the Phillies, and he got back 2 of their top pitching prospects. You look at the setup guy from Tampa got traded out to San Diego, and he drew the top 5 pitching prospect for the Padres and a top 100 prospect in baseball. And so, to me, there were, a couple of guys that are at the top of the market in terms of trade value, and Mason Miller's at the top because of so much.
That's
control.
the A's dude, right?
That's the A's dude that throws like 100.
Did you watch him in the All-Star game?
Mm-hmm.
He was outrageous.
And so there's a possibility that he could get traded. Right now he's on the injured list. He somehow broke a finger on his non-pitching hand. Like he placed it down on a
I got a
table
theory.
wrong.
They're not letting him pitch till they trade him.
Who knows? But he would be the top guy on the market because I think he's a rookie still. So he's got a lot of control. After that, it was between Estevez, who got traded to Philly because he's been really good this year, but this is the final year of his deal. Finnegan has been basically just as good as Estevez and is under contract for next year as well.
Yeah.
So to me, it seems like he would be second on the market in terms of value behind Mason Miller. And when you're seeing top 100 prospects getting moved for some of these guys, I think Rizzo could drive a hard bargain for Finnegan and get someone really, really good.
But
Go ahead, B.
Finnegan can get you something. But if they were not to let him move him, why would they? Why would they keep him?
They would look to next year. And they would look
because they still have an opportunity next year, which I think they'll be closer, which may be more beneficial.
And that's what I think it is, B. Mitch. Like, I think in terms of if you said, would you want to move Kyle Finnegan? The answer to me is no, but I think the price is going to be so good on what you can get that you have to say yes. But
why is the answer no to begin with?
Well, and here's why. Because I think next year they can compete for something. That they're going to have a chance. We'll see if they spend money in free agency, but there's going to be a chance that maybe they could. Patrick Corbin's contract coming off the books. So maybe you spend a little bit of cash on the pitching staff or re-up, bolster the bullpen, losing Harvey and some of these guys. But you could theoretically compete because I think at some point you're going to see Dylan Cruz down the stretch of this season. James Wood will have plenty of time in the bigs. Maybe Abrams takes another step forward. And this team has been somewhat competitive this year. They're right around 500, kind of hanging around 5 or 6, 7 games under 500 this year. You think if they can take a step forward, if they trade away Finnegan, you don't have a closer, you don't have a setup guy. That bullpen is bare bones going into next season, so you're going to have to spend money. So the reason I would think that initially I would say no, JP, is it's almost sending a message to that clubhouse. We're no longer in the business of looking down the road at potential. We're trying to compete. And if they kept Finnegan, I think that's the message you're sending to that clubhouse.
I hear you. I'm not ready to believe that they're actually going to spend money yet. Like, I think some TV deals get worked out. I think everything could look a lot different by next March. I'm going to need to see it first. And I think if Finnegan can get you what you're talking about, the top 50, top 100 guy, I think you do it. I think this
one guy or multiple?
Probably multiples, but there's going to be a crown jewel in any trade, right? Mm-hmm. And I think if you look at how they just drafted the kid they paid extra money for, I think if you talk to Riz and he's honest, they're probably still a year ahead of what was expected. And I think you just keep building because, dude, say Wood is playing well. Say Cruz comes up, say they rake, right? This pitching staff is a little bit of fool's gold. And we kind of knew it during the first 2 months when they were really overperforming. Now the numbers are kind of starting to even out. Like, yeah, they are a feisty, fun team to watch, competitive. But, like, when you watch the Guardians, I know you watch them. When you the Phillies right now, like the Dodgers, but all the Orioles, this team isn't close to competing with them.
The thing that they're not close to competing with them, but what I noticed when they have run support, this pitcher staff is even better.
Totally. And they're not getting much of it.
But they've gotten it over a few games or something like that. What if you go get such run support, then that pitcher staff is no longer fool's gold. Now they can throw their best stuff instead of having to force like they have to do most times when they're down.
And I think to JP's point, when you look at this pitching staff, like Parker's been a revelation, Irvin's been better than expected, Gore has really struggled, but they have a bunch of 3, 4, and 5 type starters.
Yeah.
And maybe they have a guy that could step up and be a 2. They don't have an ace in the organization right now, at least the one that's going to be in the big leagues anytime soon. So that's something that they could use. Luis Garcia at second base, he's fine. He's a solid player, but he's kind of up and down. So maybe they could use help at second base. Maybe they could use a catcher with Keibert Ruiz kind of struggling this year. There are different places. First base is a position they could use, or maybe third base. Like, there are places that they could definitely upgrade. And I think that you could get a really, really good prospect. Like this Lesko kid that got traded from the Padres for the Jason Adam, who was like an 8th inning guy for the Rays. Like, he was the 76th ranked prospect. That's a guy that's a top end of the rotation type arm. So if you're able to get someone like that, who's, a top 75 prospect in baseball for Kyle Finnegan, when, like you said, I mean, Kyle Finnegan's under contract for this year and next year. The chances that they win a World Series next year are very slim. You're looking 2 and 3 years down the road. So I don't hate the idea of moving him, but I also don't hate the idea of trying to compete, because at some point it's no longer about the potential. It's about winning baseball games.
I always feel when I'm moving at all costs, you lose. And that's what I don't. If they're going to move Finnegan, then you get what you can for him.
100%.
If you don't get that, if you're not getting what's capable, then why do it?
And to me, that's the only reason I'd say that there's a chance they could move him. Because I think because of what the market is right now, you could get something that it's almost like, I can't say no to this.
Well, if they get that, then that's cool.
Right.
100%.
But just to move him, no, I don't buy that one.
Take us through the Winker trade.
Yeah, the Winker trade, I mean...
So the Nats moved Jesse Winker over the weekend.
Yeah, and I know some people are looking at it like, okay, he gets moved to the Mets. It's an in-division thing. It's a rental. He's not going to be there long. They've made these sorts of deals with free agents the last couple of years. You think back to Nelson Cruz was signed to a 1-year deal. That didn't work out. He stuck around. But Jamer Candelario last year was someone that got dealt, and he brought back DJ Hers, and Hers has been up and down in the rotation of points this year, showing some really good signs. That's kind of what they're doing here. I mean, they signed Winker to be that guy. They signed Rosario to be that guy. I think they signed maybe even Senzel to be that guy. And 2 of those didn't work out with Rosario and Senzel. Winker did, and he's been better than I think they even expected. So it's a tough loss for the clubhouse. But ultimately, that's why you signed him, was to rebolster things. So I think it's a smart move, and you just add more pitching. I mean, you can never have enough pitching, even if it's just in the minor leagues, because also, one thing that we laid out on Bust Loose Baseball last night is when you look at looking to the future, you need a bunch of guys, not only to help out yourself, but what if you want to make a move in next year's deadline to go get somebody? You've got a bunch of pitching that you can move out.
Prospects help too. Who's most likely to get traded? Lane Thomas? Where are we at?
I feel like if we're going off those two, Kyle Finnegan's more likely than Lane Thomas. I just don't think when you look at Lane Thomas's numbers, he's more of a platoon bat. He's really good against lefties.
If it's a really good team, he's only playing against lefties.
Correct. And so am I going to give up enough that the Nationals feel like they're getting the value back of what they're losing for Lane Thomas to platoon? No. But I think that there's a real chance that you get a crazy good offer for Kyle Finnegan. So I would say him. If you're looking for some other names to keep an eye on, Dylan Floro's on an expiring contract. He's been a solid reliever this year, ERA just around 2. Maybe they move him. Maybe a Derek Law or someone of that sort. I wouldn't be surprised if they moved a reliever or 2, depending upon if they get a solid deal. But I think the big name to keep an eye on is Finnegan.
I'm with you. Quickly, briefly, let's go further up 95. Are the O's going to get Blake Snell?
Ooh, that'd be intriguing. And I think that'd be a fun one. I like the move that they made to get Eflin. I like the move that they made to get Sir Anthony Dominguez and some of these guys. I'm telling you, man, if I'm Mike Rizzo, I'm making a call up the road and telling Kyle Finnegan, come get him.
There's nothing that makes more sense.
It's
because
and they've got
who's the guy they paid? I'm blanking on his name.
Kimbrel?
Yes, he sucks.
Well, and I think there's like
He's like, hold his arm out.
Kobe Mayo is a high-end prospect, so I don't think that the Nats could get him. But like a Connor Norby is kind of lost in the wash as an infielder, and the Nationals could use that as an infielder. I don't know. Names like that get thrown around with the Finnegan that could be there this year and next year, and they're one of the best teams in baseball and could use a closer like Kyle Finnegan.
Need a closer like Kyle Finnegan. Toby, thank you, buddy.
Absolutely.
Trying to get his other team loaded.
I'm just keeping an eye on things. That's all. There's an American League and a National
The
League.
team he really cares
That's
about.
all
He's
I'm
trying
saying.
to get loaded.
I love them both. I love them both dearly.
I don't know about all that.
When you talk about a guy like Rizzo, though, it's a guy you can be confident in. It's a guy that makes deals. If you are looking for something similar outside of the sports world, I can't recommend enough the people at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They know how to get things done. They know how to make deals. If you're looking to buy a car or you want to sell your car, they're going to take the best care of you. And I know because I have bought 4 cars from them, sold them cars, traded them in, done all that stuff, lease buybacks, all of it. They're really helpful right now in what is a tougher time to buy a new car with these interest rates. They'll shop them for you. They'll find the best rates. Working with Oarsman has been great for me and my family. And Brian, I know it's been the same for you.
It's been great for me, but what I love most about them, like when you go in to get service, you don't want to be pillaged like a lot of these dealerships try to do to you. Oarsman has the lifetime edge, and they give you up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you a loaner car with every major maintenance, and they give you that Oarsman lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. If you want to sell a car with Oarsman, they'll give you 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value. Most people do not get even close to that. They don't make a difference what the make, the model of the year is. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. So let's ride together.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fam. Live, Commanders Training Camp, Ashburn, Virginia.
Ashburn.
It's steamy out here. We need to see if Crop Metcalf come out here with a couple extra air conditioners. All of our training camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I want to zoom out and go around the league a little, B.
All right.
Did you see that Tua and Jordan Love got paid?
Yep.
What do you think?
I think they were, and they should have, because you look at we don't see 32 exceptional quarterbacks, and when you get a above average one that's consistent enough, you got to pay him, because to get one of those, it's a crapshoot. You go get somebody else you think gonna get, they may fail. You got one that's already over the hump now. Help them out, put people around, and keep them over the hump.
It's funny because Tua has shown a level of strong play for a longer period of time, but I would rather pay and have Jordan Love than Tua.
Well, Jordan Love, he comes in, he has less injuries than Tua. He showed he was sitting there, then he began to show. Because let's be real. At one point, people thought Jordan Love was going to be a bust.
Right.
Okay. Tua brings the injuries, but I don't know, when Tua's on with Tyreek out there, and then now Waddle, when he's on, he can throw the ball as good as anybody out there.
I'm with you. Creates an interesting dynamic. Now, if you are a real salary cap geek and understand how the actual money flows and all these things, you recognize that Mahomes is still making a ton of money.
Uh-huh.
But Mahomes' AAV, his average value, is $45 million a year. $45 million a year. That is no longer even in the top 10 of quarterbacks' average annual value.
I think, but see the thing about that, Jay, just like Tom Brady, saying Michael Jordan back in the day, how much money does he make off the field?
And just hang on. So, Jarrett Bell was out in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Talked to Pat about it. I'm going to read you these quotes. It's awesome for the game of football. It's awesome for the quarterback position, but I think all positions. I know every time a contract comes up, everybody looks at my APY, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everything like that. I'm doing pretty well myself. For me, it's just about going out there, trying to win football games, trying to make money for my family at the end of the day. I feel like I'm doing a great job of that. So he was asked, Jarrett asked him if he felt underpaid. Mahomes said, no, not necessarily. It's important to note here, Mahomes has the highest 4-year cash flow from 23 to 26 and 24 to 27. So it's not AAV, but it's different. This is what Mahomes said of the Chiefs. I think we do a great job of managing my money to be able to pay me a lot of money and keep a good team around me. I know we've kind of restructured it a couple of times and got the cash flow up in certain spots and certain years. It's about having a good dialogue, good communication with the front office, with ownership. We've done that here. And as we've been able to allow me to be a highly paid guy while at the same time build a great team around me.
So basically what Pat is saying, they've renegotiated his deal 2 or 3 times, readjusted it. What happens when you normally readjust? They give you cash.
Cash.
So these other people are waiting for to get their AAV. He's getting cash. So that $450 that he is signed for, he's probably made a lot more money in those few years that he already has in his bank working for him than these other guys already have gotten. Then he makes a lot of money off of it too. He bought into the Kansas City Royals. He also has a soccer team. The man ain't doing bad, but he also will get another deal, and it's going to break the bank when everybody else got their money, and then he's going to roll off in the sunset. So we care about him being the highest paid.
You know he's not even 30.
He cares
Is
about
that crazy?
Yeah, but he cares about winning champions. I saw him in another interview. He said, "Man, I came here to win rings," you know. And I think that's the way you have to think sometimes. He's all right, believe me.
Next year, his cap hit jumps significantly, and he has a $32 million guarantee.
They'll give him some more.
And then there's no more guaranteed money after that, and the cap hit jumps tremendously. I think they'll probably rework it again, frankly.
And what are you gonna be doing? Getting a big old check to
Yeah.
take to the bank.
Right.
Just wire that. I don't need to carry that. That's too heavy.
Now, B, have you noticed more and more because of language in the CBA that allows teams to fine players for it holding out, basically?
Uh-huh.
You get fined.
Yeah.
That a lot of guys are doing what's called hold-ins, where they show up and then they're not practicing. Matthew Judon is doing that in New England.
Okay.
Wants to get paid, which I understand. So Judon during practice, sitting on a trash can off to the side. I don't know. I'm just looking what I've seen online. I think Jared Mayo eventually had enough of it, went over, had a conversation, and Judon left. How much of a distraction is that stuff?
Well, it's a distraction, but ultimately that's the way that they've set it up. And let's be real. By telling him to leave, that could be stopping him from being out doing what he's supposed to be doing, which can benefit him and help him out to where it never comes where he can get fined or whatever. You decide you want him to leave. He was out there trying to watch practice to make sure he stayed in mental touch with it.
It didn't seem like that from his vantage point on the trash can.
But let's be real. You have to do things in a
How
certain
tough
way.
is that, though, for a young coach that played defense? Now, he never played with Judon, but there's probably dudes on that Pats team that Mayo played with.
It's probably tough, but
then have to go talk to
just
the
like
player.
it's tough for those players to have to deal with the new rules. He got to deal with the new rules. All these coaches that ran away from NIL, that showed me weakness. So figure out a way to make it work. Or call your front office and say, man, I need this dude on the field. Pay him.
And look at this. Hassan Reddick traded to the Jets, wants a new deal.
Mm-hmm.
So he missed workouts. He missed a portion of the OTAs, so he didn't get a $250,000 workout bonus.
Uh-huh.
As of now, Hassan Reddick is up to $700,000 in fines.
Okay.
Now, they claim they can't waive this anymore. I have a feeling they can.
They can figure out a way.
But, dude, that's serious money, man.
It is. But you know what, though? They are forced to have to do something drastic to get their money. And normally, if I'm on a team with somebody fighting for their money, I don't have much to say if I'm on that team. Because you know what? As soon as I start trying to say what he needs to do, next week I'll be doing the same thing, and they'll be coming at me the same time.
Oh, players always support that. Reddick is now on his fourth team, I believe, drafted by the Cardinals. It never really worked there. His last season, it everything kind of broke right. Last 4 years, he's had double-digit sacks every season. The last two in Philly, he was excellent the Super Bowl run in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting because he's now 30 years old, clearly wants to get paid, spending a lot of money to stay on the sidelines. Something to watch for the Jets when we go up there in 2 weeks is if, what's a really good test for Brandon Coleman? If Hassan Reddick's on the other side. On the other side of this, Barry Straluga, live from Paris. Nobody go anywhere. 1067 The Fan. I'm fired up, dude. I've been watching a bunch of Olympics. I know you watch some, B. Joining us now on the BetQL guest line is our friend Mr. Barry Svrluga, calling from Paris, where he's covering the Olympics for the Washington Post. Barry, what's up, dude? How's life in Paris?
Let me put down this lamb shank and the glass of Pinot Noir, and I will get going.
Oh, man. Don't rub it
Yeah,
in,
I mean,
huh?
it is dinner time, I'm guessing.
What's that?
It is dinner time. You should be enjoying yourself.
Oh, it is. It's 7 p.m. and I'm in between Roland Garros for a little Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal and what might have been Nadal's last match at Roland Garros, and headed over to swimming for another night there. So full days, but fun days for sure.
What swim events are on the night?
So really tonight, it's probably a slow night for the Americans. Summer McIntosh, the 17-year-old from Canada, is swimming a final tonight. Real chance at gold there. Ariarne Titmus, who beat Katie Ledecky in the 400 free, has the 200 free tonight. She could win her second gold. That's kind of a running theme at swimming is the Aussie versus American rivalry. The U.S. is up now, but could be trailing by tonight. And then Lily King, who you guys may remember, she's won gold in breaststroke before. She's like a super character from Indiana University who like pops off about, drug culture and doping, whether it's by the Russians or the Chinese. So she could say anything at any moment. As I told you guys when we've talked about this before, I'm a little bit of a swimming dork because I've done swimming at the Olympics since 2004, I think. But to me, there's always good storylines in the pool.
Good race last night when they were gold and silver.
Yeah, I mean,
in the St. Red, Walsh lost to a Deuce. Is it? What's that? Deuce?
It's Husk. Tori Husk, and she's Arlington. She's an Arlington girl.
Yeah.
Who went to Stanford, and in that race, the 100 butterfly. 3 years ago in Tokyo, she missed a medal by 100th of a second. Fourth place by 100th of a second is worse than coming in last. Like, it's just devastating. So you live with that, guys. Like these people kind of toil in obscurity for 4, or in this case 3 years, putting in all this work with like no reward that the outside really cares about, and you don't know what the result is going to be. So she loses that medal by 100th of a second, and then comes back not necessarily, or certainly not as the gold medal favorite. Did well to be the second seed in the final last night, but Gretchen Walsh from the University of Virginia, she set the world record in that event at U.S. trials, and it looked like was in position to knock her own record down again yesterday. And in the last 25 meters, Tori Husk overcame her. It's one of the reasons you show up, right? Like you play the games because you don't know what's going to happen. And it was just an excellent example last night. And just so much reward for Husk over, to put behind what was a disappointment 3 years ago in Tokyo and kind of really reframe her career in what amounts to, under a minute's time. She's got more races to come and could win more medals. And she's now a key member of a couple of American relay teams. So just a super exciting night. And I will say, and I know I'm getting long-winded here, but I don't know what NBC showed of the 400 IM last night. The French swimmer Léon Marchand, who's a huge,
I saw the whole thing.
So he's a star here, guys. And the stats about how the home country does in Olympics as opposed to, when you're on foreign soil. He's got a built-in advantage, but he's also the guy in that event who took down Michael Phelps's last world record. Phelps had the record in that event from the 2008 Olympics. That's a long, long time to hold a record in swimming. And I have seen a lot of things in a lot of places over a lot of years. I was trying to figure out if I had seen a better environment, that's something that's not in my top 5 environments as Léon Marchand coming out and winning the 400 IM in front of just an absolutely enthralled, sold out French stadium. It was awesome, awesome, awesome stuff. And then throw in a good anthem at the end of these things in the medal ceremony. And I mean, that's why you travel all this way to do it. It was super fun.
That's really cool. We're talking with our friend Barry Sverluga, who is over in Paris covering the Summer Olympics for the Washington Post. Give him a follow at Barry Sverluga, Svrluga. He's been tweeting out his columns. I read the Ledecky. I don't know how to say the Australian young lady's name.
Ariarne is her first name. Her last name is Titmus, which you can probably pronounce.
Okay. Titmus. And so I watched that race, and I know this because I lost $20 to Mike Beasley because I bet on Ledecky and gave him the field.
Yeah.
And I was unaware of how fast Titmus is. And you had this column about how this is a hole in my resume. I understand that. The Summer Olympics come, I'm in training camp mode. But that Ledecky, who is probably the biggest star in American swimming, right? Like it was Phelps, probably now Katie. And the long rivalry she's had with this Australian swimmer.
Yeah, and it's also part of Katie's evolution. I mean, it's amazing to think now she won gold in the 800 free as a 15-year-old in London in 2012. That was kind of a little bit out of nowhere. She's just a kid from Bethesda and Stonebridge High School, and
hey, if you're shouting out the schools, you better shout out Little Flower, Barry. That's where things started.
Well, there you go. Yeah, exactly. And she would shout that out. But she's the old horse now, and she no longer at the 400 distance can put down times like she used to. Titmus, you may remember her not because of her, but she beat Katie in Tokyo in that event, and her Aussie coach went viral with this like crazy celebration, just like punching the air and he had this wild blonde hairdo. It was just like it became a thing. But your bet, I would have advised you, was wrong because there was Titmus and Summer McIntosh were both likely to be better than Ledecky in that event, and there's no shame in how it fell out. I mean, Katie did well to grab a medal. Now, I will say, going forward, that the 800 and the 1500 are Katie's strengths, and she's never lost. She has, I think, the 30 fastest times in history in the 800 and the 19 fastest times in the 1500. So she's heavy gold medal favorites in two more events, and then she'll swim a relay or two. It's the best of her meet is still to come.
All right, that's good to know. Now, Barry, you will also appreciate this, that when I made that bet on the swimming, we were in the men's locker room at RTJ after a round in which we all enjoyed ourselves. So, it was a good.
He wasn't that bad, Barry. He's just a degenerate and doesn't know how to say no.
Yeah, no, I can feel you on all counts there.
So what is like the hottest ticket over there right now? Is it tennis? Is it the track hasn't really started yet?
Gymnastics.
Right? Gymnastics, maybe.
Track doesn't start until Saturday, and really gets going on Sunday night with the men's 100 final, which will be awesome. Noah Lyles in that. I think, JP, they're all hot tickets. I was headed over from the tennis which was packed. I mean, no seats available in the main court at Roland Garros for Djokovic and Nadal. But we're only a few days into it, but it already feels like the Olympics has returned. I spent the summer 2021 in Tokyo and February of 2022 in Beijing, and neither of them had fans in the stands. And it's like the world woke up and was like, oh yeah, this is a cool thing that we'd like to go to. And it doesn't hurt that you're in one of the, best cities in the world. I mean, I think it'd be hard to argue against that. So I have not been, I went to rugby on the Wednesday before opening ceremonies. France, which is very good at that sport and ended up winning gold, was playing its opening match. And there were 69,000 people in a 69,000 seat stadium. Like,
wow.
These things are, I went to beach volleyball yesterday morning, which is really cool venue, right at the foot of the Eiffel Tower, just amazing view. And it's like 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and like hear all these Italian and Brazilian and Argentinian fans like singing and swaying in a pretty packed arena. So I haven't investigated tickets myself, but they feel hard to come by, and it feels very much like I'm not a shill for the Olympics. I love covering them, but I'll be critical of the IOC and the USOPC and the people who put on these games for things that they do. But this very, very early on feels like a win. Sorry about the motorcycles going by.
You're not going to care. You're not going to cover the surfing.
I can't get to Tahiti without a couple connections, so I'm going to pass on that.
That's crazy that it's way over there, though.
It does feel
so
big
weird
that it's Paris, maybe.
Yeah.
But the last ones were London, right? I mean, Paris, London are kind of that same world-class city.
No, you're showing your weakness here. London was 12 years ago in 2012, so we had Rio in 2016 and Tokyo pandemic delayed from 2020 to 21. So it's been a bit.
Okay, that's a legit hole. Sorry, I left hand up on that. But dude, I want to ask you this because you are a resident of the District of Columbia. You're a sports writer. You've traveled the world. You've seen these games. I am of the belief that one of the biggest problems when we discuss RFK Stadium is that, I think regardless of the stupid partisan politics in our country, every American should think it's dope to have an awesome stadium near the capital. And Paris has it, London has it, world-class cities have these things. Does that, when you're there, do you think about that at all? What it's like if this was in your hometown or your town now?
So I don't disagree at all. I'm not saying that I've spent a lot of time thinking about that. I will say that I found it surprising that the main stadium where track is going to be held is in fact in a suburb north of Paris, not far out. It's as if it was in Rockville or something like that. So that's a little bit strange. It's not right in the heart of town. But I will say, JP, that sorry, these motorcycles are nonstop.
Don't worry about it.
As a resident of the District of Columbia, I do get bothered that the capital city isn't always used as a unifying thing anymore. We should look at the Capitol and be like, wow, that's pretty badass. That is a symbol of our country. And if you look straight down East Capitol Street and the leaves are off the trees, you can see RFK Stadium, and it should be a central part of any city. And having it, I think, particularly in a place where the district is its own thing, and Maryland and Virginia are very distinct and on their own. And I think people that live there and grew up there would have extremely partisan feelings about living and growing up one or the other.
Sure.
But the district should be kind of a unifying place, and having, the one team that is inarguably the most important team in town because it's the most important sport in the country. It does make sense to me, at least from a visceral and emotional level, to that stadium would be right where the old stadium is now.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, we have people from other states running that.
Well, and the thing that drives me the most crazy is all these carpetbaggers that come to DC and they talk about draining the swamp, and DC's the problem. And
they're the swamp,
and then they just stay here.
They're the ones that make it bad.
Well, and that's the swamp thing drives me crazy because if you and I'm not, people can live wherever they want, but my community is a community. People are working, raising their families, sending their kids to school. It's not a swamp, man. It's just a normal place where you go to a restaurant that you've known for 20 years. That's just a regular community that happens to be near the Capitol,
Totally. It's the same as Cleveland or St. Louis or other
Absolutely.
places. All right. I do hear the sirens, right? And I'm curious if it has anything to do. Now, I know that you are boots on the ground in Paris doing real reporting, writing columns. But our investigative reporter on the B. Mitchell Finley program, Landfill, has researched and found out that there was a lot of rain this weekend that might have swept a whole bunch of sewage into the river. What can you tell us?
Well, the reason that matters is that the River Seine, which has been prohibited swimming for, I think, a century because of water quality, is supposed to host the swimming leg of the triathlon race, as well as the open water swimming. And there have been questions about whether that was appropriate. The mayor of Paris, the week before the games, took a dip in the river to try to swim in it. I think it was a she, Mitch, but either one or the other. And so at Landfill's point, there was a ton of rain over the weekend, and that can affect water quality. They have backup plans for these things. I don't know the status of it right now, but it's a legit concern, because they want, in a way, for these games, the venues are the stars, because they're playing in front of the Eiffel Tower. They're playing this amazing fencing venue. That just looks like a palace. Like, they're using Roland Garros. They would love, like they did for the opening ceremonies, to use all of Paris and the Seine as a backdrop to a sport that most people wouldn't turn on unless they were like, holy cow, are they swimming in the Seine? Like, look at, they're going by Notre Dame. Like, how cool is that?
Yeah. No, dude, they've done a hell of a job with that. Like the beach volleyball I've watched, and it's got the Eiffel Tower right behind there. We were watching, I don't know how I ended up watching this, but we were watching the horse. Like, I don't know what the event is called. It's not
horse dancing.
No, it's not. No, it's not that. This was like horses in the fields of Versailles. I think it was like Napoleon's castle or whatever. And they're running around, jumping over stuff. They got to like run through the water and jump over stuff. It was wild.
Equestrian.
Yeah, I draw the line there, man.
It's equestrian, but I don't know what the event's called. Steeplechase, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know. But it was awesome because of the venue, to your point. And I hope they're able to clean up the Seine in time and people get to swim in there. Be honest with me. How much has NFL news cracked your radar while you've been in Paris?
So I would say I can't escape the quarterback extensions, right? And I'm keeping an eye on Jaden and what's happening in Ashburn. But I mean, if you're gonna, I think I was on with Kornheiser, and he was like, "Do you miss like the opening of camp? Like, I know you love being where you're at." And I'm like, I just got to draw like Paris, big fat greater sign than Ashburn at the moment. So I'm keeping up with it, but I'm not obsessed with it, and I'll be back in late August and plenty of time to get the season and be there in Tampa on week 1.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'd rather be in Paris too.
For the record, I'd also rather be in Paris.
See, you heard that?
Good.
What about the seam head though? The seam heads for Luga. Are you watching the trade deadline?
I can't say that I haven't sent some texts to executives to say like, "Hey, how was the return on that Jesse Winker deal for the Nats?" So yeah, you can't, stuff's in your blood. You can't get it out of your blood, right?
I get it. Well, go get some more wine in your blood. Thank you for making time for us, dude.
Appreciate it, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, man.
Thank you. Seriously, Barry. You're always great to us, but calling for Paris is dope, and we appreciate it.
Definitely.
That's our friend Barry Sverluga. Give him a follow at Barry Sverluga, SBRLUGA. We got a comment in the stream there, and I thought this was really well said. Connor Smith said, Barry Sverluga is articulate, brings strong opinions, employs nuance. An old school columnist I could listen to for hours. I agree with you, Connor. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Love Luda. You know
Oh,
one
no.
thing me,
Lights
Luda,
out.
and Dan Quinn have in common?
What?
We all have the same birthday. How about that?
That's all y'all have in common.
Me, Luda, and DQ.
That's all.
We have all at various times
They're cool.
spent the night in Atlanta. DQ lived there. Luda lived there. I've been there.
They live there, though.
They live there. I did not. We've all at various times lived on the East Coast of the United States.
Ooh.
I don't know
Good
that
one
was
right there.
yeah. I don't know. Dude. So I just found this. I don't know who left it. Did you bring this? I don't know where this book came from.
Uh-huh.
It's the official NFL record and fact book.
What it says?
First Super Bowl, actual Super Bowl, Green Bay, Kansas City. I'm pretty sure they played at the Rose Bowl in LA. Maybe it was LA Coliseum, actually. Green Bay won that game 35-10, right? Lombardi. We're going way back. How much do you think Packers players made for the win? This is 1967.
$100.
15 grand.
Damn.
How much do you think the Chiefs players made for the loss?
7,500.
7,500. All right. How many years do you think the payout numbers remained at 15 G's and 7,500?
For the next 10.
I was blown away that it was 11.
7 years? Why 11? Well, that's an odd number.
They probably did it as long as they could, and then finally somebody was like, "Yo, pay us more." That's my guess.
Yeah.
So it went Packers, Jets with that crazy upset over the Colts, Chiefs, Colts, Cowboys, Dolphins, Steelers, Raiders, and then finally Dallas won Super Bowl 12. Dallas beat the Broncos 27-10. That's when it jumped up to $18K for the winner and $9 grand for Denver.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy how long that all took. Dude, I think so when the Skins lost that Super Bowl to the Dolphins, the Skins players made $7,500.
Wow.
That's crazy. What do you think it was last year?
Last year, 100 something?
Chiefs players got $164,000 each for winning the Super Bowl. And some of them got way more than that, obviously.
So, and I think that is low.
The Niners got $89,000.
Compared to,
I think that's incredibly low.
Compared to what the league makes off of a damn Super Bowl. You know, that's way more money than they make off a regular season game. That's way too low.
I think it should be
at least
$500,000, $250,000.
Definitely.
I find this almost shocking. When do you think the winner's share payout got to six figures?
Not very long ago.
Super Bowl 50.
Yeah. Because it was 36 when we won.
When the Broncos beat the Panthers.
Yeah. But that is where I think people have to understand where this is when people start talking about the league and how they manipulate things. That's one of those things.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah. So.
I found that astonishingly low. Listen, I would take the 15K should you want to give it to me, NFL.
No, you want more.
You
want your true share.
Yeah, that's true. My computer appears to be freezing on me. So apologies to the boys in the aquarium if there's something specific you need me to do. I'll try to get my phone. But been a strong day out here. Back in pads, kind of back in the action, Brian. I think tomorrow's going to be pretty light, wouldn't you expect? They didn't go.
Yes.
They didn't go live today, though.
No, they didn't go live at all. And it was rather short. But I understand how things work out today.
Yeah, it's how they run it, man.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow will be pretty light, but I can see it being long, like some actual install. Then there's off day tomorrow. Off day again on Saturday.
Off day tomorrow. Off day the following
Off day
day.
Wednesday.
Okay.
Sorry. Who's more excited for us to be back in studio, Landfill or Jeff? Who do you think, B?
Jeff. Landfill could care less.
But there's less landfill has to do when we're there than here. Boys, who's more excited for us to be back in studio?
I'm semi-excited.
He's lying. He's not excited at all.
Nah, like on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm like a 2, 2.5.
It's about the same we are for you.
2, 2.5. What about Jeffrey?
Man, Jeff's not here. What are you talking about?
Well, Jeff don't care.
For the record, I did not know that Jeff wasn't there, but it is kind of perfect that Jeff isn't there.
Yeah. He
He
probably riding his car laughing, or he's on his throne again,
might be on his throne.
like he was the last time.
Well, he likes to call in from his throne, so maybe he'll give us a shout. I'm curious. I got some weird stuff going on with this computer, man. Landini, have you watched any Olympics?
I've been watching the handball a lot on. I have the Peacock subscription, and I've been watching handball matches on there.
Wow, who's your squad? Is the U.S.
No.
Are we competing in handball?
We're not. No, from what I understand, we're terrible at handball. Yeah, it's not good.
Where are they playing a lot of handball? Because
Apparently, like Norway and Japan and Germany, they
So
they
they're
love
good
it
at
over
it, huh?
there.
Yeah.
I watched. Did you see any of these South Korean archers? I believe that's the right term. The bow and arrow ladies, badasses. Yo,
There is South Korean archery on USA right now.
dude, they're gonna win the gold. Spoiler alert: they are nasty.
They beat France.
Yo, and they all. I didn't know this. The archers, Brian. They all wear this like Band-Aid thing on their chin because when they pull the rope, I don't know, whatever that is, the cable,
It goes
the wire,
over their
it
chin.
goes right there. So they like it's like their helmet. Archery was cool. I like some of the random stuff. I'm telling you, whatever this horse event I watched was pretty good.
You got to find out what that was, man, because it sounds like equestrian or foxtrot. Not foxtrot.
Foxtrot's like the dance, I think.
No, what's the little thing?
Foxtrot.
The fox thing they do.
Steeplechase.
Yeah, so
Where they
it
chase-
sounds like that, but
Landville, did you see any of this
it's
equestrian
some type of
stuff I
equestrian
watched?
deal.
No, I've been watching some of the soccer though.
Who's looking good there? Wasn't there a
Japan's doing
major-
really well.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of funny. We all just watched the soccer and we watched the Euros and we watched the Copa America. We didn't get to see any of the Asian. Maybe they're like
the best.
Well, maybe they're just not tired from having just played these other big tournaments.
Could be.
Is that possible, Landville?
No.
Why
That is
not?
possible. The Olympics for the men's Olympics is players who are under the age of 23, very few of whom played in any tournament this summer.
Oh. Well, the best dude in the Spanish tournament was 17.
Yeah, but he's not playing in the Olympics.
Oh. So it's like kind of a B squad that plays in the Olympics?
A little bit. And the cheating Canadians were deducted 6 points. But they might still get through because the tournament is.
They still allow
terrible.
them to get through?
They might get
I
through.
thought they sent them home.
They sent the coach home.
What? Sending the coach home does nothing. The players are still there.
The players are still there.
Okay, so I think the thing I was watching was called eventing. Equestrian eventing cross country.
Sounds a little weird.
That's a
Do
horrible.
you know
name.
how they need a better name? I agree. Do you know how the horses get to France?
On boat.
A plane?
You got to get. It's a plane. And
I mean,
this is it's a plane, and it's got an all-time name. You want to guess the name of the plane that takes the horses?
No.
Landfill, you want to guess?
Air Equine.
No, not a bad guess though. Now I can't speak to the truth of this. This is information given to me by one Bridget Papa. But the name of the plane that takes the horses to the Olympics, Air Horse One. That's awesome. We'll be right back. It's PBH Philly. Song's a banger, though. A Fiddle Player 2. B. Mitchell Finley out at Commanders training camp as the day is wrapping up. Linville, I got to be honest here. If Jeff ain't here, is he just taking an L? Were we going to, it's time for.
He got an L.
Is Jeff just getting an L for the night? Did he leave a wager with you?
He left no bet. We award him an L. I think it's unanimous. 3-0.
That's all it happened.
L for
Where
Jeff.
is Jeff? Where did
He knows that works like that.
Well, I mean, I think he's been having some back issues, so he slipped the disc in his back or something because of his touchdown dancing.
No, he was stretching, and then because he didn't let it adjust, something else happened, which I never heard in my life.
Yeah, his explanation was nothing I'd ever heard.
He tried to blame Commander Tequila for it, I think. It was strange. I don't see how it's his fault.
Commander Tequila tried to trade me earlier. So
like
I don't know,
somebody bet that that Jeff couldn't touch his ankles for like $300 or something, and then
he tried to do it and hurt himself,
and he threw his back out.
Oh Lord, come on, dude.
What is the vibe?
And this dude claimed he's in shape.
Yeah,
I guess Round is in shape.
Round. What is the vibe in the office with Brian and I gone?
They having parties every day.
Yeah, there's
quieter?
nonstop parties, quietness. We've just been having all kinds of fantastic food. People are bringing in cookies, cupcakes. It's really a celebration here.
We're not even worried about that.
Who's brought in the most cupcakes? CK?
Some guy from Boston or something. I don't know. There's just food everywhere.
Man, if you're lying.
I believe there's food. Now, if you think about it,
they've never mentioned it ever. Which means there's not enough food.
Jeff would send a picture of the food. I'm thinking this through now with we weren't there today, right? Rooster's not there today.
Thank God.
Sheehan's never there.
Right. I've never seen him. We've worked at the same company for years. Never met the guy.
I saw Craig out here.
Hoffman's out here.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell's there?
I see Danny Rouillet right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're holding it down.
Danny's here. He's the only one I see.
What about Stallion?
I see him too.
Which you really don't want to see him, right?
That's true. Yeah, that is correct.
Darius?
I think Darius is here, but he's probably being blocked by my computer screen right now, and I'm obviously too lazy to adjust that in any way to see if he is in fact here.
Is Drab still there?
No, Drab, he's mad with power. CK has the week off, so Drab has really let the power go to his head. I saw him just run out of here.
It probably was hell hot up in that building. There.
Has Drab just moved all his stuff into CK's office?
No, it was 79 degrees when we got in here this morning, and then Drab left at 10:08. It's wild. It's out of control.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think y'all just have to fight him.
Fight Drab?
Yeah, fight Drab.
Yeah.
I mean, we could.
What kind of setup will there be Wednesday when Brian and I make our triumphant return to the office? Should we expect a parade, flowers?
Oh no, I don't want none of that.
No, I think it'll be more.
Wait, where are we going there? Thursday?
It'll be more of a funeral vibe.
You sure? Sure.
Funeral vibe.
Yeah.
When we come
You
back?
want to do that?
I have now seen Grant Paulson. Grant Paulson is here.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Well, Grant and Danny do come on next. But at the end of every show, we got to make some bets.
Let's make them. It's heard it here first.
All right. Apparently, the bet is Jeff has to touch the floor without bending his knees, and Commander.
I think he said he could put his palms on the floor.
I don't believe him.
I want to see it.
Can you bet on the Olympics? Let's get some Olympic action. Landfill, any bets you like for tonight?
Nope, not mess with the Olympics.
I'm gonna find one of them.
Bad luck on them.
I got one.
Yeah, okay. I'll bet the U.S. women's basketball team minus
that's what I
21 and a
just
half against Japan. Boom.
That's what I just found, and I
Boom.
want to bet the same thing.
What's
Boom.
the odds?
Oh, you could bet the Bills owner's daughter. She's playing tennis, it looks like.
I actually bet her in Wimbledon or
What are the
US Open or
odds?
something.
She's not the
Oh,
favorite. She's plus 104.
I'm talking about the basketball.
Minus
What do you-
110.
Yeah. What is your question? Basketball is just regular point spread.
I was asking because we should be better than most in the women's basketball.
I mean, they're 21 and a half point favorites.
They're 22-point favorites.
Okay.
The men play South Sudan on Wednesday. And South Sudan.
I can't wait to see what that odds going to be now.
People got really bent out of shape because, like, in the prep game, it was kind of close. But people are forgetting 4 years ago, like, they were losing to Nigeria and stuff in the preparation games. And then they dominated.
Yeah, Durant did look pretty good. I'm going to go with you, Landfill. I'm going to bet the U.S. women lay the number against who we playing? Who we rooting for?
Japan. They're playing Japan. We're not rooting for Japan.
Yeah, we're rooting for America.
Give me the Phillies.
Brian's taking the Phillies. Who they got?
They're playing against the Yankees.
Ooh, that's a good game. All right. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program.
Didn't give me the Texas Rangers.
There it is.
There you go. Parlay, baby.
The patented last-second parlay.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. We had a whole bunch of people in the tent. Rooster was here. Toby was here. Mitch was here. Thank you to all those guys.
I thought I was in studio. I'm not coming back anymore. I'm trying to be not in studio.
Where do you want to go Wednesday instead of the studio?
The beer place around the corner. They said just come over.
All right. Thank you to Mary's for Luga for calling in from Paris. We really appreciate that. Thank you to Landfill, apparently working by himself because Jeff left.
Way to go, Landfill.
Grant and Danny coming your way next.
Jeff, old slacker.
If you made it this far, Jeff owes you $300.
July 29th, 2024. It's Monday, and we are Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30 this evening, right here on The Fan. Eventually, Nats baseball out west against the Diamondbacks. Hello, Daniel.
What's up, friendo? This is just the best. I love this. Training camp is happening. We're eyeball deep in it. Summer games. Fast and Furious, Fast Americans, all the good stuff that I love so much, all the events. I found myself watching some sort of saber combat where two Americans were dueling it out for a championship. Either way, we win. That's United States on top. I love
fencing?
it. Yeah, it was fencing. I don't know if it was like epee or saber. I don't know the different things. I know that they have a lot of protective gear and a sword. And two United States women were in the finals. It was awesome that we went 1-2 and 100-meter breaststroke, including the winner from Arlington, Virginia. I love it. Makes me so happy.
I didn't know that we dominated in fencing like that.
I don't think we do, but this one event, we're pretty good.
USA versus USA in the final.
You like to
we
see
dominated.
It. You like to see
I
it.
watched more Olympics than I anticipated watching this weekend, to be honest. Not that I was out or anything, but I just didn't know I'd have as much time as I did, and I ended up logging some hours on the Olympics log for your boy. I watched a lot of the swimming, and I'm looking forward to a gymnastics final. I think we got Simone Biles coming up now tomorrow. Yep. So that should be good.
And how about Kevin Durant? Didn't play in any of the tune-up games for Team USA. Had a bad calf. Just walks off the bench and calmly won $1 million for $1 million. And he was pretty much the reason why they ran away from Serbia. Team USA didn't play that well. I know it's the scores. You can be like, what the hell are you talking about? They were sloppy. They turned it over a bunch. They shot the lights out. They deserve credit for that. I'm not blaming you for it. But if you're not 63% from three, which is what they were, that's a much different ball game. And Serbia didn't shoot it well for their perspective. So this is not a gimme here for Team USA just to cruise through. But still, it was good for them to get that first win under their belt.
First birthday today for the youngest. And
wow.
The oldest loses her first tooth today. I mean, it is a big day at the Paulson house.
Head on a swivel. What now? What are you going to pay? Or what's the tooth fairy going to give? What's the going rate?
That's the big question. I was told, so she has a special pillow that was made for her by a relative that she tucks the tooth in, and then this little mini pillow goes under your real pillow.
Yep.
And so she's already got the pillow under the pillow. She is ready to go. I asked her, I don't know. I didn't know if kids knew. I said, what is the expectation here? Have you heard what the tooth fairy pays? And she said she had no idea. But she did say that because she's 5 years old, she thinks $5 makes sense.
That's much better than the going rate.
And I said, that seems like it makes sense. I don't know. I'm not the tooth fairy, but I can put in a good word and see about $5. So that's where we are. There was also a lemonade stand in my driveway today.
What is going on?
It's just a lot of moves happening.
Wow.
Yeah. All kinds of stuff. But most importantly, in the nation's capital, we got ourselves football training camp. And a bunch of storylines today, including, I'm just going to hit some of the headlines for you in case you have not been paying a lot of attention to what's going on out in training camp. We got some Brandon Coleman first-team reps at left tackle. I'm going to be really happy if the rookie can work his way into a starting spot in some of these preseason games. I think this is all just part of a bigger plan and a competition and seeing what he looks like in that role. But that was very good to see him at left tackle. We also saw today that there's still first-team reps being split between quarterbacks. Marcus Mariota, as we're into week 2 of training camp, is still getting work with the first team. But with pads on for the first time today and the first 11-on-11 work, that first snap went to Jaden Daniels, which I was happy to see. Again, not a big deal because he's going to be the starter and we all know it, and everybody is going to lose their mind if he isn't. And so because of that and because he's better than Marcus Mariota, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to worry about. But he did get the first rep in 11s. I think they were in the goal line. And because of that, I am breathing a little easier and not worried at all about Mariota still getting reps, even though it's annoying.
Yeah, it is a relief that at least we're tracking in the right direction. I still find it exasperating. I'll never not. This is one of those I'll always be on this side of it. The same way when people skip OTAs, when it's so easy just to get there. The same, certain elements I just kind of can't get on board with, whether that's old school or new school. I don't know what school it is. I just know that if you have a neophyte rookie quarterback who is the future of the franchise, nothing works unless it works with him. I would do everything I possibly could to elevate that guy and empower that guy and give him every possible rep to let him soak up all the information like a sponge. No better way to do it than to learn by doing it. not by sitting around and watching. Even if you want to bench him for the first year, because that's the kind of quarterback you have, fine. He should still be getting the majority of reps in practice. And that wasn't happening through the first week. Sounds like we're now trending in the right direction for that to change. Thank goodness.
The other thing that came out of training camp today was Cliff Kingsbury conversation because of something Zach Ertz said. The projected starting tight end, the veteran who now comes to Washington as a former Eagle and Arizona Cardinal, played with Cliff Kingsbury under him in Arizona during Kingsbury's 4 years as a head coach. One of his favorite guys to draw up plays for at one point in time was Zach Ertz. Ertz at his press conference said this is the happiest he has seen Kingsbury, Danny. He said he looks completely refreshed. And if that sounds like he's in the best shape of his life, he's lost 15 pounds, typical training camp fodder, okay, there's probably some of that. But I also believe it. When you're not an embattled head coach in a really tough division where you're routinely expected to finish last, and over the last couple of years, you're on a pretty hot seat, and then you get a year off where you're just traveling the world, as we saw Cliff Kingsbury did, and you're away from football and you recharge the batteries, and now you come back and a couple teams interviewed you and were interested in you, and you handpicked Washington because they had the number 2 pick and you're working with Jaden Daniels. I can buy what you're selling. Basically, Ertz's point is he's got a new lease on coaching. He's a different guy. The batteries are maxed out now at 100%. He just took it off the charger. And Jaden Daniels is making him love calling plays again. Okay.
I buy that.
I'll subscribe to a lot of that.
I think everyone's had that kind of experience, right? Or if you haven't, it's relatable. I mean, this is forever ago. Obviously not the same. I was never an NFL head coach or even an offensive coordinator, but I had a summer that was miserable. I coached a team and I had a miserable time doing it. I love coaching. I love working with kids. I love working with baseball players, etc. I had an awful summer. And I said, I got to leave. I got to leave. I can't go through this again. I can't coach again for a while. And it took a couple of years for me to kind of come back and fall in love with it again with a kind of renewed experience of, coaching young kids where everything was far more innocent and fun. It was less responsibility than this like travel team where everybody was trying to jockey for position and look for college attention, et cetera. And I kind of fell in love with it again. You know what I mean? I totally believe that.
I think one of the biggest mistakes we make in evaluating coaches, and in specifics, I think one of the biggest mistakes we make in discussing coordinators is using their head coaching resume as an indicator of the quality of a coordinator they can be. They're two completely different jobs, and one is a lot harder. It's also almost unrelated completely to the other, but being bad at a harder, bigger job where you manage more people and have a lot more to do does not mean you can't be sensational at a lesser job. I don't know if Cliff Kingsbury is going to be the offensive coordinator they hired him to be, who's great. And if he is, then he might be a head coach a year from now, and he'll get another shot, ideally, in a situation better than that of Arizona. There's a reason why that team wins so rarely. And I hope for him that he gets that second act. Not everybody does. See a guy like Jay Gruden, who had one run as a head coach and soon thereafter was out of football. But I just think that Kingsbury has held against him that the last time he was a head coach, the Cardinals got outscored by 110 points and he was blown out. Twice in his 4 years, they had a positive point differential. They were plus 43 as an 8-8 team in 2020 in the pandemic year, and they were plus 83 in the 2021 season. He had a better record as a coach overall than almost any of the guys that have come through here and stayed for 4 years. Your Shanahan, Zorn, like any of those guys that were here and left, certainly Ron Rivera, Kingsbury actually was better than most of them as a head coach. But again, I want to separate that and say, what did his offenses look like? And what is this particular unit going to look like with him as an OC? Because it's a completely different, easier job. And I think there's a chance he's really good at it.
To me, this is such a fascinating thing, right? Where I remember the example I always use when it comes to this is Brian Billick, who was in charge of the incredible Minnesota Vikings offense with Randy Moss and Chris Carter and Dante Culpepper, or Randall Cunningham, I guess. They were amazing. And he was an offensive guru because he was in that group. And then he came somewhere else as an offensive head coach and had dreadful offenses. How much of it is coach coordinator? How much of it is players? It's always a push and pull. So Cliff Kingsbury's been in the room with some pretty outstanding quarterback prospects, some pretty good rookie seasons. We go back to Kyler Murray as a rookie, was pretty dynamic. He's been around some pretty excellent players where they were doing some amazing things. How much of it is his genius? How much of it is putting him in good spots? How much of it is you could have me do it and Pat Mahomes would be pretty good at Texas Tech? How much of it is you could have me do it and Caleb Williams would be awesome no matter what, right? That's always, proof is in the pudding. You try to extrapolate as much as you possibly can, but it's going to be fascinating. How is he this is how I do it, or this is how we're going to do it? AK, I'm going to adapt what I've got with Jaden Daniels. Or this is what I think fits best. There's always that kind of push and pull. So to me, this is one of the more fascinating hires, because if it goes great, he's gone. If it goes good, you might get a couple of years at this. And if it's bad, that derails everybody.
So as soon as they hired Cliff Kingsbury, I thought it was a tell that they were leaning toward Jaden Daniels. They also still could have gone May, I suppose, because May played in air raid in college, and that's the Kingsbury offense largely. So I don't think it would have been a brutal transition for him. But the reason it felt like for a lot of people, and many of you picked up on this and called in and discussed this with us here on Grant and Danny, that they were going to go the Jaden Daniels route when they hired Kingsbury, is what you just said. The running quarterbacks and the track record with dual threats really dating back to his time at Texas Tech off and on when he was a head coach from 13 to 18, but namely starting in 19 in Arizona, when I think he realized what he wanted as a play caller and an offense operator in this league. And so Kyler Murray in Arizona, then last year at USC, where he was a senior offensive analyst with Caleb Williams. And even though Williams is more of a pocket passer and an athlete, like an extender, a creator, less a designed to run QB, there was some of that in that offense. But I also think that made him really enticing. If I'm about to draft the number 2 overall pick at quarterback, you know who might be a good guy to run the offense is a qualified coordinator who was working hand in hand with the number 1 overall pick last year. He was just on that level with another Gen Z, quarterback prospect who you got to learn, I think, how to interact, how to coach, how to speak with really young people. And I'm not suggesting Kingsbury's old. He's only 44. But I do think coaching Kyler Murray or coaching Colt McCoy is probably a lot different than coaching Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, who grew up on an iPad, with a phone when they were 11 or whatever. And Kingsbury just did this as a special assistant with USC last year. That should make the transition to coaching Jaden Daniels easier also.
That's part of it. Yeah, again, that relatability factor. Now, you could still have one of those, old-timey guys at 65 that's just, cool as the other side of the pillow, right? The one blank on his name. Bruce Super Bowl Arians.
Allen.
Like not Bruce Allen. That guy's not relatable to anybody. Like Bruce Arians. Just always seemed older than everybody by 10, 15 years, but he was everybody's buddy. Like Andy Reid's old and still somehow relates to Pat Mahomes. But so there's that the familiarity, I think, is something. But a guy, again, that's his resume is based on the success of quarterbacks that he's been around, right? And the overall work turned in terms of his head coaching acumen, it isn't particularly special, right? There aren't any numbers that kind of jump out at you. You look at some of the scoring offense totals, yardage totals, etc. But really, we're talking about someone that's really been around a bunch of different kind of excellent quarterbacks. And that's kind of his biggest resume build.
One of the guys he coached was Colt McCoy, who I referenced. McCoy was on our show right before the draft. He was one of the guys that was going really hard in the paint, saying that Jaden Daniels is a no-brainer pick if Kingsbury is your coordinator because the fit makes a lot of sense. This was Colt McCoy on Cliff Kingsbury.
I love Cliff, man. He's one of my favorites. Grinder. He loves football. He's played quarterback, right? Played at a really high level in college and a little bit in the pros. And it's fun to play for guys, like him or Jay or Kevin who played the position, right? They see it differently. They have your back, and their mission and how they want the quarterback position to be played is very clear. And I think Cliff is going to have a ton of success in Washington. I'm so happy for him. I talked to him several times, and he's going to be great.
That was Colt McCoy on this show right here on Grant and Danny. How about what Jaden Daniels had to say after his initial interactions with and the first batch of coaching he got from Kingsbury? This was after rookie minicamp and then the official minicamp this spring.
It's kind of like going back and watching with stuff, it's like it's different than the air raid. We not gonna air the ball out 50 times a game. One thing about Cliff, Cliff is open minded. Yeah, like, he ain't the OC that's like, man, it's my way. Like, we gotta do X, Y, Z. Just having conversation with him was like, man, what do you like? How can we help the team be better? And I'm like, we bouncing ideas back and forth off each other, but I like his scheme, honestly. I think it suits me. And obviously, you got to evolve with the times. You got to be able to have balance, keep a defense honest now, especially with all those athletes out there too.
So there's a couple things out of those Jaden Daniels points that sing to me a little bit. But I think he's onto something with Cliff's scheme in that Kingsbury's never been a play caller and an offensive coordinator only in the NFL, right? He went from the college game at Texas Tech to being a head coach where he called his own plays. But you don't have to bring that offense with you. I'm sure he's got a, base package and plays. And when you get Cliff Kingsbury, you get this, you get these principles, but you can rebuild whatever you want now. And he also is a marriage because he was in college at Texas A&M and Texas Tech and Houston, obviously way back when, of, some of those pass every down philosophies, and having been a coordinator of a team that could run the ball a little bit in Arizona. Like, he's been at both levels. I think Sunday should look like a real blend of Saturday and Sunday at this point. And he theoretically should be able to do that very well in terms of indoctrinating Daniels with the ability to make some of the throws he made at LSU in the same route concepts, but also, how much I want him to be running the football. I think if you draft him, don't draft Lamar and tell him to stand in the pocket. And I'm not saying that Daniels can't throw it, but he can sure as hell run it. And I think that Kingsbury is going to find a way to get that part of the offense elevated.
You would think. I mean, just again, there's that. Again, you and I have sort of disagreed about this in general, but I think there is a balance, right, of what you could do early success versus what's most important long term. And to me, keeping him healthy and upright is the most essential thing. So that doesn't necessarily mean you don't ever tuck it and run. In fact, it probably means the opposite. It means you probably do that maybe more than average to keep the defense honest, right? If you get punished a couple times because you send extra rushers and he breaks free and runs, talking about Daniels, then maybe you're less likely to have guys heat seek him. I think week 1, they're playing Todd Bowles and the Tampa Bay Bucks. That you think they're not going to start blitzing him as soon as he gets into the arena? That's the entire plan at this point. Just see what the kid can handle. So I think you need to do a lot of things to keep him and his proclivities from getting in the way. Okay, so that's probably more boot action, more rollouts, more move in the pocket, more design runs. Those things to kind of spoon feed to keep him healthy for longer, because that's only going to help him improve.
Yeah, we agree on the fact that keeping him healthy is critical. It's the only thing that matters. And that's going to be up to both Kingsbury and Daniels himself.
Absolutely.
Mainly Daniels himself, honestly. But the coach can help that. Where we'll disagree, I don't believe in this idea that if he's a dual threat or a runner early, it prohibits him from developing as a passer. I don't think that's true. And I'll just never believe that. I think you could do both at the same time. I also think in year 7, he'll still be a dual threat. That's why they drafted him. Like, he shouldn't be a 90% passer and a 10% runner by a certain date. Like, you drafted Jaden Daniels, you get Jaden Daniels. If you didn't want him to run all over the place and be Superman, then you might have wanted to draft someone else. Here's Dan Quinn on why he brought in Cliff Kingsbury.
Cliff has always been somebody that I've kept up with. Years ago, we both coached in college, and we first met each other at an award show and just kind of hit it off on that time, and then competed against each other. I certainly followed his career, through his time at Tech and then into Arizona and competing. And so in the same way of why I wanted to hire Kyle years ago, like, he was hard to go against. He would stretch the field horizontally and vertically, and going against Cliff, those same feelings you had. This is going to be tough. Matchups, formation, speed, shots down the field, aggressiveness, boldness to go. And so as a coach, you were writing down some names, if this is something in your future that said, if I get that shot, this is somebody I would want to talk to. And so that's where the start came from him. We're really pumped that he's going to be a part of it. Obviously, I know people talk about, his acumen with quarterbacks, and that's proven, but he's also an excellent coach. He's not just, a guy that's going to be with the quarterbacks the whole time. So I want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Danny, that's a pretty good way to do it. If you're an offensive coach, you need a defensive coordinator. Who do I hate coaching against? In this case, Quinn's a defensive-minded coach. Who were the guys that were the biggest pain in the butt to prepare for because their scheme was so good? And whether it's true or not, what he said at his press conference was Kingsbury's up there near Shanahan for him in terms of guys he just didn't want to deal with.
I love that. Again, you would say whoever, when Green Bay took him to the woodshed in the postseason, okay, I get that. I'm humbled by it. It's not some sort of fluky, fickle thing that's all made up. I go, if I have a chance to work with one of those guys, I'm going to do that because what they just did to me was they de-pants me in front of everybody.
Yeah, if Matt LaFleur was available this
Right.
offseason.
Yeah, whoever's in charge of LaFleur's offense, give me his number 2 out here. But that's the idea. You go up against it. You know how hard it is to prepare for. That makes sense.
What is your confidence in Cliff Kingsbury as their coordinator? And what would a successful year one look like for him in this first season? 800-636-1067. If you want to join us on Grant and Danny, that's 800-636-1067. We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Want to know just how sure you are that Cliff Kingsbury is the right guy for the job and that he's going to get Jaden Daniels where he needs to go as the number 2 overall pick here in D.C. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
Yeah, we haven't honestly even started install yet, so I haven't even got a lay of the land quite yet. I'll probably take a look at just got our iPads within the last few days. So I'll try to take a sneak peek at what we have looking forward. But, I know with him talking to Zach Ertz, he does a great job of trying to get his playmakers involved, which I think we have a really good group of guys from the running backs, the receivers, and some solid tight ends as well. So I'm just looking forward to see where I fit into that. And, I think with him, his biggest things is making sure the playmakers are making plays and trying to fit the scheme around that, which is always good to hear.
Terry McLaurin a few weeks back talking about Cliff Kingsbury, who is the first-year offensive coordinator here in D.C. We want to get to your calls on Kingsbury in just a moment. The MGM National Harbor listener lines are open at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. By the way, at 2:45, Danny, 14 minutes from right now, a major development in my interests. I may enjoy something that I didn't think I did. There's something that might be for me that I've always thought I was out on.
Wow.
Still developing situation.
Okay.
That's at 2:45. Before we get to the phones, Danny Rouillet on Cliff Kingsbury, your level of confidence that he's the right guy to get Jaden Daniels to top tier status is what?
Probably 6 out of 10. So not bad.
Okay, but
I'm not down. I feel okay. I'm a little bit unsure because I look at the finished product of Kyler Murray. Now, how much of that is injury? How much of that is his own limitations? I don't know.
How much of that is that he's just a wee little guy?
He's just a wee fella. I have no idea. All we saw when Cliff Kingsbury was calling plays in the pros, Kyler Murray's in the shotgun 99.9% of the time. Again, is that because Kyler Murray's 5'7", or is it because that's what Cliff wants to do? I don't know. So there's some jury is still out. Again, he has been around some really intriguing, fascinating, awesome quarterback prospects. I don't know. Now, it's kind of this sweet spot, and we've talked about this when we're talking about the head coaching hire. There's a sweet spot where if he's great and this offense is awesome, I don't think that's going to be the case, but let's say that it is, he's probably out of here. He's going to get a head coaching job somewhere, or he'll be offered that as such. If it's pretty good, then you've got a chance at some sustainability over the course of a couple of years. And of course, if it's bad, then, who knows? We'll reevaluate then. But I feel okay about Kingsbury. I don't know who I would have preferred in the role, to be honest with you, in terms of the OCs out there. But given this structure, I feel as good right now as somebody could.
Yeah, my preference, just to pick up where you left off, not that I was planning on starting there, but would have been one of the guys that worked with Shanahan, right? Probably I would have gone the way of like Clint Kubiak, who ended up getting, I think he was the last coordinator hired, actually, and he went to New Orleans and got the job with the Saints, if memory serves. That might have been the way I went, but I'm a Shanahan mark. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
No problem with the Kingsbury hire. I think that his situation in Arizona and their limitations had more to do probably with Murray than him. But we're going to find that out once and for all here. I expect him to have a lot of success with Jaden Daniels. I think it is a good marriage, and I think he'll be able, as I said last segment, to design very quickly some LSU-like offensive structure that Daniels is comfortable in, that allows them to move the chains and to put up points. And then you can feed him little by little more of the Sunday stuff. Let's let it be Saturday for a couple weeks, lest we forget 2012 and Kyle Shanahan with Robert Griffin, where they just ran pistol read option. They look like a Big 12 offense for the most part. That New Orleans game where he went for 300 passing yards and they scored 40 points, they were just a Big 12 offense. It was bubble screens and some crossers and some drags and some easy one half the field reads and a whole lot of basically pistol series runs off the edge, inside outside zone. I think there's going to be a lot of that. I think he's going to be a good fit. But I guess my last thing I want to bring up before we get to the phones is I am a little bit nervous that it goes so well that he leaves. Like, to me, it going terribly is the worst case scenario. The second worst thing is that it goes so well that he rolls out, and then what? And everyone says, oh, it's fine. You've got all these other guys. And I think they did build an amazing staff of people that I'm excited to see what they can become, whether it's Brian Johnson, who's going to be their pass game coordinator, who was an OC last year, Or I really like the David Blau hire to help in the quarterback's room. Seems like they're very high on Tavita Pritchard, who's one of the few holdovers from the Rivera staff. Like all of those guys might eventually have OC DNA. But if there's not continuity from Kingsbury's offense this year to whatever they run next year, then you're asking Daniels to learn a second offense in 2 years and a third and 4, whatever it is, going back to LSU. And I think the more changes like that you make, we've seen it with Jason Campbell and so many others, you're just asking for problems.
Indeed.
So the continuity is really important to me. Let's go to the phones. Benjamin's in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. What's up, Benjamin?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
So my confidence is high, probably 7.5 or 8 out of 10, and here's why. He's gotten the most out of the quarterbacks and playmakers everywhere he's went, even against Manziel, who wouldn't study, or even Kyler Murray, who had studying obligations put in his contract. And with everything going wrong in Arizona, they'd always get off to hot starts, be effective, and then get clamped down the stretch. Here in Washington, with head coach Dan Quinn, he's got an opportunity to just focus on the offense. And Dan Quinn's going to self-scout and be like, hey, this is what I'm picking up. This is why it's not working. And they're going to evolve through the year in ways that he could never do as a head coach in Arizona.
Smart call. Yeah, I hope that's right, by the way.
Also, that's a funny coincidence, which I hadn't really thought about, but Manziel's the ultimate party animal. There's documentaries about how epic his lifestyle was in college, and then how wild things got in the National Football League, and he tamed the beast, so to speak. You know, Kingsbury was the whisperer there. Kyler Murray is much more professional, and as you're seeing with his career, takes everything way more seriously. But for what it's worth, I mean, there have been all kinds of weird questions and things about him in the locker room and him as a studier, and look at his track record when this video game comes out, and now we're going to actually mandate that he puts in the work studying. You don't do that because a guy is a model operator away from the field who's just diving into the footage that you want him to every single night. If Jaden Daniels is what we think he is, and he's kind of an all football, well, let's do this and learn and watch and study together for 12 hours a day kind of guy, it'll be the first time in a long time maybe
He's
that
had one of those.
Kingsbury's had that.
Indeed. So, and again, what can you maximize that? You know, can you take advantage of that? I don't know how great an offensive mind Cliff Kingsbury is. I know that sounds crazy to say, but he's done incredible things at the college level, put up some unbelievable offenses. At the pro level, it's a mixed bag. Now, you could blame Murray for a lot of that. You could blame some injuries. You could blame maybe personnel choices. And the answer is probably yes to all those sorts of things. But this is your clean slate. It's your side of the building. Like, you're in charge of that offense. Like, that is your dojo. You've got some pretty good minds. Make it collaborative. His best times in Arizona, I think you kind of look back, and I'm reading some articles about this over the weekend, where he allowed his staff to be collaborative, and they got a little bit better in some of the areas that they were weak in terms of red zone scoring and, you know, early down tendencies and things like that. They pick some things up. I'm hoping that that's the case. You take advantage of these good minds.
Let's go to Chris, who's in Hyattsville, joining us on Grant and Danny. What's up, Chris?
What's up, gentlemen? Listen, a couple callers have said similar things, but I think instead of having a quarterback who would rather play Call of Duty than study his offense or the opposing defenses, this is Kingsbury's chance to play with a guy who's actually serious about his profession. And that's what all accounts seem to indicate, that Jaden Daniels is that serious. So I think a lot of his difficulty in Arizona was largely due to Kyler Murray and his lack of commitment. Not a sermon, just a thought.
It's a good bit. Again, I do think when you have a quarterback that can do some of the things that Murray can, there are assets to that. There's cool things. Like, look at some of the rushing totals of Murray as a rookie. Look what they did. Again, I brought up the red zone, where they were successful in certain packages, doing certain things. But then you look at the limitations. Like, you look at some of these playoff games where, as one of the callers a couple of minutes ago pointed out, they'd start off fast, the world would kind of catch up. And against the Rams, I think it was, they said, you ain't beating us on the ground, you're going to throw from the pocket. And they couldn't do diddly or squat. Now, is that because Arizona was totally outclassed by the eventual Super Bowl champion? Maybe. Is it because Murray ain't that good? Maybe. Is it because the Kingsbury had no counter? I don't know. These are always kind of the hardest things to answer when you don't have an enormous track record for somebody.
Well, and when the track record, to your point, is not awesome. But I look at, if you're looking at scoring offense in his 4 years from start to finish, 16th, 13th, 11th, 21st. In yards per game, which is not the best metric, but it's what I got here. 21st, 6th, 8th, 22nd, but he was top 10 twice in some of the other offensive metrics, I would say he was middling, kind of a middle of the pack offense for 3 of the 4 seasons, and worse the year that they got blown out, which makes sense. That's when he controlled everything. He's meeting with the defensive side of the ball. He's meeting with the front office and making roster decisions. If you just give him, he's a chef who's known for Italian food, and you go, just cook the Italian food, man. You don't have to run the whole restaurant. He's proven, maybe not at the NFL level yet, but he's been able to do this. So that's where some of my confidence comes from. All right, next, I want all 3 of you guys to guess before I tell you. What is the thing that I've always been out on that I actually think I'm in on and might now start to be something that I do regularly? All right.
Okay.
That's next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Also, we'll get you an update on how Team USA is faring in the Olympics. So it sounds like this is actually moderately impressive. In our driveway, in our neighborhood, with very little foot traffic, I was hoping they'd sell 1 or 2 lemonades today at the lemonade stand. Sounds like they both made over $10.
What?
Now, somebody hooked them with a 5, and I'm being told my daughter wouldn't give change. So that's not great. You're charging $1 for lemonade, and like people are giving you 5. And she doesn't understand that if you give someone 4 ones back and they give you a 5, that's you just the dollar transaction.
Right,
happened.
before you
She thinks that she's handing back more than she's making, or that she's giving them money. Doesn't quite understand how it all works.
Right.
So there were some sticky wickets, it sounds like. But it sounds like a very lucrative day at the lemonade stand.
That is awesome. What are they
Maybe
going
I
to
need
do?
to quit and run a lemonade stand.
Seriously.
You can make that kind of cash. All right. What is the thing that I thought I didn't like that I actually do? That's the question.
This is hard because you have a list of completely delicious, acceptable things that you've either refused to try or try for 2 seconds and like spit out or just are super weird about, and it's infuriating. I've heard you try fruit on air and nearly gag.
Okay.
So I don't think it's fruit. I'm going to go with the one that I still find the most offensive. Cereal with milk. Cereal
You think
with milk.
that I realized after all these years of hating cereal
Mhm.
with milk on it, because it's disgusting,
Right, disgusting.
that I like cereal with milk.
That's what I'm going to go with because that's the one that should be first.
I will
You should start every show by apologizing for that.
I will accept that suggestion. Darius, what did I think I hate that I actually really like?
So I know you went to the movies this weekend
I
to
did.
see a great movie called Deadpool and Wolverine, and I'm wondering if maybe you came to the realization that eating popcorn and spitting out shells the entire movie is just not for you, and you tried nachos and cheese and you loved it.
Wow.
So I'm gonna go with that.
So I mixed in some nachos at the movie theater, and now I'm a nachos guy.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Even though I've correctly always said nachos are disgusting and nacho cheese is gaggable.
Hey, sometimes you come around on things.
Okay.
Yep.
I will file that away as a maybe. Ryan?
I don't think we've gotten it yet so far. Just poke it out there.
This is kind of a tough one, but I'm thinking that you might have come around on coffee. You were a little tired today, and maybe you had a little pick-me-up coffee, but I feel like I would have seen that, but still, maybe you're a coffee guy all of a sudden.
Coffee. All right. I've always kind of hated the idea and been out on coffee, but maybe today that changed.
He doesn't like any warm beverages.
That's
He
a
can't
good
even do
guess,
that.
though.
I got to tell you guys, this was not food or beverage related. I'll have you know.
Oh.
Oops.
Okie dokie.
I found out on Friday night, I think I like going to concerts. Me and you together.
Yep.
We're not a concert guy. I went and saw Luke Combs. Now, I'm also not a country music guy, for the record. I'm not one of these people that hates country music. It's just not really my thing. I don't know anybody. I don't know songs. I never really have listened to it. Even though I grew up in King George, Virginia. I was not a country music guy. I'm a rap guy. I'm any kind of hip hop from the 2000s, pretty much the wheelhouse. But never been a country guy.
Okay.
I loved the concert. First of all, Luke Combs put on a great show, rocking a Commander's hat out at the X. Really enjoyed it, and the whole experience was awesome. Everyone's all dressed up and dolled up for a country concert. Everyone's having fun, and strangers are high-fiving, in a good mood. Maybe it's just that we got a babysitter, and it was like one of 2 nights out this
I
year.
was going to say, yeah, it's that.
It could be that, and some alcohol was flowing. I don't know. But I enjoyed myself. I had fun. And Danny Rouillet, dare I say, I would do it again.
Wow.
This is how much.
What about the hotness? Weren't you so hot?
I was not.
Wasn't it hot?
I was very comfortable.
No.
I was.
How's that possible?
It was a nighttime event.
Yeah, but even still, it's humid. It's summer. And there's people.
It wasn't really hot.
Wow.
Felt comfortable. Now, this is how much things have changed for me since.
Okay.
I've been burning through Luke Combs on Spotify,
Okay.
number one. Just listening to a bunch of his songs, which is a wacky.
Okay.
We'll start with that. But second, I saw that Green Day was at Nationals Park when I pulled in today. I see all these people are going over to Nats Park, and I'm like, what is going on? These employees, Nats are on the road. Is something there? And like, oh, there's a Green Day concert we're working. And I was like, oh, okay. And my first thought was, darn, I should be going to the Green Day
I should go to
concert.
that.
And I'm like, I looked up to see, like, next thing I realized, I'm like, okay, my wife's not going to want to go. She's not going to want to get a babysitter. We're not doing this twice in a few days. But I'm sitting here typing in like Green Day to see what the tickets are.
Green Day StubHub.
Concert guy.
Concert guy.
What do you think? Now, I've only really gone to indoor concerts previously, and I think that those are overrated and it's just hard to hear. I would like the experience of going to a show where I know the music, though. And I think I'd know enough Green Day songs to be kind of
Yeah,
awesome.
you know more than you would at a lot of other shows. That's interesting. To me, like, there's a sweet spot that I don't really get to experience. Inside, terrible, awful, go away,
Horrendous.
wrong, sucks. Outside, it sounds like someone's playing a boombox of the band from like 1,000 yards away, and it's fine.
Kind of. But I'm telling you, like, it sounded really good. And people talk about the sound system at the X not being great. I know they've upgraded it to some extent. I actually thoroughly enjoyed it.
It sounded
You could
good.
hear everything. The Avett Brothers played right before Luke Combs, who I knew a little bit. I know one or two of their songs. They were really good too. Just a fun night.
That sounds good.
Concert Paulson.
Concert Paulson. So I wonder if there's like a sweet spot outside where it might make sense for me. But in general, it's too hot.
But the
you
thing
can't
everyone
leave.
sleeps on is Danny, even though he hates concerts more than anyone that I know, including myself, just barely. You probably like them less than I do. You go to more concerts than anyone I know lately.
Yeah, the lady wife loves it.
You've been
That is her thing.
I think 4 concerts in the last 3 months.
Yeah, it is her. That's her special treat, whatever you want to call it, right? For me, like, I want to sit alone in the dark in the AC with a big bowl of Lucky Charms playing video games. I want to take my character that's weak and make him strong. That's what I want to do. I get to do that. This is her
How
thing.
do you get
She
him
loves it.
stronger? Balrogs or
No, you level.
Imperiums?
You level grind. I mean, don't pretend like
You
you
gotta
don't know.
level grind.
You have to grind. That's all I want to do is grind. She loves concerts, so happy to do that. That is a very small sacrifice, if you even want to call it that.
The governor of Maryland went to the first open practice for fans, was out and about over the weekend, made it very clear to the media, I'm here because I'm sending the message. He said this, that we want the Commanders more than everybody else. We're going to get into that as we continue on G&D. Next, though, trade deadline tomorrow in Major League Baseball. What will it mean for the Nats? What should it mean for the Nationals? You're listening to The Fan. 4 o'clock today, your Beltway Blitz right here on Grant and Danny. Still to come on the show, Governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, out at Commanders training camp this weekend, lobbying for the team to come to his state, really to stay in his state and to build a new stadium out by FedEx Field. And we'll discuss that right here on G&D. But the Nationals are a day away from the trade deadline. And I'll tell you, it's been an amazing deadline already in Major League Baseball. A bevy of moves. There was just a 3-team deal struck a few minutes ago. Eric Fetty of the Chicago White Sox being sent to the St. Louis Cardinals in a swap that included the Los Angeles Dodgers. But the Nationals have already made 2 trades. They first, and you guys know this because it was almost 2 weeks ago now, traded Hunter Harvey to the Kansas City Royals. And Harvey, pitching this weekend in his 3rd appearance with Kansas City, he's already left the game with an injury. It sounded like some lower back spasms maybe, and perhaps it's not a big deal with the arm, but not ideal for the Royals. Meantime, the Nats traded him as he was struggling and kind of fatigued and run down, and they brought in their new 6th overall prospect, according to MLB Pipeline, Caden Wallace, who plays 3rd base, as well as the 39th overall pick in the draft that they used on a catcher named Caleb Lomavita out of Cal, who has a chance to move pretty quickly and is already a top 10 prospect in their system as well.
That's a pretty good haul for a guy they picked up via the waiver wire.
It's exactly what they should be doing. Then on Saturday night, really late, they traded Jesse Winker. And this one will sting a lot more than Harvey did, I think, for fans, because Winker was one of their most consistent players this year. He was arguably their best offensive player circuit to circuit this season. He had the best at bats and got on base at a higher clip than everybody else. He drew walks. He took pitches. And because of that, he was enticing to contenders. He played a decent left field. The metrics aren't very kind to him, but made some decent plays coming in left field, more so than going out toward the wall. And he had become a DH. He was just the guy that you could count on pretty consistently to draw walks and get on base. And they traded him in the division to the Mets.
Yeah, position versatility, too, is taking some plays at short. I'm just not short, goodness gracious. At first base is what I meant to say. Good locker room guy, too. Good team guy, good adult, kind of as for a group that's trying to win a little bit is a nice asset to have, certainly. Worth more to a contender probably than a Nationals team that's not contending this year. But yeah, I mean, he was consistent, one of the middle of the order bats.
I did see that there was some parts of the fan base that had a gripe with trading him in the division, and I just need to take a quick second to say, don't worry about that.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
He's a rental, so he may not be with the Mets beyond this season. But let's say he signs a 10-year deal with the Mets. Who cares? This is not Trey Turner or Anthony Rendon or Max Scherzer or Bryce Harper or Juan Soto. This is not a superstar or a drafted, developed career national who's meant a ton to the fabric of the team, who's got a bunch of jerseys roaming around Nationals Park, showing love. That's not what this is. He had 2 poor years in a row, had a career that was hanging by a thread, was on his way out of baseball, it felt like. And they signed him to a minor league deal and brought him to camp to give him just a chance to make the roster this year. And the hope was, we'll catch lightning in a bottle. He works his butt off. We find some things with our staff that we think we can help him with. And he gets back to being a good big league player again, and we can flip him on the trade market, like they did last year with Jeimer Candelario when they traded him at this point to the Chicago Cubs, and they got Kevin Made and DJ Hers back. Hers has become a fixture in the rotation this year.
This is how it works. Again, this is a reclamation project for nothing who played 100 games for you. This is not, as you said, a long-time tenured national where it's painful to let go. In a sea of not that good and badness and offensive struggles, I know in the short term it stings, but my point is it's already going to sting. We're already pouring alcohol in the wound here.
But it's a huge win, too.
Precisely.
To your point, to spend almost nothing and bring him in, you could just view the money you spend on a player like him or Candelario as money for the return in the trade almost, in a sense.
Yeah,
right?
It's a lottery ticket.
And to spend what they did to then flip that for a pitching prospect is good business every time. The player they returned in the trade is a right-handed pitcher from the Mets named Tyler Stewart. He's in Double-A in the Mets organization, presumably will start with the Nationals at Double-A Harrisburg. He's a former 6th-round pick out of Southern Mississippi. He was a college reliever, a reliever in the Cape. The Mets turned him into a starter, and he's actually had a good bit of success in the minors in the last 2+ years now since being drafted. Last year had a 2.20 ERA and 21 starts. This year at Double-A had a 3.9 ERA, 84 innings, 85 hits, and 90 strikeouts. So the numbers are pretty good Career batting average against around 240. Career ERA 3.09. Who knows what he turns into? He's not a particularly high-end prospect. I think he'll rank outside of the top 15, according to most people.
He was the Mets' 17th prospect, according to MLB Pipeline.
And Pipeline has him, I think, 16th with the Nats at this moment. But you know who else was in that range was DJ Hurst, who has turned in the best start by any Nats pitcher this year when he struck out 13 at Nationals Park and gave up 1 hit. I don't think we ever saw Jake Irvin ranked that high in the system. He's become their best starting pitcher this year. Mitchell Parker was not ranked in the top 15 at any point.
Yeah, I take free gifts like that, and I'm just throwing darts at the wall.
Totally.
Like, that to me is so beyond worth it to take a chance.
The whole point right now, too, is just to add to the system.
Yep.
Right? Like, especially on the pitching side where you've got Irvin and Parker and Hers at the big league level, and then the guys that are close that are ready. You know, Cavalli when he's healthy. Jackson Rutledge we've seen make starts. There's a kid in AAA that hasn't debuted yet that will sometime this year, Brad Lord, who's having an excellent year in the minor leagues. Then you look at maybe the guys that are a little further away but having good years. Andry Lara, who's at AA for them now. I'm thinking about their 2 flamethrowers at the A level, and Harleen Susano, who made a good start at A+ ball this weekend. The most underrated prospect in their system and maybe in all of baseball, Travis Sakura, who they drafted in the 3rd round last year, who people saw in Fredericksburg Friday night strike out 10, I guess it was Saturday night, 10 in 4 innings. He retired 12 batters. He punched out 10. He was unbelievable. So they've got legitimate, real pitching depth for the first time in a long time in their system. And to add Tyler Stewart to that, who's in AA, who's almost 25, who'll be in the big leagues maybe by year's end, or certainly going to be big league ready early next year. Whether he's a starter or reliever doesn't really matter. No harm, no foul. You put Winker on the block. You tell everyone, submit your offers. What player are you giving us? And you take the best of those players. Whether it's a guy in your division, a team that you're rivals with, that you play X number of times a year, or a team in the American League West, who cares? Just add talent, create competition, beef up the system. They've been doing it for a couple years, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, well said. Again, for every one of those that's hit, there's a Nelson Cruz, which doesn't have the return that you thought. There are a couple of gambles, I don't know, Nick Senzel, or you can name a dozen other guys where they're taking cheap, no problem flyers on guys, reclamation projects, whatever you want to call them. They were hoping to do that with Trevor Williams, for example, who they turned into a pretty good starter before this injury derailed their plans for that. This is what you should be doing if you are a rebuilding team. If you are not terribly concerned with what happens at the major league level. I know paying customers don't like hearing that, but if your priorities are seasons from now, take your lumps, get your teeth kicked in, give someone a chance to play who otherwise wouldn't be for a team that's competing. Give them a months-long showcase, which they did here for Winker, which they did for Floro, which they did for Harvey, and you get yourself possible assets in the future. Or short-term, you're not going to be as good. I'd rather be extra not as good than keep guys like that and be okay. This is kind of the necessary part of the process.
But that brings us to right here and right now, as we talk on July 29th, 10 minutes after 3 in D.C. And the fact that we are a day away from the trade deadline, and the end of your opportunity to make any moves comes right here tomorrow during our show, 24 hours out. And are they going to do anything else? Because you and I agree, and I think pretty much everybody listening, even if you're a season ticket holder and you're annoyed by it and you hate paying the prices you do to see some of your favorite guys get traded, I think we can all agree it just stands to reason. If you have an expiring deal at the end of the year and you're not under contract for the 2025 season and beyond, when this team is going to try to elevate its game and compete again, then there's no reason not to trade you. So if you're looking at free agents to be, Jacob Barnes, I don't know if they'll get much for him, but they could trade him. Dylan Floro, who's had an outstanding year, will certainly be traded between now and tomorrow's deadline. He's been probably their most consistent reliever, certainly their most consistent reliever other than Kyle Finnegan this year. Trevor Williams got hurt, or else he would have been traded. The starting pitcher is trying to work his way back. Made $7 million this year. He's a pending free agent. Patrick Corbin will be a free agent at the end of the year, and he'll leave. If they could trade him, I'm sure they would.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of value there. And then Joey Gallo was hurt. A lot like Trevor Williams, honestly. He probably would have been a guy you could have traded right now to a team looking for some power or someone who could DH or play some first or left field. But because he's hurt, doesn't matter. He's not an option. So we then look at options that they could trade that are under contract for next year as well. And that, to me, is where the real debate is. Because closer Kyle Finnegan who just made the All-Star team and has been tremendous pretty much all year, and Lane Thomas, who has been the organizational player of the year each of the last 2 seasons, who's having a down year this year, but who, if you're just talking about a 3-year sample from 22 through 24, will probably be the most valuable national over a 3-year stretch. He and Finnegan are both signed through the end of next year. So you could do nothing at the deadline, keep them, and then they're on your opening day roster next year helping you win games as you're trying to maybe make a wild card. But because they've got the extra year of value, that control that a team's getting means that they're trading for a player that gives them 2 chances to perform in the playoffs. If you need a closer, see Baltimore, and you trade for Finnegan, you get this October and next October. If you need a right-handed bat who can mash against lefties, who can play some center field, who you can put in a corner and get outfield assists from, then Lane Thomas this year and next year makes a lot of sense. But there's a huge debate, I think, within the fan base, and there's a real fun conversation to be had as to, Danny, what should the Nats be doing today and tomorrow at this deadline with Finnegan and Thomas and the guys that could be here next year to help them compete?
So to me, this is simple, and I'm moving those guys, both of them, for different reasons. For Lane Thomas's case, I've got gentlemen on the rise from my minor league system that are going to take those spots, and I could probably get something decent for Lane Thomas. That's kind of it to me. I think he's a nice piece, not a great piece, but a nice piece. I think it would have been preferable to me, honestly, to have dealt him last year when his overall numbers were a lot better. They've been creeping up of late. He's got his batting average north of 250, still, leads the universe in outfield assists and stealing a lot more bags. So he's dynamic enough to do some things, make a difference maybe on a contender. For Finnegan's case, that closer position is so volatile. Look back to a year ago at this time. Now, Kyle Finnegan deserves credit because he's been consistent for a couple straight seasons. But all the guys, the best laid plans, we know who the closer is. More than half of the league turns over at that spot consistently and routinely. So everyone's always kind of searching for it. And again, you've got a guy that has been consistent over 2 seasons. He's basically had 3 blow-up games in 2 years. Most of them are usually in March or April before the weather gets hot enough. And then he's been nails after that. He's been really, really good. He might fetch you an excellent price, again, for a contender, because everyone always needs bullpen help when it comes to the postseason, stretch runs, etc. You could really get something for him, I think, using that last year of arbitration eligibility in 2025 to increase the asking price. Now, you're under no requirement to trade him. I would seek to, but if I don't get what I want in return, I have a wonderful player that's been good here, and he'll close for me next year. But to me, that closer position is so volatile. Even though he's been consistent, I'm not going to count on consistency at a position that's inherently inconsistent. I hope that made sense. But I think I can get so much for them. Now, the second phase of that is...
Let me go
ahead.
Because I want to respond to a couple things you said and just play a little devil's advocate. On Lane Thomas first, right? You had 2 reasons why you wanted to trade him. The first was there's guys that are close to the big leagues at that position that can replace him. And let's not beat around the bush. Mainly, we're talking about Dylan Cruz.
That's right.
Who is playing right field as of now this weekend. In AAA, he was their number 2 pick last year, who's getting close to big league ready. The only thing I would say to that, because I think that's true, is there is a counter argument. Do you really want 3 kids in the outfield every day? Do you want Wood in left, Young in center, Cruz in right? I do. I have no problem with that. But I do think that's a fair question to say, are we sure that you don't want a veteran starter in your outfield?
Totally
you don't
reasonable.
want a veteran presence. The other thing about that lineup, if you go Wood in left, Young, who's elite defensively in center, and then Cruz in right, who's just starting to play there. Same kind of deal with Wood, who just started to play left before they called him up. You have 2 guys playing positions that they're not used to and haven't played. It's not working out as quickly or easily for James Wood. Not to say that it's not going to, but you've seen he looks uncomfortable in left field.
Yes.
Dylan Cruz is going to have some growing pains probably in right field. You still got guys competing their butts off on the mound. And so I'm okay. It's easy for me to say, kind of playing fantasy baseball sitting here, just trotting out the 3 kids that I want to watch. But to have a new left fielder, a new right fielder, and then Jacob Young hopefully getting to everything that they can in center field, and basically 3 guys that are going through growing pains, that are learning on the fly, that are ready, but haven't, in Cruz's case, haven't dominated in the minor leagues. I think that's a big ask for those guys.
I think so too. I echo your same sentiment. I'm not worried about that at all. But again, much easier for me to say. I don't have to look people in the eye in the clubhouse. My response to that, though, is I'll find another Jesse Winker. I'll go get Kevin Pillar this offseason to be my fourth outfielder to start a couple different outfield spots or something like that, right? Like, to me, that's a solvable quandary that won't cost very much. I will do that. To me, it's about maximizing what I can be in a couple of seasons when I'm really geared up.
The other Lane Thomas point you made was you can get something decent. I am skeptical. I think this is actually worth clicking on. I'm really skeptical about the return would be for him. My guess is because it's 2 postseasons in a year and a half, you'd get a decent enough prospect. But I do think most teams in baseball look at him and see a platoon guy. The Nats view him as an everyday player and a leader in a clubhouse. And frankly, like, they're the glue to their operation in some ways. He's the leader. I've told this story before, but at one point in time during training camp, when I don't remember if it was James Wood or Dylan Cruz, but one of the guys was being asked to do a bunch of media and was doing all kinds of different things. Like, Lane Thomas went up to PR supposedly and was like, "Hey, let's give him a day to not do anything, and let's give him a breather." That's kind of the thing you see the veteran of the Ryan Zimmerman, and Jason Worth. He's kind of had that role with this team, and he's also been their best player the last 2 years for what it's worth, which is not a whole lot, honestly. But look, they think play him every day. He'll figure it out. He's fine. In his career, though, Danny, he's an all-star when he hits against lefties, and he is basically below average when he hits against righties. This year, he's 326 off lefties with a 920 OPS. He's 224 off righties with a 660 OPS. I think most analytical orgs will say, we're bringing Lane Thomas in to start him against left-handed pitching. And if that's the case, are you really giving up a high-end, or not even high-end, but like a guy that's going to get slotted into that system 10th or 12th? I wouldn't think so, but maybe 2 postseasons means you have to.
So the argument for it, yeah, exactly. See, the extra year, I think, helps that. The second part is it doesn't necessarily have to be as a full-time starter. A matchup, a bench bat, a defensive replacement, a guy that can steal a base, can knock one out of the yard for you. You're going to see some left-handed pitching, come down the stretch, postseason, et cetera. That's viable. But even beyond that, I would, if I'm a Nationals personnel person making an argument for Lane Thomas is maybe a bit better than you think. You've got basically the first 3+ years of his career where he's in and out of the lineup. He's part-time. It's hard to kind of get a good feel for it. Now, the splits still kind of play out exactly that way. If you even look at last year, his career year, he was an okay player against righties. Most of his power came that way, more at bats to that point. But of his 28 homers, I think 19 or 20 came against righties and infinitely more at bats. But his OPS against lefties was almost 1,000. Against righties, it was mid-700s. So he was fine.
That was the
last year, and that was the best it's ever been. So to me, I do think there's still value there. Again, you're not getting an organization's 1, 2, 3, or 4 prospect for it, but I'm of the same philosophy of throwing something at the wall for a guy that's going to become expendable for me.
Now, Finnegan, the other guy in the conversation here, is even more difficult to trade because I would trade Lane Thomas in a heartbeat. I'll miss him. I like the player. He's
Me too.
a good dude.
He's a great dude.
He's been very, very good for the organization. But I personally view him as a platoon starter when you're a first division team. If you're a 90-win team again in a year or two, Lane Thomas is probably not starting 160 for you. You don't want that. Finnegan is a first division late inning reliever. He's been one of the better closers in all of baseball this year. Maybe if you're a 95-win team, you prefer him as a setup man than as a closer. I don't know necessarily there's a big difference. But what's fascinating about the closer market and the market right now, this seller's market, is that teams are giving up more than they have the last several years as far as prospects go to get veterans. We just saw a closer with really similar numbers to Kyle Finnegan, who's also 31, traded to the Phillies in Carlos Estevez from the Angels for 2 excellent pitching prospects, including one of the best pitchers in the minor leagues. Estevez is a rental. He's not even under contract next year like Finnegan is. So if you want to say, well, he's had a better year, I agree with you narrowly. But he has. The underlying metrics, even in some categories, are sizably better. But Estevez is a free agent at the end of the season, and Finnegan is under contract for all of next year, meaning he's worth more than Estevez is. And he just got George Klassen, one of the better relievers in the game, from the Phillies, and a second pitcher who's going to be a top 10 prospect for the Angels. I would have traded Finnegan to the Phillies in the division for that deal in a heartbeat. The Padres yesterday gave up one of their best arms in a trade, again, that everyone is scratching their heads going, really? This deal? This is what you just gave up? These 3 prospects? And if it's that kind of market, Man, would it be hard for me if I'm Mike Rizzo to hang on for Finnegan. I 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago would have told you I wasn't trading Finnegan because I do think that it's time for them to start spending this offseason. They've got to go start addressing some holes in free agency. Lerner family has to get back engaged and actually trying to field a winner if they want anyone to put butts in seats and really take this organization seriously again. And it's time that they do that. And because I think it's all going to start happening again this offseason, my point was, well, you can't trade Harvey and Floro and Finnegan and rebuild a bullpen. So keep Finnegan, and you have a chance to be a wild card team next year. But Danny, in a world where Estevez gets what he did, what is Finnegan worth? I mean, Finnegan might actually get you 2 legitimate prospects, and if that's true, I got to do that.
Yeah, that's part of my thought process. But I was going to say this before we kind of try to double down on the different points. Was the phase 2, which means that would require spending, payment, investment from ownership, front office, etc. And I don't know that that's coming.
Well, that to me is the whole debate or conversation,
Right.
really. If we want to just cut to the core of it, if they know internally right now that their plan is wild card in 2025 next season, and that means they're telling Mike Rizzo, here's what we're projecting as our payroll. We think you can go get a 30-homer bat at first base. We're going to let you sign a corner outfielder who can hit 20 home runs or whatever. And we're going to spend money, $15, $18 million on a pitcher who could be a middle of the rotation horse or whatever. And we'll allocate this for a reliever. And we're going to be at, I'm just making up a number, but $85 million next year. And you're going to be, instead of 29th among, usable player money, you're going to be 14th, or I'm not doing the math, but you get it.
Yep.
If that's the plan, then keeping Finnegan actually probably makes a lot of sense. Because why would you trade him if you're about to try to win again? But if they don't know that, and or they haven't made up their mind, or that meeting hasn't happened, and I'm Mike Rizzo, I think I got to trade Finnegan. But maybe that's the real question, and that's where we should start on the phones next. Are we at a point now where it seems like the Nats are close? There is no reason they shouldn't be able to get into the wild card mix next year with a good offseason. Would you trade Thomas, Finnegan, either of them, today or tomorrow ahead of the deadline, knowing that maybe they are going to start spending again and competing again this offseason? And should those two things affect one another? 800-636-1067. Want to hear from Nats fans ahead of tomorrow's deadline. What are you hoping they do? Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Major League Baseball trade deadline is tomorrow. We'll wrap up our conversation on the Nats' plans and what tomorrow could look like. Before I want to get into what Charlie Weiss had to say, the former coordinator of the Patriots, about Tom Brady and where he would rank in the NFL among quarterbacks if he was playing this year at 47 years old. We'll do that in just a couple of minutes here on Grant and Danny. But on Thomas and Finnegan, Danny, would you trade both? Do you think they'll trade either?
I think, I certainly would trade both. I don't believe a trade is coming for those guys. I'm a little bit bummed about it. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's a money thing, right? Because if they created a void, they'd have to go spend a little bit extra to kind of fill it. And I don't think they will. I don't think they want to do that.
What do you mean by that? Why would they have to fill the void?
Meaning you need to go pay another outfielder. You have to go pay for a bullpen.
Meaning this offseason.
Yeah, for next year. I think they're going, we have the cheapest option for us is these two guys under arbitration, salary eligible, good Lord, I can't even talk. Salary arbitration eligible. Easy for me to say. For next season, that's our cheapest thing, and we'll be decent. That'll get some more butts and seats. I'm bummed about that. I think they have a chance to be really good in a couple of seasons, and next year could be a nice stepping stone. I'm not optimistic about them spending this offseason.
See, that one I don't understand because those are two of the guys on the team that would actually make the most next year. So if they want to be cheap, just let them walk, and you could replace them way cheaper. You could either just promote from the minor leagues with Dylan Cruz, who would make next to nothing, or like you said, you could go sign some minor league invite type Jesse Winker player for 1/8 probably of what Lane Thomas makes at this point after a couple years of arbitration.
But to go grab a closer in the open market somehow, that's resources, assets. That's you're gonna have to trade somebody to do that, or you have to go win a bidding war, which I think they have no interest in.
Yeah, they certainly wouldn't sign a veteran established closer who's going to come in to help them win right away. But that's why I think they just have to know what is their plan. And if their plan is to compete next year, then Finnegan probably stays. I have been team keep Finnegan really until the last 2 days when I've seen what other relievers that are comparable to him or maybe even not as good as him this year have garnered. And in a world where Harvey gets you what he did, your 6th overall prospect and another top 10 prospects he drafted at pick 39, Finnegan might be able to do better than that. And if that's the case, if that's the type of offer they're getting, then I would trade him. But I would absolutely trade Lane Thomas. To me, that one's a much easier question. Yes to Thomas, and it's complicated and maybe with Kyle Finnegan. But we'll cover the deadline for you tomorrow up and through finding out exactly what the Nats do. And if anything breaks today, obviously we'll have it for you here on Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. What do you make of this? Charlie Weiss, who has a horse in the race. He was the coordinator with the Patriots when Tom Brady came to fame and won his first Super Bowl. Weiss was on Boston radio today, and they were asking him if Brady were to play at age 47 this year, how good could he be? And their question to him was, let's say the 49ers called Tom Brady. Brock Purdy gets hurt or something happens in season. 49ers are in Super Bowl or bust mode, and they just hit up Brady. Charlie Weiss said he thinks he would play at a top 10, maybe a top 5 level if he was with the 49ers with those weapons and that offense. Now, his point of clarification was if he was back with the Patriots with their weapons and that offense, he said he'd be middle of the pack. But with the 49ers, he claims he could be one of the 10 best and maybe even 5 best quarterbacks in football this year at 47.
I'll let you know when I hear the crazy part. His last year, he threw for 4,700 yards and 25 touchdowns, a better season than almost anybody has ever had in the history of this franchise at 45 years old in Tampa. That's not crazy to me. Get rid of the football to one of the 7 or 8 best players at his position. Who do you mean? I mean a bunch of different guys. The running back, the tight end, multiple wide receivers, hand it off a few times, a couple deep shots that are well designed. One of those where you're bootleg to the right and Kyle Shanahan's got a tight end that pretended he was lost, that maybe barked like a dog for 2 seconds, that ended up down alone free on the opposite seam. Yeah, I think that's correct.
I don't disagree with it really either, I don't think. Maybe a tad, because his final year, while the numbers that you just referenced were pretty good, 46.94 passing yards is a show. But he also led the league in attempts and completions. So if you look at like yards per attempt or whatever, it wasn't like he was leading the NFL or even close to it. And he also saw his completion percentage drop a little bit in that final season. That having been said, San Francisco's offense is pretty damn good.
Yep.
He's really accurate. All we'd be discussing or debating is how much is sitting out for 1 year going to hurt him? Because it seemed to destroy Deshaun Watson. And I don't know, maybe, Le'Veon Bell's another example. You sit out for a year, you're never the same after that. Is that a thing? It doesn't seem like when guys get hurt and tear an ACL or an Achilles or something in the prime of their career, that missing that season is that damaging. But it does seem like when you're out of football completely living your life, like Brady was, you've turned off the switch.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe turning it back on is really, really hard.
Yeah, it's hard to come back and be the same thing.
But I don't think that's that hot of a take. Like if we're trying to find the temperature of that take, you can wash your hands in that water and it's not going to burn you.
Without a doubt. I mean, he went to Tampa and over 2 seasons at age 43 and 44, averaged nearly 42 touchdowns and right about 5,000 yards. To me, like his last 2 years, and I know nobody thinks about it this way, that put him right at the top of any list for me. He led the league in touchdown passes as a 44-year-old. Like, I'm 44. I'm so tired. Everything hurts.
Crazy.
Every day, no matter what. And here he is, like, not eating tomatoes and, no rice, and you can only eat things that are boiled, but afternoon. And here he is just slinging the pill all over the yard. Still amazing. Like, we don't talk enough about those years.
The idea of him being 45 in the final
Yes.
season is just comical. He's 46 as we speak, and he turns 47 this week on August 3rd. And I think he'd be a better option for the 49ers than plenty of the second-end starters in the league.
Yeah, then like half the league, probably. Wouldn't you say? I mean, top of my head, I don't know. I mean, you of course, long term, if you're building, you'd rather have a bunch of young guys in their prime. You'd rather have Mahomes and Allen and
let's say you're the
others.
49ers
Mhm.
and you've got to start Tom Brady or Derek Carr
Brady.
this year. I think it's close just because he's been out of football for a year. Like I'm saying Brady at 47 without playing football in a year and plus.
Yep.
But I think I would also want to see what Brady looked like before Carr. Brady or Geno Smith. Brady or Kyler Murray.
Brady.
I mean, so then you agree with Charlie Weiss. He's top 10.
I do.
Because these are fringe top 10 type guys.
Mm-hmm.
Brady or you're the 49ers, remember. Jordan Love. Who just got his couple $100 million.
Yeah, who just turned into pretty good work last year, I would say.
Certainly
With a little bit less in Green Bay than they have in San Fran.
You're San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Brady or Jared Goff.
Oh, Brady. Am I playing indoors somehow?
47-year-old Jared Goff. No, but you're playing in nice weather outdoors.
Yeah, but if it's not indoors, he's a praying mantis. He stinks.
Is that your new thing?
Well, just the numbers say that. But
the numbers do say that to some extent.
Yeah, by the way, the Lions play all but 3 games indoors this year.
Jared Goff's going to cook.
Jared Goff season.
Let's go. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And we will go blitzing at 4 o'clock on G&D. You sleep on my ability to get in the post and just bang around a little bit.
I do sleep on that.
You're not properly giving me a chance to impact the game from the low post.
Really, some up and unders, couple, sky hooks, head and shoulder
Absolutely.
fakes.
I'm going to be like 14 feet-ish, right around the elbow occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
You're just not taking that into account. I'm going to help you. Don't you worry about it. Double play every day on Grant and Danny right now. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Let's get after it. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
San Diego Comic-Con, GP, has become one of the entertainment hubs. It used to just be, comic book characters or like, stuff from nerddom where, dorks like me would wait for 10 hours to meet Luke Skywalker and get an autograph of a lightsaber package or a handheld headshot or something like that. It's now kind of become the epicenter, though, of the film universe, and all things games, all things entertainment really kind of revolves around it. A lot of big announcements happen there every year. No bigger announcement than for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You've got the Russo brothers on stage, Kevin Feige, who's in charge of $30 billion of movie franchises, aka the Marvel Universe. So they're standing up there, and they've been kind of at a crossroads, shout out to Bone Thugs and Harmony, over where to go, sort of post this part of the Avengers. They had this whole ramp up where they were introducing this guy, Jonathan Majors, as Kang the Conqueror, who was going to be the big bad kind of post Thanos, right? So they had Thanos as the guy that's the toughest dude in our universe. Well, what they were trying to do was say, how about the toughest guy in all the universes, aka the multiverse? They were very obsessed with doing this multiverse saga type thing, and it was kind of a cheap and easy way to, say, even if you kill one guy, there's still thousands of more, and he can never go away.
They're still obsessed.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Fair enough. They're still pretty obsessed with it. So that was the thing. So they've had to pivot away from Kang the Conqueror for a million reasons. There's legal stuff with Jonathan Majors.
There's one pretty big reason.
That's the biggest reason.
Jonathan Majors is unavailable at this point.
Yeah. So everyone's kind of thinking, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? It seemed pretty obvious to a lot of smart nerds that it was going to be Dr. Doom. He was going to be the big guy. Now, they've tried 7 trillion times to make Fantastic Four a thing. I think they're going to try again. It's never been good. They're 0 for a million. All these movies are terrible. I don't know why they're terrible, but they are. Fantastic Four kind of stink. But Dr. Doom is the big bad from Fantastic Four, but he's also done a lot of big bad stuff with the Avengers. It's a long way of saying they've been kind of teasing this thing. So all of a sudden on stage at a sold out big arena, not arena, but like where a big panel is, they're all, hanging out talking. Dr. Doom is behind them. They got a bunch of guys in masks or whatever. One particular Dr. Doom steps out on stage. They went with a major reveal that the guy playing Dr. Doom, none other than Robert Downey Jr., the guy that kickstarted this entire run of MCU dominance with Iron Man and all of his different turns and the 3 different Iron Man movies and all the Avengers movies, Captain America, Civil War, etc. It's a $30 billion franchise, quite literally, because of the success, frankly, that our RDJ had. The other guys kind of set the stage when you had Wesley Snipes as Blade that kind of, got Marvel off life support, but it kicked into high gear with the success of Iron Man. So they're bringing him back to play a completely different character. Now, there's some speculation that it might be an alternate universe version of Iron Man where he starts off as Tony Stark, but then he ends up as Dr. Doom.
Yeah,
I don't know.
There's an arc I was reading basically where and I think you even mentioned this to me too, Darius, when you were looking into it. And then I dug in on this. Basically, there's this arc where Iron Man becomes Dr. Doom, and they could actually make it that he's Tony Stark still, and it's the same guy, which would make more sense to me than there's a lot of actors out there.
Right. Then just say he's going to be behind the mask the whole time. You're not going to know. So I don't know.
Which I guess if he's behind the mask the whole time and we don't know, that's fine. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the same superstar A-lister playing 2 very different characters. One's good, one's evil, 2 sides of the aisle.
Yep.
I don't love that as much.
I don't either. So it's one of those things that, listen, such an iconic actor. He's incredible. He's really, really good and kind of brings gravity to everything he does. But we did our farewell. Here's the part that I don't like about it. We had our whole arc of the growth and evolution and change of Iron Man, the whole guy that wouldn't make the team play, wouldn't make the sacrifice. And then he did. Then was reluctant again because he had something to try to protect and then still had to make the move for humanity. That iconic moment where Doctor Strange turns to him and shows them that number one finger, knowing that this is the one shot we've gotten, 14 million and whatever numbers. We said goodbye. The whole point was we're going to say goodbye with Endgame. And then he's just on stage like, I'm RDJ. How's it going? What's going on? Crap. I don't know if I love it, but it's interesting.
But he might not be Iron Man or
Right.
Tony Stark, so you might have still said goodbye. My double play is going to relate, so let's just get right into my double play. Don't worry about it. It's going to work out. The Marvel Universe is in amazing hands. Everything is going
They know what they're doing.
swimmingly, and we are about to be big back. I know that we were kind of sputtering along. I can't say a lot more other than to say we are set up beautifully in the years ahead. After going and seeing Deadpool and Wolverine this weekend, absolutely sensational. I take back everything I ever said about Deadpool. I take back everything I ever said about breaking the fourth wall and not enjoying those moments. Everything I've ever said about Deadpool was wrong. I misremembered. Roger Clemens style. Kirk Radomski. Is that the guy? I don't know. Maybe I was just dumber years ago. Deadpool and Wolverine was so good. There were so many jaw-dropping Leo DiCaprio meme just pointing at the screen moments. There were 3 borderline standing ovation type moments in the theater.
Wow.
I won't give you any more. I mean,
Wow.
you're not going to go to the theater anyway. You're going to wait a bunch of months and see it at your house, and it won't be as fun, and you'll ruin it that way. So God bless you. Do it your way. I'm sure it's better. But in the theater with a bunch of nerds that were just having a hard time keeping it in their pants, it was the greatest time I've had in a
Was
long,
there
long
chatter?
time.
Was there? That's what I worry about. What on an opening night or an opening weekend?
So I actually said to my buddy, we went to AMC Potomac Mills.
Okay.
He lives down in Fredericksburg. I was meeting him like halfway. I'm in Northern Virginia.
Mhm.
So we met at Potomac Mills. It's opening weekend for Deadpool Wolverine. I've really wanted to see this. I'm excited. And I'm like, we're in line, and everyone there is between the ages of like 15 and 22.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is going to be so bad. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I hate this. That guy's going to annoy me the whole time. Like that guy's
You
going to
can just see it. Yep.
That guy's going to bring out a squirt gun and spray his buddy for some reason and ruin my night. Not one peep, not one moment.
Wow.
I'll tell you about, I guess, the one split second where everything went terrible in a moment, but it was amazing. Everyone was locked in. Everyone enjoyed themselves. I have not enjoyed a Marvel movie like this in years.
Wow.
Years. It was so good. And I left the theater going, I got 15 more movies. I got this. I got that. I'm being careful here.
I know what you're doing.
I
Thank
got
you.
so many things. I got so many things. If you want it ruined, just go talk to Ryan.
He
He'll
did
be
that earlier.
Really good at ruining
Quick
something.
question. Appropriate for my 10-year-old.
No,
That's a
not
no?
in a million
All right.
years.
Absolutely not.
That makes it a lot harder for me to go see
Nothing's
it.
ever been less appropriate.
Okay,
for
good
your
to know.
10-year-old.
I
So-
didn't think it would be, but I assumed.
Do you have a 20-year-old? Not
No.
appropriate for them either.
Not
probably.
really? Okay.
Yeah. All the blood, all the cursing, all the
Graphics,
innuendo,
graphic references, sure.
Yes, so many things. I mean, it's a couple real rapid fire things. I know we're late. Would you have done what I did? Packed theater. There are only a few seats available to purchase. I bought tickets 1 and 4 because 2 and 3 were taken. 1 on the aisle, 4 to their left. And when we got there, right at the start of the trailers, I had to say to the lady, I'm like, hey, feel free to tell me no. But would you guys, I knew Danny would hate this.
Oh, God.
I'm like, would you guys mind moving to 3 and 4? My buddy and I have 1 and 4. You guys could be 3 and 4, and we'll be 1 and 2. And she's like, oh, no problem. And she just moved. But all I could think about is how miserable you would have been about that, and how Rick you would have been. And how
Oh, you
sad
can
would
never
have been.
do that to people. Because you put the ball in their court. You force them to do that.
Yeah. I didn't force
Now, well,
them.
now they're
She
jerks if
could
they
have
go
said-
no.
She could have said no. I mean, what am I? It's the Haskins-Theismann thing. You know, she could have said no, don't wear the jersey, and I would have taken number 8 or whatever.
So
Fine.
on the train years ago, coming back from going from New York to DC, someone was like, "Can you move so I can sit next to my boss?" And I was like, "No, I got all my stuff here. I'm not moving." And she made
You
this.
would. I
Well,
would
yeah,
have just moved.
because I'm sitting here. Like, but you see my point. Now I'm
You
the
could
bad
just
guy.
sit over there.
Well, yeah, but I'm already here. Are you going to haul my stuff for me? You're going to move my bag?
They moved over 1 seat. They were nice
Right.
about it. But also, she had a pillow. She had blankets. That's another thing. You guys see that every movie I go to now at night, there are people with pillows and blankets.
Wrong.
Like they're going to sleep, but it's like a comfort thing.
Stop
It's
doing
like we're in your living room bit. Enough with the pillows and the blankets.
Where is the shame?
And that brings me to the final point. You asked if there was any talking, and there wasn't. But there was a dog barking at one point in time. The dog did not like one of the scenes, apparently.
The dog?
There was a dog, apparently, because it just started losing its mind. And I looked down, and it was in a little carrier just sitting next to someone. And it only went off for 4 seconds, and then they put it on its lap, and it was fine after that. But there was a dog for one split second that kind of was very loud.
Wait a minute. Where did they put that guy's entitlement? Where was that?
Maybe in his pocket.
Yeah.
Go see it, please.
I'd like to. It's going to be harder to do.
Don't tell me you don't have time.
No, it's not that.
You play pickup basketball every hour. Go watch basketball. Oh, I mean, not basketball. We don't need to watch.
I do watch basketball.
Go watch them. Danny, I'm trying. This is me not being a jerk. I'm being a nice guy.
Yeah.
You will love it.
I know I will. I want to see it.
Pickleball can wait.
But if there was a showing at 9:20 in the morning, I would go do that.
There's a showing at 10:50 a.m. Make it happen.
If there is, I'll do that.
Okay.
But I'll be a little bit tardy here coming to see the pals.
You think CK is going to write you up?
Yes.
Probably isn't.
No.
I mean, are you going to be here by 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to hear much from our boss
All right.
about it. You got to go see it.
I want to see it.
You'll be so happy.
You're acting like I'm arguing against it. I want to see it. It looks awesome.
But I know what you're going to do. I just know you're not.
You don't know. You don't know.
You're going to see it on your couch, and you're going to do what you do. You're going, I didn't really like it that much. It wasn't that. And it's like the whole experience is going there.
No, I mean the movie should stand on its own, regardless of where you see it. But I actually do want to see it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Beltway Blitz next on Grant and Danny. As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm Kandori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you, get a discount, kmlawyers.com. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL. Mike Jones will take us around the country and the Commanders with our buddy Johnny Cakes Allville. But right now, let's talk some local baseball. Spencer Nussbaum of the Washington Post gets us started, covers the Nats as we are a day from the trade deadline. Spencer, what'd you make of the Jesse Winker deal to the Mets over the weekend?
Yeah, I thought that was a smart move for the team to make. One, obviously, you kind of saw coming with Winker as an expiring contract. The team isn't always so perceptive to trade within the division, but obviously they really like who they got back. I think when you're trying to make these moves, I think it's always smart to kind of bulk up and acquire pitching talent. And so I think the Nationals going out and acquiring a guy who's 6'9", who could be in the bullpen, who could be a starter, and who's in Double-A. I mean, that screams a lot of what they try to do with trading Candelario last year and ending up with DJ Harris. So I think that was a smart move. A little surprised it was the Mets, but ultimately I think it was the right call.
What's next for them, or do you think they're done?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, Floro is almost certainly out the door. So I think that's a move you can pretty readily bank on making. The questions are obviously whether you trade Lane Thomas or Kyle Finnegan. I think it's hard to say at this point, that Rizzo's mentioned over and over that, these are two guys he values. Obviously, they're on relatively inexpensive contracts over the next 2 seasons. It's hard to say who's more likely to go. I think the market for relievers is a lot better. Obviously, Finnegan's peripherals aren't as strong as the saves and the ERA kind of tells you they are, but this is a reliever, seller's market. And so maybe earlier on, a couple weeks ago, I might have said Lane's more likely to be out the door. I think because of what the market is, you have to, take more calls for Finnegan, and, potentially both of them could go. I think it's more likely that it's one or the other rather than both. But it's kind of, an interesting time in the next 36 hours.
Yeah, certainly. Spencer, as far as this offseason, are the learners going to spend again? Are they ready to kind of flip the switch to competing in 2025? Is that what we should be expecting? And is that a factor in what happens tomorrow?
I mean, I think, that's absolutely a factor. If you have money to spend this offseason, you approach everything differently. That being said, I mean, I think as Chelsea Janes reported earlier in the Post today, that's kind of the big swirling question, right? Is whether or not the learners will be willing to spend. They haven't shown over the past couple of years that they are willing to do so. And, it's hard to say for certain at the moment. I think I would, if I were a betting man, I would bet slightly against it. But again, it's hard to know for certain. That being said, of course, it influences how you operate now. And, as has been reported, Leonsis is obviously and looking into buying the team. So it's not even a guarantee that the learners will be the owners next year. All of this is obviously speculative, but I think the big issue with how you're operating now is you don't know whether or not you're going to have money to spend this offseason. And I think that's probably the primary concern.
Spencer, the boys are in Arizona for a 3-game set. Preview it for us.
Yeah. I think last time against Arizona, the Nationals really struggled to put up any sort of offense. It was a lot of quick outs. Arizona has starters that can pound the zone, which is not something the Nationals do well against. That being said, against the Cardinals, there were a couple, huge offensive breakouts after getting no hit. So yeah, I think you're looking to see what sort of depth you can get from the lineup. Yepes, Luis Garcia, the two of them have really been fantastic lately. K-Bear's on the upswing. And so really, I mean, not only in the series, but that's kind of a focus of the second half is once you trade Winker, if you potentially trade Lane, how deep can this lineup go? Recently it seems like they're trending up, but Arizona will definitely be a test.
Thank you, Spencer. Good info.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, buddy. All right, let's keep the blitz moving. Mike Jones joins us to spin us all over the National Football League. Mike, what's your camp date tour looking like? How are things for you in training camp so far?
Well, I started out in Pittsburgh. I was there for a couple days, Friday, Saturday. I just wrapped up day one here in Philly. I'll be there tomorrow, be back for a day, go to Baltimore, Nashville, and then Washington.
All right, so let's talk about a few of those clubs. I want to start with the Steelers then, with a senior NFL writer for The Athletic here, Mike Jones. I mean, is there a chance Fields and Wilson both play, like they have something designed for Justin Fields, or early on is that Russell Wilson's team?
I think, well, right now, Russell Wilson's been a little slow out of the gates because of a calf strain, because I don't know why you have your quarterback pushing blocking sleds and conditioning drills, but that's what he was doing. But the plan is for him to be their starter. I will be surprised if October, November-ish is here and Justin Fields hasn't taken over. We will see what Arthur Smith can come up with for Russell Wilson. Obviously, he struggled a lot under Sean Payton. Totally different kind of offense, though, and Arthur Smith is more creative and isn't just stuck in his ways. He does believe in running the football, and Russell Wilson's best years were when he was executing a heavy play action attack. But he's not, as elusive as he was. He likes to get out of the pocket. Arthur Smith likes throwing over the middle, and that's not really the strength of Russell Wilson, so we'll see. But that's why I feel like from what we've seen so far of Justin Fields, they're happy with the progress that he has shown, the growth that he is showing. And so that's why I think that eventually, I don't know about them playing at the same time or, having packages for him, but eventually I think that he winds up taking over as their starter before the end of the season.
Only division in football last year that AFC North, where all four teams had a winning record. That's with three of the teams having quarterback issues, whether it was injury to Burrow, Pittsburgh just being a disaster in that regard. And, Cleveland was better when Joe Flacco came off his couch. Who wins that division this year?
It's going to be interesting because of the fact that you have all those teams that are right there kind of champing at the bit. I think that it is between Baltimore and Cincinnati. We'll see what happens with Baltimore because they've had changes on their defensive side of the ball. Not only did they lose their defensive coordinator, they lost several of their top defensive assistants so there's going to be change there. Also lost, some pieces like, Patrick Queen. We'll see. Obviously, on offense, it's all about Lamar Jackson, and bringing in Derrick Henry is supposed to help ease some pressure on them, give them more balance. But again, we'll see because they also had some changes on their offensive line. They lost both of their tackles, and some of the interior men are changed. And so I don't know about Baltimore. So I'm kind of looking at Cincinnati as being the team with Joe Burrow healthy again, bouncing back. They know that window of opportunity is right there. They aren't going to be able to keep these wide receivers, obviously use the franchise tag on T. Higgins, and they're trying to get something done with Jamar Chase, who is yet to get that long-term deal done. But I feel like they're probably have that sense of urgency there, and they've added to their defense. They've added to their offensive line to improve protection. Cincinnati might be the one that pulls it out. I just don't know that you can count on Deshaun Watson to figure things out there with the Browns for them to be a major factor in that race.
Mike Jones of The Athletic. By the way, where do the Eagles train?
They're at their facility right down the street from the Lincoln Financial.
Okay, so one of those teams with everything they need at a nice facility, not like making do
That's
at
neat.
a really old one. How about Jalen Hurts? What happened to him last year, and how do they fix him this year?
I think what happened was everybody kind of got the scouting report on them, and we didn't see a whole lot of, creativity or evolution of that offense. Now, Brian Johnson wound up being the scapegoat, even though, look, it was Nick Sirianni's offense. And so there's a lot of criticism directed at Brian Johnson. But Nick Sirianni obviously essentially fired himself as the play caller. He Brian Kellen Moore. So it's going to be a different type of attack. They're going to try to take what Jalen Hurts does well. And so I think that's why you saw him kind of, regress a little bit last year, just because of the lack of creativity. Now they've got a new playbook, new offense. Kellen Moore, it's basically his offense to run. Nick Sirianni has told him, hey, this is what I like to do, but you are the guy with the controls, with the keys to this offense. And so far, Jalen Hurts has looked really good. He looked good today, and from talking to other beat writers, he looked good, very sharp. They're going to use him as a runner, but there's also going to be a strong emphasis on the run game. He's got plenty of weapons to go to. They should bounce back, I think, just because of the fact that they'll get a boost from that offense. There are going to be questions about their defense because they've lost some guys like Fletcher Cox, Hassan Reddick, but Vic Fangio is obviously well-respected, a mastermind, and so I think that, their division chances are pretty strong.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
All right, see you guys.
Hit that sounder for the local 53, whose name should change immediately. Our guy, Johnny Cake Sawville, from a brand new morning show here on 106.7 The Fan, called the Sports Junkies. These guys have something. There's some chemistry there. Cakesy, you, God forbid, knock on wood here, you are all wiped out. All the Cakes funds and all the various stonks and everything else is gone. You got $5 left to your name.
Zero?
You're down to zero. You're
down to zero, Danny?
You got to walk up to the betting window to rebuild the fortune. You bet on outcome this year for Jamin Davis. The Eric Bickle strategy or the plan where he breaks out in his Micah Parsons light, or he doesn't make the club, a.k.a. the Craig Hoffman viral report. What do you got?
Oh, I mean, I love my guy, EB. I'm ride or die, EB. I've known the guy for, what is it now, almost 50 years. But if I have to pick one of those two to rebuild the fortune, to rebuild Casa de Cakes, to get the stonks back where they need to be, I know Danny's a fan of the stonk game. Don't think he isn't texting Jason Moser on the down low all the time. I'm going to side with he gets cut. He's part of the old regime. He doesn't fit in at linebacker. They're trying to shoehorn him in as a pass rusher. It's not a skill set that he's shown the entire time that he's been here. Why would he all of a sudden blossom into a guy who could give you 8, 9, or 10 sacks when he's never been put in that sort of scenario before? So if I had to bet one of the two sides, I would bet on him not turning into Micah Parsons light.
Cakes, you were with me as Team Jahan Dotson at one point in time. Are you expecting a bounce back year? How much of his issues do you think were Bieniemy Howell inspired?
I think a majority of it was. I mean, we go back to his rookie season that was marred by hamstring injuries, if I remember correctly. And hamstrings always are a tough thing for wide receivers, especially to get past. He was ascending, and then he got into the Bieniemy weirdness vortex, and he kind of got lost. I'm gonna still bet on his talent, and that Cliff Kingsbury is gonna find that talent. And look, he's got the extra leash of first round draft capital. Now I know you can say the same about Jamin Davis, but he's further down the road in his rookie deal than Jahan Dotson. So if I have to bet on this one, I'm betting on a Dotson bounce back.
Flexi, what does success look like this year? Let me offer one data point just to see if this sways you or influences you at all. Justin Herbert, who everyone would take right now in a heartbeat, had one of the greatest rookie seasons ever. 4,300 yards, 31 touchdowns. He was incredible. That was a 7-9 Chargers team. Like, that's kind of the window I'm looking at here. So what's a success for Kingsbury, this offense, Jaden Daniels, this season? What does it look like to you?
I think if it just looks like a smooth operation, that Jaden Daniels looks comfortable running it from week one against the Bucks. I just don't know exactly what sort of numbers to expect out of him. I would love to see if he could give the Commanders fans 22 to 24 passing touchdowns, keep the turnovers to about 10 or 11. And then of course he's going to rush for, 6 or 7 more touchdowns. So I think he's going to get them in close to those Herbert numbers as long as he plays 17 games. But again, this is a team that's coming off of a 4-win campaign. I wouldn't expect much more than 7 or 8 wins. So he could put up decent numbers, and it still could be a team that only claws out 7 or 8 wins. But I like his chances at a decent stat year as a rookie.
Cakes, true or false? If the Commanders are going to be a 500 or better team, they've got to start out 3-1 through 4. They play the Bucks, the Giants, the Cardinals, and the Bengals in their first 4 games.
It's a tough opening stretch. I'm going to say false. I think they could stumble to a 1-3 and somehow regain it later in the schedule with some soft touches, maybe with the Carolina Panthers coming in when they're retiring Darryl Green's jersey number. That's one that they should be able to notch at home. I'm going to go false. I think they can get out to 1-3 and still somehow get to 8 or 9 wins if they're in that territory.
Cakesy, pleasure as always, sir. Talk soon.
By the way, what's Cakesy doing today?
Cakesy is hanging out with his dog Winnie in the backyard right now. It's sizzling back here. It's crazy.
What is Winnie? You throw the ball and Winnie goes and gets it?
Oh yeah, she's sprinting down the backyard like De'Ami Brown against the Titans a few years ago. The one highlight he had for the Commanders.
75-yard touchdown from Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz just launching bombs to De'Ami Brown. Remember that day?
It was a good day.
That was De'Ami Brown day.
Until the very end. when
De'Ami
it
Brown
wasn't.
day.
That was an interception at the goal line that ended that one.
Yeah.
Memories.
Yeah, fun. Always fun.
Thank you, Cakes.
All right, boys. Thank
See
you
you, bro.
as always.
Taking time away from his pup to join the boys.
That's right.
Love Johnny Cakes Allville. He's a good egg. Next on Grant and Danny, the governor of Maryland, not the mayor of D.C., not the governor of Virginia. The governor of Maryland showed up at training camp this weekend to, as he said, prove how badly he wants the team. Is Maryland the favorite to get the stadium? Grant and Danny on the Fan. I want to talk about the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, being at Commanders practice and what that means in a minute. But I just saw this from the New York Post this afternoon. McDonald's reported its first drop in sales since 2020. Of course, that was the pandemic when you weren't allowed to leave your house. And I don't even know if McDonald's were open, and certainly not indoors. So that stands to reason. You take that out of the equation, it's been a long, long time before that. What do we think that means? Like, people are just trying to spend less or cutting back?
What's the time period, you know?
I can look it up and dig into some of the
Because I wonder if it's
details.
just like a weird summer thing where people aren't around. I don't know.
But again, you're comparing it to just years and years
Yeah,
and
it's
years
over
of
years.
data. Chicago-based fast food chain. By the way, since when? Is that a thing? Is that their headquarters?
I didn't know that.
Me either. Rolled out a $5 value meal last month to lure customers. Said that its same-store sales in the U.S. fell by 0.7% in the second quarter, while revenues were flat, missing analyst estimates by about 1%. Last year, U.S.-based same-store sales rose 10%. Sales in international markets dropped 1.1%. I can find more for you here.
So it's not a 17% down year over year. Like, what are we doing? That's a small marginal within the margin of error sales. I know, like, corporate Craig is probably freaking out there at McDonald's or whatever, but that doesn't seem like that big a deal to me. That's a pretty small drop.
I just think it's notable. Other than the pandemic, they have not had a quarter where it went the wrong direction in a long, 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 long time. So I just wonder, coincidence? The longer a sample is, I believe less in coincidences. Something happened where either people were decided they had to spend less or didn't have as much money to just throw on food. So maybe they were making food at their own house. I don't know.
Yeah, they're really smart people that use these kind of indexes. Like, I don't, they're informal names for them, but it's like, I'm just making this one up, but like the McDonald's index, aka when the economy's bad or something like that, that means people are more likely just to eat fast food at a certain amount of time. Or, the gym index, gym memberships go down, which means people don't feel like they have, extra cash to spend or whatever, or cutting back on different services. It'd be interesting to find out the root cause of that.
See, the Chiefs ran a quadruple pass in a practice. This is why you go to training camp practices, for the hope that you get to see one super wacky play. And the Chiefs, who have their practices open every day, all day long for fans, they do it the right way, basically ran a play where Patrick Mahomes throws immediately to Kadarius Toney, who then throws back to Patrick Mahomes, who's like drifted out into the backfield way off to the left, who then throws back across the field toward the right to Kadarius Toney, the third pass, who then goes deep all the way downfield to Xavier Worthy on like a deep post.
So Tony's got to throw a deep ball there? Does he have that in him? I guess.
It was underthrown against air, but we're going to find out maybe.
I guess we'll see.
Or we won't. I mean, they may table this and never run it. It might just be for the fans in the stands.
Yeah.
Why not? Thousands of people sitting out in the sun. You just do something wacky. And you already know the Chiefs, they run more trick plays.
They do.
More, hey, this player came up with this play while he was playing Madden than anybody.
Yeah, they do the ring around the rosy. They do, duck, duck, goose play. They do, triple fake this way, underhand pitch that way. They do
Billy
stuff.
Bob got lost and ended up in the other team's secondary play. They do all kinds of stuff. My favorite Chief story ever, Andy Reid ran a play that was given to him by a janitor at one point. Or what's the line that I like in a master of the custodial arts. Sounds better than janitor. That's from Breakfast Club. But Andy Reid said, I'll take plays from anybody. And he said this guy he knew well, I think it was at the Eagles facility after all these years, would come in, he would polish up the trophies and do whatever he had to do, right? And he would walk into Andy's office and ask how he'd been. And so one day he said, how come no one ever tries this? And he shows him the play, and Andy Reid's like, kind of like that.
That's a good idea.
And he ran it, and it scored a touchdown. It worked. He doesn't care where the play comes from. If it's going to work, he's going to use it.
It's one of my favorite qualities. In all sincerity, shtick aside, one of the huge assets or merits I often find of good leadership are people that don't care where the good ideas are from because they're secure enough in themselves.
Yeah, you don't need to get the credit.
You don't need the validation. You just, you're there for the good thing to happen. Even if, low-level Larry does it or Vice President Victor does it, doesn't matter to you as long as the good idea comes forward and positive progress happens. I love that. There's a degree of humility there. You don't take yourself too seriously to go, this person, because of their lack of qualifications, couldn't possibly come up with something. I love that, man. That's always refreshing.
All right, so let's get into training camp over the weekend and the fact that Wes Moore showed up, the governor of Maryland. It was not coincidental it didn't seem like that a lot of the local media that deals with politics posted immediately on Friday night into Saturday, Wes Moore is going to be there on Sunday when the fans are there for the first time. I didn't think he would just come out and say it and verbalize outright what was pretty obvious, which was this is a statement.
Yeah.
Wes Moore's going on the first day that they're allowing anyone other than media to be there. I'm sure they could have made an exception for him, but you want to be seen by as many people as possible, and to have thousands of fans there seeing you is a win. He wanted to go to play the political game a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And to make it very obvious and very clear, I want this team. I'm showing you. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I want you guys to build the stadium in Maryland. And I didn't think he would just come out and say that, but he actually did when he talked to the media. He said, I'm here for one reason. Like, I want everybody to know that we want you guys. Muriel Bowser was not there. The governor of Virginia was not there. Wes Moore was there. They currently have the team. They have more to lose probably than anybody else. No, Virginia doesn't get the team. There's a bunch of infighting already as to whether or not they would even want it to begin with between the different political parties and whoever wants it or doesn't. DC doesn't have them right now. So even though it could be a huge loss in terms of potential moving forward, if you don't have something, it's more. How could I want more of it, right? Maryland has it. They can't afford in their minds to lose it. This was Wes Moore among many of the other things that he said at training camp on Sunday.
And they see and they've taken notice that I was here on the first day. That's how excited I am. Not just about what I think the team can do on the field, but what I think we can do together off of the field. I really do believe deeply that Prince George's County and the work around the Blue Line corridor, it was built for the kind of franchise that the Commanders is, what their future vision is, where they can create winners on and off the field. So I think it's important to show that on a Sunday morning, the first day that fans are actually allowed to come here and what's going on, that I was here on the first day to make that happen.
I actually think that was really smart by him.
Oh, 100% it is.
And a lot of people seem to like him and think he's a very sharp guy. He's well respected. I think he's got, for what it's worth, like high approval ratings and stuff in Maryland. But doing stuff like this, to me, just makes sense. Where, what's our end game? Our end game is to try to get the Commanders to stay in Maryland. What can I do? Let's make it a priority to be around, to be visible, to let them know how we feel. And he was out there. I've been saying all along, whether you like it or not, I think Maryland should be the favorite. The team wants to end up in D.C. I know this. You know this. We all do. But I do think it's still most likely that they end up in Maryland. D.C. is a close second. It's very, at a betting market, maybe it's like minus 140 versus minus, 110 or something. I don't think it's a heavy favorite. But I would say Maryland should be the favorite because they've already shown you they've got $400 million to build up around the stadium. Their willingness might mean some money they'll give you to help build the stadium. And they're basically saying, please, we're begging you. You got the governor there. They're ready to get that on their hands and knees and go, come on over here.
We'll sign today.
Whereas DC can't even have that conversation yet.
That's right.
And Virginia. Virginia's doing great.
Virginia. So yeah, this is smart by him, as you said. There's no negotiating that went on today. Obviously, they didn't sit down after practice with the Harris ownership group and Mitch Rales and Mark Gine and Magic Johnson and everybody and hammer anything out. But as you said, this is a political move, right? And I don't say that to belittle it. This is your proverbial kissing babies, high five, and get yourself some attention here. Whereas a couple of days ago, he was at Ravens camp, and now he's at Washington's training camp, letting them know this is what we want. We are here. We are the best candidate. While everyone else is infighting, well, nobody else can make up their minds and figure out their butts from their elbows. We are here, lined up, ready to put it. If you wanted to sign today, we could sign today. That's the viewpoint that he's taking. And I think he knows very well, just like everyone else does, the longer they're at Nubbs Field, the longer they're at unacceptable FedEx, the artist formerly known as FedEx or whatever, the more of a disaster it really is. How long can you afford to wait? And they're in the catbird seat. I think it's absolutely most likely it ends up at Maryland. I think it's terrible, especially at that site. If it was in a different place, close to like kind of Oxon Hill, that a National Harbor area, if there was space there, that would be delightful. But in that spot, I think it's a disaster. But put that aside, my opinion, it's easily the leader in the clubhouse right now as to where the stadium goes.
Yeah, let's zone in on that part of the conversation. I think we've given our opinions for months, right, on where it could or should be. But should Maryland be considered the favorite? And is that something you'd agree with? Sounds like you agree with me on
100%. 100% it's the favorite.
Do you guys out there, we'll open up the phones 800-636-1067. This is not a question as to where do you want the stadium or where do you think it'll end up, but do you agree with the idea that right now Maryland is the favorite to land the stadium, that a FedEx 2.0 is more likely mathematically than RFK 2.0 or Virginia? Meminia? Meminia?
Vermemia.
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 We don't do stadiums. We do memes.
Commonwealth of Vermemia.
I'm from Vermemia. Vermemia's doing great. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
and they see and they take a notice that I was here on the first day. That's how excited I am. Not just about what I think the team can do on the field, but what I think we can do together off of the field. I really do believe deeply that Prince George's County and the work around the Blue Line Corridor, it was built for the kind of franchise that the Commanders is, what their future vision is, where they can create winners on and off the field. So I think it's important to show that on a Sunday morning, the first day that fans are actually allowed to come here and what's going on, that I was here on the first day to make that happen.
Wes Moore not pulling any punches and pretty transparent there. I came here for a reason.
Yeah.
I want everyone to know I want this team more than they do in Virginia and in DC. My point is, because of that hunger, that desperation that they're spraying on like cologne and not feeling bad about, and they shouldn't, in Maryland, I think they should be considered the favorite to land the stadium. Now, the team wants to be in DC in private circles. I really believe that. I think that they think it's best for business to be basically on the other end of the mall with that aerial shot.
Yep.
All that can come with returning DC's team to DC and the financial windfall that might follow. And because of that, there are plenty of people maybe that feel like that should be the favorite, that's where the team wants to be, so it'll be. But it's going to be way easier in Maryland. They want it. They're ready. You know what? It's almost like I've used the prom comp before in a different way with the stadium, but in this case, the analogy would be you've got a girl saying, hey, man, we should go. We'll have so much fun. Like, I've got the restaurant picked out. Here's the color I think you should wear. I got this awesome dress.
Already running the limo.
The limousine. My uncle has a friend at Chariots for Hire, and they could get us a party bus with all our friends. And they've lined this whole thing up. And you're going, I just got to wait and see if Allie's going to get back to me. That's cool. And maybe we will. That's Maryland. And DC isn't returning any of your calls, but that's the one you really want to go with. At some point, you just go, this kind of could be a pretty fun time. And it's super easy to just not have to worry about it and book my reservation to go get my hair done and my tuxedo fitted.
That's where we are. I mean, this is basically the cast or the plot of Teen Wolf outside of the guy, Marty McFly, turning into a wolf. But Booth is right there. Maryland is Booth. Basically sitting there. I've always liked Scott Summers. I've always liked Scott. We're on the same team here. And he's got a crush on this girl that's got a boyfriend from another school who's a rival, and it's a whole thing. And then they win the basketball game when he's not Teen Wolf, which is so unrealistic. But the whole movie's unrealistic because he turns into a wolf. Anyway, that's what's happening. DC can't get its ducks in a row. Partly not its fault. Some part it is its fault, right? Like, we're now waiting for Steve Daines to be appeased. Another senator's going to have another turn. Someone else is going to say, well, not so fast. I don't like this. It's an endless array of hassles.
Yeah, welcome to DC, by the way.
Right?
What a ridiculous cycle this has been. I don't care what side of it you're on or how you feel about any of it, but just the idea that basically they had to change their name 4 years ago to even, have a chance to continue to function and exist and to appease and for everyone to feel okay. And now to get a stadium, you've got a senator going, if you don't pay homage to the name you had to change and the logo that you had to change, I'm not going to let you get a stadium. That's where they are.
Yeah, and then there's going to be when that's all said and done, now he's going to go, our buddy Eric Flack reported they're going to honor this and send them to week one and do something to try to appease. The Maryland Senator, Chris Van Hollen, whatever, is going to get in the way and do something. It's going to be nothing but hassles for years, and it still may not even happen.
How many Roberts do you want to put up with before you go? They're giving me money. They really want the thing.
Yeah.
We could play there 2 years earlier, probably.
Yeah, and there's a reason they haven't already signed. You know what I mean? Like, Maryland's going, you guys already own the land. Money's going to go toward development around it, not the actual stadium just yet, but maybe we can talk about that. I'd like to sign today, and they haven't yet because they don't.
That's the other thing.
Yeah, they'd rather do something else.
Maryland is so hungry and so desperate, and I think they are. I mean, again, we're talking about this because Wes Moore was there, essentially saying as much into microphones.
Pretty good show. Yeah,
they're not going to give you any public money for that stadium. Of course, they are.
They just finished doing it for the Orioles. I think something's in place for the Ravens. I can't remember which, but yeah, I mean, and again, it's already there. That's the easiest part about it is you don't have to do anything else, because they're ready to sign today.
I went up to Camden Yards yesterday to see the O's play, and did you know there's a Topgolf now right outside of the Ravens Stadium?
Oh, I didn't know that.
So right there in downtown Baltimore, you've got like Camden Yards, a little closer to 295. You've got the Ravens, and then a little closer than even that big open area now that they wiped out is Topgolf. just smack dab in the middle of Baltimore.
That ain't bad.
Pretty cool.
That ain't
vibes.
bad.
Let's go to Vic, who's an Akakeek on G&D. What's
Hey,
up, Vic?
What's up, y'all?
Hey, man.
So I'm gonna give you an analogy. I think it's very fitting for this. Dan, are you a Wire fan?
Yes.
All right. Remember what Pop Joe said to Stringer Bell after the untimely death of D'Angelo, the untimely suicide that was really a murder.
Mhm.
I'm a big fan of.
Right.
Anyway, he said, you have the best real estate, but you don't have any merchandise to go with your best real estate. And I have all the merchandise. So I guess you see where this needs to go. And Maryland has both. Maryland has the money and Maryland has the environment around the stadium that can already enhance the beauty and the nostalgia of what Westmore wants to see and what will benefit the Commanders. In addition, the Commanders already have the real estate. They own the land.
They own the land.
And they've owned the land for over 20 years. And you don't have to move anything. You don't have to, nothing has to go anywhere. And all they have to do now is enhance their product by winning football games. And it will generate what everybody wants, which is revenue. At the end of the day, that's what it is. I believe that Maryland, logistically, logically, and statistically, is the front runner because Maryland has all of those things. And DC is still trying to move all of the boxes out of the house just to have the space to say, okay, what can
That's
we
a
do
great
now?
line.
There it is.
That's such a yes. The boxes are still piled up in the house.
You're envisioning one day this could be that space.
Totally.
Yep.
Let me ask you this before we let you go, though, Vic, because I think everything you're saying is correct, and it sounds like you're in lockstep with me that Maryland should be the favorite. How much so? Like if we're doing a pie, and there's 3 slices of pie, and it's likeliness that the stadium ends up in, and it's Maryland, DC, and Virginia, what percentage are you assigning to each pie?
I say 65%, 65-70% to Maryland. I'll say 70% to Maryland, just to give a hard one. And then I'll say 20% to DC, 10% to Virginia. The locals and the historic fans of this area do not want the team to go to Virginia. They've made that very clear. And that kind of got blown up over the past 2 years and where that was going. DC has a shot if DC could actually move all the extra space out of the house to make it a possibility. But as long as Maryland keeps poaching the Commanders and keeps making friendly with them and all the political outings and dinners and all of those things,
Yeah, they're trying.
It makes sense.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. My pie, by the way, Danny, 55% chance that ends up in Maryland. I'm going to say 40% chance DC, 5% chance Virginia. And there was a time where I thought Loudoun County was front runner, but after the fiasco with the Leonsis deal, that changed my opinion a lot. And just generally, there's no real momentum there. I don't think they're going to want to fork over the money. I could be wrong. If something changes, I'll change the percentages. But right now, Maryland, desperate, I'll say 55. DC, that's where they want to be. They are going to try to move mountains.
That matters more to me. It sounds like it does to Vic.
So 40% there. That's 95%. And then I'll throw in Virginia at 5%.
Yeah, so I've got, just for the sake of argument, Maryland 55 because of the ease, because it's all it is to Vic's points, just one signature on a dotted line and the whole thing's done. DC, because that's where they want to go, is at 44.5%, and Virginia's a 0.5% because they have to be on the board.
So you don't even think Virginia is a player at this point?
I really don't. Because even if there was political will or desire from somebody, we've now seen all it takes is the smallest opposition or maybe a NIMBY coordinated group in Leesburg or Loudoun County or someone in the state legislature just to post memes because they have other interests. Whatever. It's Virginia. I don't think can get its ducks in a row. I really don't.
Virginia's doing great. Virginia's doing great. I don't think it's that much of a slam dunk. Virginia's out. Here's the thing. Virginia is in a great spot to do anything they want. Like it's one of the great states in America in terms of business and people wanting to go there and everything. I don't get the sense that they are overly interested.
Well, I know people bristle at this, but I think the football team has become a Northern Virginia team more so than anything else. I know folks from Maryland get really mad at that.
Well, they have more season ticket holders from there. There's no doubt about it.
Season ticket holders. You look
holders.
at some of the finances of it, the advertisers, where the fans are traveling from by and large. I think that's kind of where they're headed. But I don't think Virginia has any ability to get a stadium together.
Wes Moore was at practice this weekend. He was the only of the powerful lawmakers in this triumvirate DMV to be there. Seems pretty telling. Would you agree with the premise that Maryland should be considered a front runner to land the Commanders? Yes or no? And to what extent? We're Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kondorian Murad. They rock with us on Grant and Danny, and they will help you out. Draft a will, set up a trust, create a power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount, kmlawyers.com. We talked earlier today about the big news out of training camp. Among the items today, left tackle first team reps for Brandon Coleman, the rookie mid-round pick. All of our training camp conversation throughout camp is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We're going to get back into camp in just a little bit. We're also going to be talking with Ben Standig of The Athletic, who covers the Commanders, get some news and notes from today's first practice with pads. He stops by the show in 1 hour at 6 o'clock. But, Danny, right now we're talking about the future stadium for the Commanders, the fact that Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, went to practice on Sunday, and he made no bones about it. He told reporters in a Q&A, I'm here because I want everyone to know that I'm serious and I really want this team, and we're putting our money where our mouth is and our effort where our press releases are.
Yeah, they are the leader in the clubhouse, and they should be. There's a million reasons why. The site doesn't have anything other than the current stadium. They're desperate for some sort of win.
By the way, what happens if they lose that stadium? I know it's not a ton of dates at this point. It's like 9-10 football games with preseason or whatever. But they do have concerts. I was just there for Luke Combs. It was sold out with 50,000 or whatever it was people at the concert. They have international soccer games. They have some college football games. There's enough there. I would imagine 20 to 25 events per year that is a revenue booster to the area. Now, maybe not as much bang for the buck as there should be because there's quite literally no restaurants or bars around there.
Right.
It was a hilarious sign of the time, something we talk about on the show every single day. My sister-in-law was going to that concert, and she said, hey, we're going to see Luke Combs tonight. Her and her friend. She said, what's really good right around the stadium to grab, to grab something to eat or to pregame?
Oh, isn't that adorable?
And we're just like patting her on the head, like, oh, you non-football fan. You.
That is so precious.
You think because you're going to a concert at a stadium that there's going to be somewhere for you to eat or enjoy and be merry?
How many exits are you willing to travel before you have to get out of your car and park again? Yeah, I mean, the fact is they need that to work there. Maryland does, right? I mean, because that is a failed spot that hasn't produced what they want it to, and they're trying to get it to produce something. It's a feather in the cap for an administration. It makes sense because the team is already there, stadium is already there, the land is already there. They don't have to do anything in terms of financial outlays from a state perspective, other than this new investment that they're going to build up around it. They want this, and the team, the ownership group, is going, thank you so much for your offer. They're like on Shark Tank once they get an offer from somebody, and they're going, does anyone else want to offer? Because you don't really want to work with Mr. Wonderful. Because anyone else have any offers for me? They're hoping against hope that everything works out for DC so they can go there. But if it doesn't, Maryland has already made its intentions clear.
Let's go to the phones and talk to Carlos in Savannah Park on G&D. Carlos, do you agree that Maryland should be considered a favorite to land the Commanders, or because they want to be in DC, is DC still the most likely destination?
Oh, it doesn't matter if they wanted to or not. They're going to take the money. Maryland is ahead by a long shot. You got Wes Moore, throwing footballs and doing play action plays with the fans and all. And Bowser's not going to do that. Bowser's not even lifting a finger and just stalling because I know it's government in D.C. And then Virginia's still having nightmares that they didn't do anything with the Capitals and Ted Leonsis. So Maryland is the favorite by far, even though, a lot of people are going to hate to admit it. But guess what? It's football. They're going to go travel. You can't just say that you're not going to travel to Maryland. Guess what, buddy? This is the number one sport in America, as much as we say it is. It's going to happen. Hey, by the way, Danny, I was at the game yesterday. Did you get a bobblehead as well?
Which game?
The
Orioles game.
Grant.
I
Grant,
was there. Yes, I did. Adley Rutschman bobblehead.
Perfect. Hey, man, listen, go O's. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, buddy. I always appreciate it.
Yeah, it was basically a switch hitter, Adley Rutschman bobblehead. So the bit was you open the box to see if he was left-handed or right-handed, and you could get one of the two. But
I was like, you were at my son's game in Great Falls? Is that what you're talking
David in College Park on Grant and Danny. They gave out bobbleheads at your son's game. You didn't get one?
There was a lot of watching the other team score goals. My head was not up and down to that.
What's up, David?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Al?
Yeah, I just wanted to, just sharing everything that everyone else has said. Maryland for me is number one. It's a no-brainer.
Now,
And the
are you
reason for that
saying
is
let
because
me just clarify. Are you saying it's number one most likely as the favorite, or number one like your preference?
both.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to clarify.
No, and it's all good. So the reason for that is, again, like two callers ahead said, was Virginia did nothing with the Capitals and with the Wizards. So for me, in your high would be 5% chance Virginia. Then DC, RFK, we've been hearing that for years and years and years. And on top of that, to be honest with you, just the space doesn't seem to be there anymore. They built the RFK fields over there and everything. Yeah, that's great and everything, but Maryland has the space. And if you want restaurants and stuff, there's the space to build it. What I love about the Maryland one is there is a lot of room for tailgating and for all different types of events and stuff.
Well, this is what we talked about on the show last week, David, is I made the point, and I really do believe this, that football is so tailgate centric and that you need a parking lot. It can't just be, hey, we're in the city and there's some restaurants and bars and a metro, which is awesome, by the way. But for baseball, that is perfect. This little half street corridor now with all these restaurants and bars. Nobody drives to Nats Park and parks. You get a few cars in the garages, and there's a couple of them. But for the most part, it's a lot of metro, or you're parking and walking from around the neighborhood. There's no tailgating culture in baseball. There's certainly not in basketball or in hockey for the most part. There is in football. That means something. You need some parking lot. And to have the ability to have parking with tailgating and the restaurants and the bars and the town center that is irrefutably having, it's going to have to be a huge part of this. And just, it's not disputable that that is kind of the Robin to the stadium's Batman, the B to the A of the stadium. There is enough room. There's a footprint there to get a stadium done at RFK. There's not as much room as there would be in Maryland to get everything done.
You've been to the stadium in Vegas. Have you been to LA to the
Not
Rams
been to
one?
SoFi,
Okay.
no.
So how do they do it there? Because that's in the middle of the city, right?
Yeah, so everybody references, and last week a lot of people were going, what about Allegiant? There's not really an ability to tailgate. It's in Vegas. You're at the sports, literally, it's next to a sports book.
Yeah.
So what I did was I sat in a sports book in Las Vegas, and my buddy was at the slots and drinking and doing whatever. And I sat there and watched all the 1 o'clock games. And then we walked over and overpass and went to the game. Now there is parking in some parking lots there, but for the most part, I think it's a completely different group.
I'm sure it's totally different.
A different deal than like it's not to answer your question though. It's not like an 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. day.
Right.
So it is we'll leave the casino at 3:30 for the 4 o'clock kick. We'll walk over and walk in kind of vibe.
So, I mean, and that's obviously its own example. That's a very unique place. But I guess what I was trying to offer is the trend is to build in the city center. That's where it's been, right? Like when you look at Philadelphia, you look at
not the trend. Those are older. The trend is the only way for owners to make money is to have real estate. So it's actually to leave the city and to go out into the suburbs.
Well, haven't we said that
it's not in the city?
That San Francisco is a disaster because it's an hour and a half away. They're not making money. Same with Miami. Don't they want to be closer to the centers?
Perhaps. I don't think anything about SoFi is a disaster. I think the fans might not like it that they have to drive. I don't think the owner has any problem with it. And I don't know what I have not been to that stadium, so I don't know what's out there in terms of right around it. But I think more often than not, the stadiums that are getting built now, Vegas, unless you're going out to Clark County or so, I don't know enough about the geography. But like the whole point of that was that they're putting it on the strip. Same with like T-Mobile Arena. That's an event town. You're walking down the strip. You come out of the casino and you walk into the football game. But in most places, it's going further away. See the Atlanta Braves. With
right for baseball and stuff, I guess a little bit different. The reason I'm asking the questions,
baseball is the one you would think that makes more sense in the city than football.
Well, the reason I'm trying to get to something, the reason I'm asking the questions is the idea that we're moving from football's about tailgating. It seems like that's slowly evolving to not just be that. If we're trying to build a Dunkin' Donuts and a Panera and 4 eateries and a cheesecake factory on campus, that's less about tailgating than it is to me about like the land and having everybody sort of pay
that's
filthy.
probably fair.
That's all I was trying to get to.
Because I think owners can make more money with those businesses paying in, to some pot to be right around there. But in those stadiums where those options exist, I still think there's pretty
Robust tailgating.
Immense, like tailgating too. You're spending a day in that area,
Mhm.
right? But yeah, I think you can't argue both necessarily. Like you have to have the space to tailgate, and also I have to have a restaurant and a bar, I guess. But that's seems to be the dream scenario,
Right,
for the new stadiums. But I'm trying to think of NFL stadiums. Minneapolis, I think, is downtown, or I know is downtown. So that would be a good example. And that's a state of the art, amazing stadium. I'm not sure about parking and tailgating there. That might be a better argument. But by and large, it's like SoFi and San Francisco and
Yeah.
those types where it's more rural.
So yeah, I'm less concerned about city center or otherwise. So just meaning like if the design is, I own everything around it I'm now the NFL owner. I just made myself the owner, and everybody's paying taxes to me. That Leonsis Alexandria plan, where they're sort of like paying I'm a liege lord. And they're paying fealty to me to be on my campus, so I get a portion of the sales tax to help pay for this thing. That's less about tailgating to me than it is about a Tuesday where someone's going to get their coffee at a Panera, so I get 5 cents of that or whatever, right?
Sure.
So it just seems to me there's less tailgating emphasis going forward universally almost.
Yeah, I don't think the owner necessarily is going, we need to have a great tailgating culture, because there's no money being made off of someone sitting in your parking lot
Right.
tailgating.
Once you got that parking ticket, that's it.
But I don't think, I think both are true. I think
Mhm.
to the owner, you're going, you cannot have a stadium now without a town center.
Yep.
See the Atlanta Braves or whatever. And in football, the only two last year were the X here in DC and the Dolphins, where there were no restaurants or bars within a mile. But fans, I think it's important to them.
Yeah.
And that's why I bring that up all the time. The best thing currently about the experience of going to a game for 80% of people, I'd imagine, happens from when you get there in the morning with all your buddies, sitting around, throwing bags, throwing the football, eating and drinking and enjoying yourselves before you walk in. And if you lose that,
Now
stadium's
what do you
going to be
got? Yeah.
amazing. And if they're winning, okay, then who cares? Not like you can't go sit at a bar, but families aren't sitting at a bar. A lot of kids, a lot
That's
of dads and sons. You're not. Where am I taking? Truman. I can't go sit at the bar at the Green Turtle before the game or whatever. Right. Let's go to Tim in. I always do this. Tawny Town. I never know what that is.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how are you guys? I'm going to say that Maryland is the front runner, and here's the deal. I don't think it will be, though, in the location of FedEx. I think they'll locate it in such a manner that they'll draw D.C. and Virginia in a better situation with the highways and so forth. They have in FedEx a lot of land, and I think they're going to work out some starker exchange for land with Maryland to get it closer to like Oxon Hill or somewhere. And I think, at this point, Congress has not acted on giving the land to D.C. That's not going to happen in a long, long, long time with all the election going on and Congress turnover and so forth. And thirdly, D.C. has given the money, of course, to Ted Leonsis, and the learners are asking for money from D.C. I don't think there's enough money from D.C.
Well, that's a
to
big
attract
part too of
a,
all of this, Tim. And thank you for the
Thanks,
call,
buddy.
sir. Where is the money going to come from in DC? The $600 million almost that they gave Ted Leonsis for the Wizards and the Capitals seemed to tap them out pretty good. And we've talked about, he just referenced some of the renovations and things that just happened in Nats Park. But we heard from lawmakers on our show leading up to the Virginia DC dispute that basically it was one or the other. And I'm paraphrasing, but hey, we could give the Wizards and the Capitals money, but then we probably kiss the Commanders goodbye. How are they suddenly going to have the money for both?
This is a great question, above my head, above my pay grade, certainly in terms of politics. It seems to be when there's desperation, things magically happen.
And we just
right?
find it.
There was a debt limit. There was a rule. They could not possibly exceed a single cent over it. Would you look at that? We actually have hundreds of millions of more dollars available to us to borrow than we thought we did. It sort of turns out. I'm not accusing anybody of impropriety, simply saying that all of a sudden came out of nowhere. That was left field. They were gone.
So you don't view that as a hurdle?
Oh, it is. But my point all along in discussing these different elements with DC is everyone just sort of counted it like it was done every step of the way when it came to any news about DC. That's going to happen. It's going to happen. My point has always been everyone is underestimating how difficult it is. everyone's underestimating how difficult every millimeter of this million-mile race
It
is.
seems like if there's a 1,000 steps to get it done, literal steps, like walking one foot in front of the other, every step is a boulder up a hill.
Into a headwind. Like this is so far away from being a done deal. Like every time we go, hey, there's bipartisan legislation. The mayor of DC's best buddies, like some Republican senator from Oklahoma or wherever the hell it was, where they saw eye to eye on stuff and they're high-fiving each other. This is going to happen. And my point all along is, no, it's not. We're so far away from it.
Here's what I didn't have in the office pool. Stephen Daines, who I'd never heard of, out of Montana, who came on our show, saying, not on my watch. One of the few guys with the power to slow this whole thing down and basically stop it. Not until you admit that the old name and the old logo was awesome, basically. The thing that you just changed because everyone wanted you to, and you were, basically the Commanders are going, it's like they're being told, put your hands in the air, put your hands down, put your hands in the air, put your hands down. You're like, please don't shoot.
Right.
What do you want me to do here? Just let me know.
Yep.
Change your name and your logo. Okay, we did it. Why did you change your name and your logo? You can't have your stadium now. Like, they're just caught in the middle of
just trying to make people happy.
Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. I just want to say, I don't think any of them are a slam dunk. I mean, we've already said it. Landover's been a failed site, and it was failed before we all knew just how horrible Dan Snyder was. Okay? It sits out there in the middle of nowhere. Okay, town center, certainly, but is that lipstick on a pig? I don't know. Who wants to go out there? One of the things I keep thinking of is not even so much the tailgating and before the game, it's after the game. What do you do? Like, you want to maybe continue the day, say it's a 1 o'clock kick. If they could do a land swap of some sort and get a property there in the vicinity of MGM and National Harbor, that could definitely
That's
work.
the dream.
Because it's central,
But
right?
have either of you guys, Kev, I'm asking you, Danny, there has never really been mention of that. Like, people like me and you and Danny keep saying, what would be cool is National Harbor.
So years ago, Kevin,
never come up.
Do you remember this? Wasn't Larry Hogan sort of at one point flirting and mentioning it? Then he said, you know what? They're trying to better deal me. I'm out. I'm not paying attention to you guys
But
anymore.
everything on Maryland in the last several years has been Landover. It's all been
Landover
like what we
bust.
call 2.0.
And I think it's been Landover or bust because they own the land. And all I know, though, is, and Rick Snyder would be someone to have back on because he just knows this stuff cold. And he talked about the site.
That's a good point.
Love to chat with him about it, yeah.
He talked about the site not far from National Harbor because, I don't think you could sustain another casino that close, right? But to me, if you had a casino and you had a town center, you could get past the gap of, well, we don't really have public transportation. Because remember, a lot of people don't tailgate. I just think of Nationals and Capitals and Wizards fans. A lot of people get there through the Metro. I don't know what the percentage would be.
Right, but here's the thing about that, and thanks for the call. We talked about this last week. With hockey and basketball and baseball, the several game a week 7 o'clock starts are now 6:40 because the Nats want to annoy me. But the evening weekday regular, there might be in some cases 6 in a week or 3 to 4 in a week or whatever. Downtown Metro, necessary, vital, has to be a part of the fabric. Football is a Sunday morning commute and a Sunday afternoon drive home 90% of the time for the length of the contract of this stadium. Metro is less vital. I'm not saying you don't need it. You absolutely do. They can position the stadium to be as close to the Metro out in Largo or whatever that Metro stop is. Is that right, Darius? Is that Largo out there? As the Metro to RFK, I would imagine, or comparable at least. They can make it way more convenient out there. But my point is just, you can't have the Caps and the Wizards in a building where there's not Metro right there. It's why part of that Potomac Yards location, the biggest story was the Metro station. Same with the Nationals. People are not driving and parking by and large. You're getting out of the office. You're going over. Football is just different. You're driving with a bunch of stuff in a cooler in the trunk with 6 people. You're parking at 9:57 in the morning and you're leaving at 4:13. Like, it's a whole different thing. And because of that, Metro's just not as important. 800-636-1067 if you guys want to take part in the conversation. 800-636-1067. I also want to cover a couple of football notes today, including something I mentioned earlier in the segment. Brandon Coleman getting first-team reps at left tackle. What could this mean for the rookie offensive lineman and for Washington's O-line? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Before training camp, we made a list of players that we thought might be the most important X factors for the Commanders this season. One of the players on that list was Brandon Coleman, who Washington drafted and who we thought coming out of Texas Christian might have a chance to get on the field early this season at tackle. What if he ended up starting at left tackle? He has now gotten time with the first team on both the right and the left side. He has played right tackle, left tackle. Right tackle was because Wiley wasn't healthy, and so he got some work, although supposedly it went well. Now he got some reps on the first team with the left tackle role. Cornelius Lucas was healthy and watching him, or maybe doing some maintenance day type thing, but he just got some of the first team reps at left tackle. Danny, if he were to emerge from camp in a place where they start giving him a look in preseason games with the ones, and then he shines, and in week 1 he's the starter.
What a coup.
How much different do you feel about that draft class?
It changes everything. No hyperbole. I mean, it changes everything. This regime did not go out and do something in free agency or with a higher pick in the draft. They went to a 3rd round guard/tackle. Half the league still thinks he's a guard. That's why they didn't take him, who nobody had going right there. 67 overall.
He was their 5th pick, by the way. Because remember, so they took Jaden Daniels at 2. Then they come back at 36 and get Johnny Newton. Then they're on the clock at 50, and we're going left tackle, left tackle, left tackle, left tackle. Mike Sanders still Michigan. They pick at 53. You go, okay, finally. They're going to get their tackle. Ben Sinnott, tight end, Kansas State. And then it was 67th overall, Brandon Coleman, TCU, who played a bunch of guard in college.
If he's a tackle and he's good, not just he starts here because there's nobody else, but he's actually quality at that spot, these guys should walk around daring people to question them. People like me will have to shut up. I think this is a huge risk. I think this is scary. He might turn out to be great, but I just wouldn't have the chutzpah to do this on my own. I wouldn't have the courage to say, I'm going to entrust the safety of my prized pupil, my number 2 overall quarterback, to a journeyman swing tackle or a neophyte was a guard an hour and a half ago at that incredibly huge spot. It's not just me saying it's a huge spot. Look at the pay structure of what's going on in the league. It's the 2nd or 3rd highest paid position in the sport behind quarterback. You're seeing where the money's going. Are you a quarterback? Do you protect the quarterback? Do you catch passes from the quarterback, or do you hit the quarterback? That's who's getting paid in this league. And they went with the cheapest, cost-efficient flea market option to fill the ultimate need. It's so ballsy. I would never do it. But if they do it and they're right, oh my God.
Well, the last regime constantly did things that we questioned, and they were wrong all the time. It would just feel great to kick off this regime.
Wouldn't it be nice?
With one where we go, that probably wasn't the right decision, guys. And then they're right, and we go, now we don't know what we're talking about, and the team does.
Yeah.
That would be fun. That would be a nice change. The second part was not that way for a while. The other of the offensive linemen that was notable out at practice over the last couple of days apparently was Michael Dieter, who has been getting some first-team reps. He's now splitting time at guard, it sounds like, with Nick Allegretti. Here's what I want to make sure we don't do. They're probably working a lot of different angles. Hey, we got to see this guy work next to this player. We want to get him some reps to see what it looks like. Or let's make sure that Coleman gets enough work at practice that he's ready for the preseason game because we're going to get him 20 snaps or all kinds of different things. So we shouldn't take a ton out of who's practicing with who, first, second team, whatever. But when it's being noted by a bunch of the reporters that Michael Dieter's now seemingly getting more work, elevated role, starting to split some reps, that's interesting. He's 27 years old. He was one of the many free agents that they signed this offseason. He's a big guy, 6'6", 315. He did not start 2 years ago in Miami, but this past year got forced into duty and had 10 starts with the Houston Texans. He's got 18 starts over the last 3 seasons. He's played center and some guard. Remember, Allegretti was a backup with the Chiefs, who they brought in to start.
Yep.
And I would imagine to compete, like if Dieter ends up beating him out, so what? You signed both of those guys. Yep. They're both guys you brought in. But that's another competition that it seems like they've created on the offensive line. So all of a sudden, between Lucas versus Coleman, Allegretti versus Dieter, maybe, just maybe, you throw enough bodies at a problem, and out of that comes a solid offensive line. That's certainly the hope.
That's the idea, right? And I give him credit for, well, no credit yet. The concept of let's throw bodies at it if we're not going to go out and go marquee, because again, this wasn't a great offensive line class in terms of free
Quantity
agency.
over quality was the plan.
Yeah, if the best tackle on the market was Tyron Smith, who went for $7 million to a contender, like, and he's my age basically. It wasn't a great tackle class. It wasn't like they could just fix it that way. It's why personally I would have addressed it very early in the draft. The price was too rich for them to trade back into the first round to take Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma. I would have done that. I would have used some of my capital to move up and because I'm so desperate at that spot. And I had an advantage over everybody else. If I couldn't do that, I would have used one of my second round picks, one of the 3 that I didn't choose a left tackle. I would have done that. But again, if they find this guy in Coleman, or Cornelius Lucas is the answer all along, they've already had the solution here under contract. It's just a matter of finding the right person to bring the skill set out of them, or who knows what it is. Yes, but I'm also with you in terms of not overreacting to who's lining up next to whom. This is a position with lots of attrition, right? This is an injury-riddled spot, the offensive line. Just think about, off the top of your head, name every center that's played for Washington over the last 5 or 6 years, right? I mean, they go through that position like I go through socks. So you need to see everybody from Chris Paul to Brandon Coleman to Ricky Stromberg to Michael Dieter to Trent Scott to Mason Brooks at various points. You're going to need bodies at those spots. So mixing and matching a little bit less of a deal to me than it is, oh my God, he's taking over for Allegretti. We don't know yet.
Yeah, I don't necessarily care who starts where, honestly. I'm not married to anybody on that O-line other than maybe
Cosme.
Well, Cosme is in a league of his own for sure at right guard. Of all the new guys, I guess is what I'm thinking. Like Biotish at center is a guy based on what you paid him. He's got to start and he better be good. $10 million per year. But yeah, it's Cosme and it's Biotish. Right tackle, who cares? Wiley was the last team's guy, and they paid him probably more than they should. And I think Bieniemy, after coaching him in Kansas City, advocated for him. But if you like something else at right tackle, or maybe you think your best line is Lucas on the left side and Coleman on the right side to begin the year, cool.
Fun.
No problem with that. If Lucas doesn't start, he's a journeyman, he's a veteran, he's done okay, but I'd prefer the kid to start anyway. So let's do that. Allegretti's awesome. We had him on the show. What a great guy he is. But if he's in a competition and Dieter has a better preseason, great. Let Allegretti push him all season long, hopefully. I think that they're in an okay spot to at least push each other and maybe get the best out of what's on the roster. My question is just still, do you have enough talent to have a really good O-line? Like, an okay player is not going to suddenly become great because they're competing. You get the best version of Biotish or the best version of Allegretti or Dieter or something like that. That's good coaching. That's good team building. But if that's still a 5 out of 10 player, where are my 7s and 8s on the O-line? You probably need 1 or 2 more of those guys. One of the biggest stars in the NFL was bashing Commanders fans and things about the Commanders organization. We've got that audio for you next on G&D. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Top of the hour, right at 6, 15 minutes from now. Ben Standig of The Athletic, who's been out at training camp every day. We got a slew of questions to throw at him based on some of the roster battles and really all of the FAQs from camp and things you need to know as you get ready to head home for the day in traffic, wherever it is that you're headed this evening. We appreciate you listening to us on the Fan. Davante Adams, who is a Pro Bowl talent at wide receiver, widely considered to be one of the best players in the league right now and the best wide receiver in football, really over the last 6-7 years since he became the number one in Green Bay and made his first Pro Bowl back in 2017. Since then, nobody's put up better numbers or been more consistent than Davante Adams. He's featured on the Receiver Show on Netflix right now. And he also was recently on a TV show where he and Amon-Ra St. Brown both sat down and were grilled on a bunch of NFL questions. One of which was about the fan base that annoys them the most and or they think is the worst, something like that. And Amon-Ra St. Brown, as you'd imagine, said the Green Bay Packers, that's the arch rival. Easy cannon.
Makes sense, right?
Cannonball was trained.
Yeah, if you watch that show Receivers, he's like, yeah, I could barely move, and my side was broken, and I had to go to the hospital, but I was going to play against Green Bay.
Davante Adams, who's only ever played for the Packers and the Raiders, decided to take a swipe at the Washington Commanders.
And then you got the Washington football team. I mean, they obviously just miserable because the stadium is horrible. The city is not great at all. I'm probably going to get somebody at my front door after this, but that's just how I feel. We on hot ones right now, so this is just a raw and cut. Right.
I get that the stadium's bad, although it's funny to hear an NFL player say the stadium is just horrible.
Yeah.
What's he got against DC? The city, did he say, is just bad? Is he talking about like crime rate? Does that bother him? I don't know. Like, what is he referencing?
I don't know.
What about DC is bad, really? I mean, people have their gripes and their annoyances, and if you want to talk about there's a lot of carjackings or this is happening or whatever, I don't think Davante Adams is making a statement on crime when he says that. Is it the moniker that we're known for politics? Or
yeah, I wonder what he's talking about. I mean, because when teams come play here, it's not like they're staying in downtown DC, right? Aren't they in?
I think when he says the city, like, does he mean just the area around the stadium? Is that what he's referencing?
If so, yeah, if so, then he's correct. Then his assessment is right on.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I agree, Mr. Adams.
Right. Let me hear it again, because the way that he says it, it feels like he's saying the stadium's awful, the area right there is bad, and instead he says the city, which makes it look like DC. I don't even know. Does he know that that's not DC? You might just land and your police escorts you with your headphones on, and next thing you know, you're playing the DC team. Do you know the difference between Landover, Maryland, and Raljean, and the nation's capital, and where the border is? I really don't know.
And then you got the Washington football team. I mean, they obviously just miserable because the stadium is horrible. The city is not great at all. I'm probably going to get somebody at my front door after this, but that's just how I feel. We on hot ones right now, so this is just a raw and cut. Right.
The city is not great at all. Sorry about being the most powerful in all the world. Sorry about all the amazing history and the monuments and the statues and everything that is beautiful in the museums. I take great offense to this.
Exactly. I'd love to get some clarification.
I'm annoyed by this.
So if he's telling me that the area leading up to, Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard with that Taco Bell isn't the nicest place in the world, all right, I get that. That's totally reasonable.
I love Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard. It gets me in and out of the stadium with ease.
That's your favorite. I'm a Bright Street guy. I'm sure.
You're not a nothing guy. If it's over by that stadium, it ain't your bag of donuts.
Yeah, Davante Adams and I are high-fiving up. We're doing a Spider-Man meme on that. But if he's actually talking about the city itself, I would say you don't really know what you're talking about. Yeah. So, but do you think he means the area around the stadium?
I think so, because I think our diction, it's like, you could say a word that means something to somebody, or like if you're traveling in another country or whatever, and you say something and they're like, what the heck? What are you thinking? And you're like, no, that's not what I meant. I meant this. I think he's just referencing like the city right there. And we're going, he never says DC. He does not say DC's not that great.
So for example, let's say you've never been to New York, right? Like you're from the West Coast or whatever, and you fly and land in, North Bergen County, Jersey or whatever. And you go to the Meadowlands. You're going, the city's not that nice, or the city's not that great. What's impressive about the city? Because all you saw was like the airport, a motel,
Do
a
you
hotel
think
close
it's
by.
possible that Devontae Adams thinks that the state that is DC where the stadium is?
Yes.
I do too. I mean, he's from California, I believe. He played at Fresno State. He's only ever played for the Packers, who came here twice in 2016 and in 2018. By the way, here's why he's salty. He's played Washington 4 times. He's never had a big game. He has had a 3-catch, 42-yard game in 2016 at FedEx, the artist formerly known as FedEx. He had a 7-catch, 52-yard game with a touchdown in 2018. Fine, but for Devontae Adams, that's not what
Who's
he's
doing
used to.
1,500 yards and 14 touchdowns when he gets out of bed.
He had a 4-catch, 41-yard game against Washington at Lambeau in 2019, the Taylor Heineke experience. Maybe that was before Heineke. And then 2021, that was the Heineke game. 6 for 76 and a touchdown. So he's been okay, but way below his normal career numbers against Washington. 4 games, an average of 5 catches for 50 yards, basically, in his career. So I think that's why he's a little bit salty.
He's 0-2 in FedEx Field or Commander's Field or the X or whatever we call it.
Nubs.
Yeah, Nubs Field. There it is.
The X, he's 0-2. Is that right?
What about he didn't play in that playoff game when Aaron Rodgers?
Well, he's 1-2.
Yeah. I guess StatsMuse didn't
that
put in the
doesn't-
playoff
yeah,
game.
Didn't have that.
That doesn't go on the win-loss ledger.
Remember when Washington was rolling and Aaron Rodgers did a hard count, drew somebody offside, and then they dominated?
Who jumped? I have it in my mind as someone. I'm not positive.
I don't know it.
Take your best guess.
So what year is that? 2015?
Yes.
Chris Baker?
I think it's someone different.
I think it might be Pot Roast, Terrence Knighton.
No, well, maybe. I have it as Trent Murphy. I think he got Trent Murphy to jump off sides, and all hell broke loose after that.
Because Washington was in control. Now, Deshaun Jackson refused to get into the end zone. He had no interest in it, and he went sideways. And instead of like trying to get in, then they ended up setting up for a field goal.
Devontae Adams, go back to whining on the show receivers, by the way. Has anyone ever whined more than you did with the Raiders last year? He is not a fan of Commanders fans.
Trent Murphy.
Ben Standing of The Athletic next. As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm, Kondori and Murad, can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you, and they'll get you a discount. kmlawyers.com. 24 hours from right now, 6 o'clock on this show tomorrow, the MLB trade deadline will hit. We will have full coverage for you on Grant and Danny. All of our baseball coverage on The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still have the ability to save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. Our buddy Ben Standig of The Athletic joins us now. Benjamin, training camp now about a week old. Pads on for the first time today. I guess let's start with your take on Jaden Daniels. It seems like everything coming out is very, very positive. What have you seen so far, and what do you actually care about that you are seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the moment where you got to factor in the rookie part of it, because I wouldn't say it's been a scintillating performance, but when the highs show up, certain throws down the field, you're like, oh, okay, I got it. But there's still a learning curve. You can see, which is fine, right? I mean, everybody's expectations are very high, but it's still progress. And not to mention, the whole team is a kind of a work in progress because so much has changed across the board. But yeah, I think Jaden Daniels has been pretty good. And we had him in with the media the other day, and I think just the demeanor aspect of him is just going to be so key. He's obviously the big deal here. This is the guy that everybody wants to talk about, but he doesn't come across that way at all. He just seems very chill. He's not, and this is what, I'd heard months ago, even before they drafted him, that, he's got a quiet confidence, but he's not some, he doesn't have a lot of bravado, like he's trying to show he's the guy. And I think that goes a long way with these veteran players who, they're all sizing him up as well. And we've heard nothing but, great things about how they view him and the coaches view him. And I think that's been a huge deal. The rest of it, again, they are mixing and matching so much with what they're doing on offense. It's not like they're sticking with one personnel group that maybe he's just working with over and over again. I'm going to assume that's a reasonable thing on their part to, because it's not just about one player, it's about the whole team, and they're trying to figure some things out. But, like I said, I wouldn't say he's been in a great rhythm here in camp. It's been some up and down moments, but again, the highs are pretty high. And, he's young, he's learning, and, not that I'm expecting anybody there to say anything remotely concerning, but there hasn't been anything, remotely concerning, even, when he's had some off moments here and there. Again, and I say that I don't know what the play calls are, right? If there was one pass yesterday where it was clearly some kind of miscommunication, he threw the ball out right towards the sideline where we were standing, and the receiver went another direction, and then you're like, what's going on? But, that's going to happen. I just think he's learning, and I'm going to continue to factor that into my comments and evaluation, even though, like I said, it's not like it's been, like a can't miss performance, but he's a rookie, so it's okay.
Do you think he might do enough to eventually earn some first team reps?
Yeah, he's gotten some, the thing this really in his camp, but kind of the last couple of days in particular, we talked so much the previous 4 years about position flex and all that stuff, but it's even more notable here because, and what I'm saying is that the first team is not necessarily the first team, right? I mean, today, for example, the left guard was Michael Dieter, who's viewed as the backup center. A third-round pick, Brandon Coleman, was starting at one of the tackle spots with Lucas at the other one. I don't know that we think that's going to be the case. The receivers have bounced around, so has he gone first in the quarterback reps? sometimes, but it's been more Mariota overall in camp. But yeah, I mean, he's still working with some of the starters, and by the same token, it's the same way with the defense. It's not like the defense; it's more so than the offense, but it's not like it's the standard 11 guys you might assume will be out there all the time. So yeah, I mean, it is a little mixing and matching. I think we're all kind of. I've certainly been on the case of I don't care what they say, I'm not going to buy the notion of competition, and I don't really think Dan Quinn's trying to sell it that hard. But they think this is the way to go to give. I don't know if it's more about giving Mariota some work with the ones because you never know, or if it's just, hey, we don't want to just keep throwing Daniels out there with the quote unquote first team because then it means he's the starter. At some point they'll say he is, but they're not ready to do it now. And like I said, they've really been mixing and matching far more than I even remember with Rivera.
And God forbid. We thought he was the starter. I mean, that would just
Can you imagine?
That would be terrible. Ben Standig of The Athletic joins us now. But joking aside, Mariota has gotten more reps with the first team, you would say?
He certainly did the first 3 days. I feel like it's been, I don't know about, I haven't counted a percent. I feel it's been a little more even. I thought Daniels yesterday seemed to be working, like he was getting the first reps in whatever the drill was more than he had been, and some of that again today as well. But yeah, it definitely hasn't been, if you didn't know anything that was happening and you said based on the reps, who's the starter, I mean, it does feel like Mariota has been out there more. But again, there's no chance that's going to happen.
Of course. But that's also why I think this whole thing is silly, and I would go as far as to say dumb. But a two-parter on that, just to kind of, that was part one of kind of this. I guess this first part doesn't matter at all, which is if Rivera did this, what would we be saying? If he drafted Jaden Daniels too, which by the way, he said he would have. I don't know if you saw that. And second, so what would we be saying as a kind of a town, as a media group, if Rivera was doing it as opposed to Dan Quinn and he wears his hat backwards and all that? And second would be, are you surprised at all that Jaden Daniels isn't full Caleb Williams at this point, and maybe they don't name him the starter like they did at the Bears in minicamp, but that he's just not getting all the first team reps? Because I am actually surprised by that. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't care that much, but I am surprised.
Yeah. So, the way I would say is like we're watching a television series and we're only about, a quarter of the way through the first season. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know how it's going to end, but I'm giving this staff the benefit of the doubt. I mean, in general, from Adam Peters on down, I pretty much like most of everything that they have done since, the changes were made back in January. So based on that, I'm like, all right, I don't know if I quite understand what is happening with what what we're talking about here with why not just have Daniels work with the ones, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt because it seems like, what they've done overall has been fine. Now, I don't know if this is if it's Dan Quinn purely, or if it's Cliff Kingsbury, how he wants to run things. Somehow Peters is weighing in. So yeah, it's a little confusing. And, I don't know what you guys have said about this, but because you guys obviously listen to the press conferences, Dan Quinn is really not telling us anything. We all made fun at various times of Ron Rivera either revealing too much or saying something curious or whatever, but at least he said some things. There's been very little so far. And this goes, similar to, we didn't know a ton about the quarterback draft process until the very end. We didn't know too much about the coach search process until the end. So they have been, this has been consistent with what they're doing. And so to that end, like, it's not like we've got great answers as to why anything is really happening. We've asked, obviously, what's the point? Why not just go with Jaden and call it a day? But, they're saying, hey, we'll know when it's time, and, we don't think it's time yet. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Like I said, it's not in my nature. Tend to be the cynic, but, I think it's fair to allow that to happen. Kind of did the same thing with Rivera, and then you see over time, the concerns and the flaws, et cetera. So yeah, maybe this is one of them, but for now, I'm not seeing it. I mean, I will say this, like when they get to play the Jets next week in the first joint practice, if Daniels isn't getting the majority of the first team reps, then okay, we're like, wait, what's going on here? Right. Cause that's going to be the next step beyond just practicing against your own team. You're facing somebody else completely different. that is where you'd want to maximize his opportunities for sure. So if we get to that point, we're still playing this game, then I think you can start having some. I can start having some more questions.
Ben Standing of The Athletic with us here on G&D. What do they have Ben Sinnott doing?
What do they have him doing? He's he's got this versatility component to him. I don't know we've seen a ton of him like lined up in the backfield, which I think is going to be something he'll do. I'm not saying necessarily as a lead blocker, but kind of at least setting up in that stance. Zach Ertz has been the tight end that has stood out the most. I thought particularly back in minicamp, he really showed a couple of things with his surprising speed, and he's had some good catches here. I think Sinnett's been a little quieter, as has the whole tight end room. Again, obviously, everything is. I think one of the things that's so weird is because they've mixed and matched so much, it's hard to get at least for me, like a feel for like what anybody is doing at any given time, because you're used to watching. Okay, the first team is here, therefore I know which players are here, and I have sort of an understanding of what I'm watching. But when everything is moved around so much, and guys are working with any of the three teams, it's harder to kind of get a feel for where they're at. So I don't think he's stood out a ton so far, but I think he had to me at least, it seemed like he maybe was more involved in the spring. So, yeah, I wouldn't say go run around and draft him for your fantasy team or anything like that quite yet. But, they obviously have high hopes for him as a versatile chess piece that they can use, all across the offense.
Which rookies or rookie is standing out the most to you?
I really have liked watching Mike Sanderstill, the cornerback from Michigan, not even as much because of the corner skills. I think because there's been some inconsistency in the passing game, I don't know if we've seen as much from the defensive backs as maybe I would like. Again, this is saying this when I don't have the benefit of watching film. Maybe you're seeing more on film than I'm watching it with the naked eye. But Sanders still, they've used him as part of the punt returner and kick returner tryouts, as it were, with a bunch of other guys. And every time he touches the ball and then moves upfield, plants his foot and cuts, you can see the electricity there. You can see that this guy was a former receiver. Or when people told me that when they went to J.J. McCarthy's pro day at Michigan, that Sanderstill, who was catching passes just because, was the best receiver on the field that day. And, he didn't have a ton of returning experience in college. It is not going to surprise me at all if that's where they end up. Maybe they just stay with the conventional Jameis and Crowder and call it a day. But I just feel like this guy, they got to figure out a way to get this guy the ball. And all the hype about that pound for pound. Nick Saban said he was the best player. I think you can kind of see that. Again, the main thing is the corner part, and I just don't know if from what I've seen enough to say, hey, he's killing it, or hey, he's getting beat. But just in general, watching him out there on the field, I've been really, really impressed. I would also say Jordan McGee, the linebacker that they took, he stands out just because of his size and athleticism. He's pretty much the third linebacker. So I think he's going to have a pretty decent role. So I think those are a couple guys. I'm really excited, of course, to see Johnny Newton whenever he's available to get on the field. With Quinn said it should be soon. But I think those are the Sanderstill in particular. I every time he touches the ball, I get excited about what might happen.
Same position group, Emmanuel Forbes. Prognosis for this year, what have we seen so far?
I don't know if you guys heard. He apparently put on 17 pounds.
Oh, we heard.
I still don't know what the starting point was. Because
does he look noticeably bigger? Because I'm going to be out there tomorrow. I obviously haven't had the good fortune to be out there yet, but he does not in pictures. Like a lot of times when a guy gains that much weight, that's, I don't know, what's the percentage there? That's like
10% of your weight.
10% of his body. I feel like I would notice it. It doesn't seem that noticeable.
Yeah, as a guy who can gain weight, unfortunately, pretty easily, I don't see it. Look, I'm not saying that they're not telling us the truth, and Forbes himself said, yeah, but I need to know what it's from. But I guess when we squint a little bit, maybe you can see some more muscle mass up top. The legs still look pretty thin to me. I think Forbes has been okay, and I don't say that negatively. I think he's been okay. Like I said, maybe it's just me, but I feel like I don't have as good of a read on the secondary as I would like to because of the sort of some of the ups and downs with the quarterback play, including and maybe mostly Mariota. But I think what's so interesting with the cornerback room in general is like Forbes and St. Juste and Mike Davis and Sanders still feels like the top four. I don't necessarily know that that's going to make anybody sleep well at night based on what we've seen so far, but okay, that's kind of the group. But then the group after that starts getting more interesting because you have just a bunch of random guys, including what's his name? Kelly Blue
Kelly Blue Book.
Kelly Caillou Blue.
Yeah, that guy. They claimed him off waivers last year, beat out some other teams. He didn't really have a chance to do too much last year, but
Caillou blew Kelly off waivers from Green Bay.
Yeah. He's had a chance to make some plays, and again, when you're sort of like running with the third team, you're going up against Jeff Driscoll and Sam Hartman and lesser receivers, but he's kind of stood out. My larger point with him is not so much that I'm saying he's going to make the team, but they're going to have, I think, some interesting depth choices. That doesn't really necessarily help the starters, but I think Forbes has been okay. And again, considering what we saw last year, that's not a negative.
Caillou Blue Kelly, 23 years old, Las Vegas native, went to Bishop Gorman, the show quarterback.
Yeah, that's right. Where Tathan went.
That's right. Stanford product. It was a 5th round pick back in 2023. He's bounced around Ravens, Seahawks, Packers, now Commanders.
I want to ask you about the receiver spot, Ben. Obviously, we know Terry McLaurin. That's in Sharpie. Good to go there. There's a whole bunch of other bodies and guys that we kind of gotten to know over the years that haven't really produced a lot, but the names are always ones we recognize that have stood out in training camp or even in the preseason. What are you seeing from that spot? It's pretty deep, but I don't know how many stars there are besides Terry.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what I just said about the corner room. There's interesting depth choices they're going to have to make. I would pencil De'Ami Brown in just based on what we've seen and sort of his usage. But obviously there's questions there, right? Because it just hasn't worked out so far. Jamison Crowder, is he your 6th receiver? He can be, and he had 2 of the better catches today, I thought. But again, he's an older guy. Is that what you want to use a roster spot for? I continue to stand for Bryson Tremaine, big, tall receiver out of Stanford who can help on special teams. This is a group that doesn't have a ton of size, but I think he could help. Luke McCaffrey, obviously the 3rd round pick. He's I thought he had better moments earlier in the spring than what I've seen so far, but that may be less him and just more the way the ball hasn't found him as much. I will say that you mentioned Terry, you didn't mention Jahan Dotson. I'm still waiting for Jahan to get going here. It's not quite happened yet. Again, without knowing the play calls in practice, it's hard to know exactly what that means. But considering the year he had last year, I just, was hoping he'd be a little bit flashier in camp. I haven't quite seen it yet with the naked eye. So, yeah, I think that's a room that's got a lot of questions for sure. I would also say Zacchaeus, one of the free agents they got, he has looked very quick. That's his deal, 5'8", speed guy. So I think he's been interesting. And to me, he would be the 4th receiver at this point with a chance to play a decent amount. But I think there's definitely roster opportunities for some of these younger, unproven guys to step up because the room as a whole is not particularly strong.
Ben, last one for you here. And it's Ben Standing of The Athletic, who's been out at camp every single day, getting you the latest on the Commanders. Ramiz Ahmed, place kicker. I saw that he was 3 for 5 from 50 plus the day that they brought all the team around him to kind of end the practice. I would have lost a lot of money assuming they weren't going to have 2 kickers at camp, especially when they just brought in a guy from the UFL after they cut plan A, Brandon McManus. Are they signing another kicker? What are they waiting for? That seems really weird to me.
Yeah, I asked Quinn this the other day because, like you said, he's like, okay, because, again, you can't compare what happened last year. But, they had Joey Slye and they brought in Michael Badgley to at least the start of camp to give him some competition. So you would think, and look, a lot of teams have multiple kickers in camp. I think that's kind of where the Commanders are a little bit stuck right now, that most of the credible kickers are somewhere else and they're having to wait. So I think, the standard line is, of course, they're always looking to bring in competition at any position. But I think here they're kind of having to wait until either other teams start cutting some kicker from their camp that they like, or we get to preseason. It's not just making field goals at this stage. It's also the new kickoff rules and being able to show, that you can handle where the ball needs to be and all that. So yeah, I would say don't go buy an Ahmed jersey at this point. But if they don't bring somebody in before the first preseason game, I guess I would be a little surprised at this point. But maybe they're just going to wait and see until some Joey Fly type guy gets cut from another team and they bring him in and move on.
Ben, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Guys, always appreciate it. See ya.
Go read Ben's work in The Athletic. Does an awesome job covering the Commanders. I appreciate him hopping on, Grant and Danny. To the NFL, couple of news and notes on the way out here. Patrick Mahomes was asked today about the quarterback contract explosion this week. Obviously, we saw Tua get paid late last week and then Jordan Love. So the narrative now is that Patrick Mahomes is dramatically underpaid. He's nowhere near getting annually per year what those guys make. And my point was, you don't sign the deal he signed if you're not willing to eventually be underpaid and maybe go the Tom Brady route, right? Here's what he had to say today. He says he is not underpaid. He does not plan on getting right back in line to get a new contract. He said it's awesome for the game of football. It's awesome for the quarterback position. But I think it's awesome for all positions. I know every time a contract comes up, everybody looks at my APY, average per year, and everything like that. I'm doing pretty well myself. For me, it's just about going out there, trying to win football games, trying to make money for my family at the end of the day. I feel like I'm doing a great job of that. End quote.
I agree with you, Mr. Mahomes. You are correct. You are doing a very good job at all those things. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If he wanted to, he could.
Oh, of course. I mean,
right?
You're the best in the league.
Who's going to say no?
No, unequivocally, he could get more money. But I just loved his answer. Someone asked if you're not underpaid then. He said, I think we do a great job of managing my money to be able to pay me a lot of money and keep a good team around me. I know we've kind of restructured it a couple times and got the cash flow up in certain spots in certain years. It's about having a good dialogue, good communication with the front office, with ownership. We've done that here. Never forget the guy with all the Super Bowl rings constantly was underpaid.
Yep.
In Tom Brady. He was not a let me get the top of the market money guy. He routinely took pay cuts, and sometimes probably he did so thinking that the Patriots were going to go pay someone, and then they didn't.
And then they didn't.
But it has worked out for the Chiefs, I'd say, and Mahomes, pretty
Indeed.
obviously. We've talked a lot the last few days about hold-ins versus holdouts. We had our first drama from a hold-in. Matthew Judon of the Patriots is trying to get a new deal. He's at camp, but he's not practicing. And he got into an animated conversation, kind of a shouting match type deal with Gerard Mayo, the head coach, and some executives as he was on the sideline. It seemed like they were booting him off to go back in the building. I don't know what they said. My guess is, hey, man, if you're not practicing, you could just go somewhere else. And at that point, he decided to.
Yeah, I'm always amazed there isn't more resentment like that, especially from, in a sport like football where it's about buy-in, it's about effort and energy, and these other guys are laying on the line and you're not. And, it's one of those awkward things. I think players by and large understand, but at the same time, I could see, somebody saying something snide or somebody getting annoyed by it or whatever. It's like, you're here, either get in or get out, man. I don't want people halfway. And I could see things like that happening. I'm surprised it hasn't happened more.
We do not have lineups yet, but we will give you a couple of notes ahead of Nationals baseball tonight. Our starting lineups and pitching matchups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom. It's late night Nats. We love it, Danny.
The pit's the worst. Every game should be at 4 p.m. Mitchell Parker's on the bump. He could use one of those nice outings. Hasn't had one in a minute, it feels like, huh?
I will go as far as to say after the clunkers he's had back-to-back where he didn't get out of the first and then the bullpen was up in the first and he didn't get out of the second. If he is out of the game before the third tonight, it might be time to get him a little work at Rochester. And I know that's aggressive, He's been excellent. This has been a fun season for him and for the team, indoctrinating him, and it looks like he's a future piece in the rotation. But you can't kill the bullpen going an inning or two at a time every 5 days. So he really needs to have a good start.
Yeah, his last several, go back over his last 7 games, 6.42 ERA, only 33 innings pitched in that time. So not even averaging 5 innings per, to your point, taxing the bullpen for a group that's already pretty tired and thinner than they were, minus Hunter Harvey, and maybe soon minus 1 or 2 other arms. He could use himself a nice outing. This Arizona team, pretty frisky. They handed it to the Nats 2 out of 3 back here a few weeks ago.
By the way, I need James Wood, who had 4 hits on Saturday night and a triple yesterday, to make it 3 in a row with hits. Let's do that lift the baseball extra base hit thing again, J-Dub. What do you say?
Be fun.
5 hits last couple games for the kid, just 21 years old, middle of the Nats lineup. Let's get you a Nats weather report, even though they are at Chase Field in Arizona, where the roof will almost certainly be closed on a summer night. Game day weather presented by Pepco. Storm season is here, and we know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/stormprep. I still want to know from show meteorologist Ryan Clary, as the boys get off the bus from the team hotel and walk in, what are they dealing with in Phoenix?
Well, I can tell you this right now. They're dealing with the sun. It is 108 degrees out right now, and it will probably be 108 by first pitch. But again, luckily they are indoors. But it's beautiful, 72 degrees, no chance of rain.
Attaboy.
That's how you do it.
Ryan Clary, ladies and gentlemen. He's our Doug Kammerer. For Ryan and Darius, Grant and Danny saying so long. We're going to be back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Robert Mays of The Athletic is going to be at Commanders training camp, and we will have him on the show after his stop tomorrow, which I'm excited about. And Steve Weish of NFL Network was at Commanders camp today.
Yes.
He will be with us tomorrow on Grant and Danny as well. So some national perspective after they drop in to see the boys and get a little Jaden Daniels thought from them.
I always like that because they're not just here. They're everywhere, right? They see what the energy looks like at various places, and it was cool. I was watching Steve Weish talk about how engaged the fans were, how excited they were. That was a cool sight, by the way. When fans got to go, the line was around the block.
Barring catastrophe and another car battery situation, your boy will be at training camp tomorrow morning. So
Here we go.
Also have some thoughts for you when I get back in studio tomorrow afternoon. So for the crew, I'm Grant saying so long. We'll be back at it at 2 till tomorrow, Vargas.
Thank you for coming.